This dude stayed awake. Music. Even after using that crazy speed magic, the bad guy was all fired up that he got hit, so he claimed that torturing a kid was a real treat. Then to fuel his rage, he yelled that he whipped up something wild, that he'd just wreck everything and burn it all down. The guy was peeping at everything like a hawk, thinking this dude's powers were actually beefing up, so our hero was right to keep his powers on the down low. And Kageshuji kept howling that he would torch everything around him, leaving no one alive. The crew in the room noticed the bad guy was about to unleash some serious fourth-rank magic synthesis. Leona, getting the vibe, said with a shaky voice that there was no way to dodge that kind of magic. Music. But it didn't look like they had any escape route either. The flames were raging hard, but still, our hero just stood there silent. The girl was totally panicking, glancing around nonstop, feeling like the fire was about to eat them alive. All of a sudden, the young guy spread his arms out like he was trying to push the flames away. Next thing they knew, they were in this bubble that was shielding them from all the chaos. The detective figured out her buddy was using first-rank magic, but she couldn't wrap her head around how first could survive against the fourth, because that was just nuts. But the dude wasn't tuning into her at all. He was in his own zone. The pretty gal felt super chill next to the dark sorcerer and was sure he'd get them out of this mess. But what Leon was really curious about was who this guy was for real. Clearly, he wasn't spilling the beans, but his curiosity was eating away at him. The troublemaker, who had been throwing punches at the crew the whole time, suddenly shouted that he got the picture. The dude said Minato Kusanagi was actually legit strong, so he figured his attack wouldn't land. But he had a whole different game in mind. The guy wasn't listening to the villain, but was focused on his pal, who said there were no clues. The bandit's magic was fading, even though the magical blast should shrink eventually. The young dude quickly explained that it was ongoing magic, but Leona had no clue what he was talking about. The teen laid it out that juggling a bunch of magic at once is impossible, and its effect would fade after some time. Music. But it can be kept alive if reactivated right when it starts to wane. Flying with wind magic works the same way. If you don't hit it at the right moment, you're not flying. After he dropped that knowledge, the girl shouted loud, saying this was not the time for lectures. She was worried their barrier would vanish soon, but looking up, she started to second-guess that. Kusanagi Manato coolly said there was no way the barrier was going anywhere because he was also rolling with ongoing magic. By the time he explained this to his buddy, the bad guy finally clued in that his opponent was on a similar magic wavelength. Leona yelled at the villain that his magic wouldn't cut it against them and told him to just give up. Bowing his head, the dude was shook for a sec, but he wasn't about to throw in the towel, so he suddenly lifted his head and proudly announced he wasn't going down because he knew exactly what he was capable of. The pretty girl got that look on his face didn't spell good news, so she figured it was best to keep her distance from him. The bad guy got that this kid was serious business and couldn't be taken out easily, but he was aware he was up to something else. Plopping down on the ground, Leona said she felt way hotter than before and just sat down without thinking. Watching the scene unfold, Kageshuji yelled that if they created a magic bubble surrounded by fire, obviously oxygen would run out and the temperature would rise, which the barrier couldn't protect them from. A moment later, he added that the uninvited guests would just bake from the heat and end up meeting their doom in the flames. Music. The villain hollered that now the magician in black had a choice to make. The young dude knew he was dealing with a psycho, so he decided to just roll with it and snickered. But that only fired up the enemy, who screamed even louder that the kid didn't have a clue what was really going down and that he didn't want to play games with him. A sec later, Kusanagi Manato said he could see everything just fine and understood even better. The villain didn't get what the young man had pulled off. But then again, he shouted that the girl was still in bad shape. But a moment later, Leona's eyes got wide as she shot up and said she could breathe easier now. And oh snap, the room wasn't roasting anymore. This situation had Kageshuji fuming, not getting why his plan was flopping or how it was even possible. The dude said that the impact of fire magic on the atmosphere was spot on, but apparently the villain missed a trick. For real, magical power is also floating in the atmosphere. Each minute, the guy was getting more and more angry and frustrated, but the teen explained that the magical, like for real, that magical vibe's totally in the air. As the moments ticked by, the dude was getting angrier and hella frustrated, but the teen broke it down and said that the barrier was like a mashup of the magician's skills and some natural vibes. That magic was hanging in the air, mixing up with the atmosphere. The young dude took a sec to think. He wasn't about to show all his tricks right off the bat. Then he started to channel this greenish energy. Kusanagi Manato said the power was basically the atmosphere, which could totally be a shield. Smashing down to the ground, the hater yelled that this was the craziest thing he'd ever seen. Getting super close to his adversary, our hero called him out as a fanatic, saying losing consciousness wasn't gonna cut it. And then in a low voice, he said the jerk had to feel the pain of his own victims, which was totally fair. The guy started screaming and crying, realizing this teenager wasn't just talking, but actually gonna do what he said. Out of nowhere, the young dude flipped on some kind of dark zone, but he didn't spill any beans about what it was. A minute later, Kageshuji felt like he was stuck in a pitch-black room, all alone. He couldn't figure out what this place was, or why he couldn't hear a thing or see anyone. Even weirder, he couldn't feel anything either. Throwing his hands up, the villain yelled that someone had to hear him because there had to be someone around. As time passed, the villain's fear just cranked up, and he was on the verge of losing it. Leaving his opponent down and out, the teenager whispered that this bad dude would pay for his earthly sins and darkness. At that moment, there was some commotion, and the girl said someone must have squealed about the whole thing. Kusanagi Manato strolled over to help her up, but she freaked out, saying she really didn't want to fly again. A sec later, she started crying, saying flying wasn't her idea of a good time. Then, while they stood on the roof, she pointed out they had wiped out the crew in Kabukite, but there were more bad guys out there that needed to be handled. She quick added that she had a request for the Black Magician that they become true allies. The detective remarked she wasn't super strong. She kinda got in the way a lot, but she had info and connections so she could be useful. Gazing up at the sky, our hero straight up admitted he felt kinda weak dealing with all these requests and declared he was always down to keep working together. Leona was all pumped, shouting that she was stoked about that too. She then chimed in that Minato Kusanagi could totally count on her for getting the word out and rallying up comrades, though the young man was lost on what she meant. The next day, the TV let everyone know that early that morning, magicians from some squad called the Black Rebellion had been nabbed, probably thanks to a dude nicknamed the Magician in Black. They were kickstarting an investigation into the whole mess. Out of the blue, the announcer said they just got an urgent message, a statement from a group going against rogue mages led by the Mage in Black. They claimed to be the Shadow's messengers taking on the task of wiping out outlaw mages, especially calling out the Black Rebellion as unshakable. They said that any kind of lawlessness was totally not okay for mages, and that rule applied to everyone. Meanwhile, some folks were glued to their TV screens catching every word being said. Then a young dude shot up from his seat, yelling in frustration. Clenching his fist, he ranted that they were talking about that Magician in Black again. But a voice from behind told him to chill out, because people like him didn't carry much weight. They added, the organization had this dude, so they should focus on that instead. After that, Fukujin the family head and some magical aristocrat burst out laughing in response to a reporter's question. One of the guests tossed in that he was not feeling the whole magical aristocracy thing. The reason was simple. This class was supposed to protect the people, but their actions, like everyone could see in videos and press conferences, were crossing all kinds of lines. Same goes for disasters, since these magicians didn't lift a finger to stop any of them. But the Special Magic Squad was on point with their work. So you could say having a magical aristocracy was just unnecessary in this case. Fukujin, who was super focused on the press conference, was so zoned in, he didn't even notice when the butler brought him tea. But in the next moment, the boss of the house zapped the TV off with some powerful spell, not wanting to see or hear any more of it. Getting up from his seat, he ordered the servant to call Shay ASAP because he wanted to chat. And slamming his fist down on the table, he declared he would show everyone what happens if they dared to mess with the magical aristocrats. Meanwhile, in New York, monsters were invading, and things were seriously stressed out. Not only were monsters popping up everywhere, but folks were also bickering at each other because everyone wanted to save their own skin. But the fights didn't last long. Once they spotted the monsters closing in, the crowd bolted. The cops who had already rolled up on the scene announced that they were about to clear the area. The law enforcement crew immediately set off their magic circles and got into defensive stances. The Special Magic Squad was on point with their work. So you could say having a magical aristocracy was just unnecessary in this case. Fukujin, who was super focused on the press conference, was so zoned in, he didn't even notice when the butler brought him tea. But in the next moment, the boss of the house zapped the TV off with some powerful spell, not wanting to see or hear any more of it. Getting up from his seat, he ordered the servant to call Shay ASAP because he wanted to chat. And slamming his fist down on the table, he declared he would show everyone what happens if they dared to mess with the magical aristocrats. Meanwhile, in New York, monsters were invading, and things were seriously stressed out. Not only were monsters popping up everywhere, but folks were also bickering at each other because everyone wanted to save their own skin. But the fights didn't last long. Once they spotted the monsters closing in, the crowd bolted. The cops, who had already rolled up on the scene, announced that they were about to clear the area. The law enforcement crew immediately set off their magic circles and got into defensive stances. The dudes knew there were way too many monsters and not enough of them, so their only shot was the magic crew. One of the guys yelled out that there was only one squad for a ton of incidents, so the squad wouldn't get there super quick, and they had to move because the monsters were totally creeping closer by the second. A second later, there was this massive explosion followed by a huge blast of fire that cleared everything in sight. Then the boss strolled out from the alley, taking his sweet time down the street. The cops knew that. There was no way they could square up against the demon, so they were totally lost about what to do next. Right at that moment, the boss unleashed some epic magic, making it clear he was no joke. And it wasn't just any magic. It was a 5-rank flaming pillar that could roast anything in its path. For a quick minute, everyone on the street went still, not knowing how to handle this level of power. But unexpectedly, another 5-rank force dropped, a giant bubble that was equally wild with its strength. As everyone gawked at the rad bubbles, the cops were trying to figure out what just went down. Just then, an urgent message came through that a disaster expert had hit the city, and it was time to get things back on track. This dude's name was Mizuha Toshichiro, and he was part of the Japanese magical elite. Even though he seemed like he didn't care about all the craziness around him, he was just doing his thing. This guy immediately set up some serious defenses and conjured a plan to attack. The demon did the same, thinking they were somewhat evenly matched, although it wasn't long before everyone watching saw this giant stream of water swallow the predator whole like it was drowning in it. As for Mizuki Toshichiro, he wasn't in a rush to finish what he was doing. The cops couldn't take their eyes off the show since they'd never seen anything like this in their lives. The guys were super stoked that this magician handled the monster problem way quicker than they thought. But Mizuhara Toshichiro just stayed chill, looking straight ahead with zero emotion. A few hours later, he was already at the airport, surrounded by high-up officials and a mob of reporters. When one of the big shots said they were super grateful for everything the magician did for their country, he was like, "Nah, don't sweat it. It's just my job." Even though some people in the crowd were saying this Japanese dude used to be a big deal, now his status didn't even hold weight. So basically, good specialists were basically extinct in the country, while Mizuhara Toshichiro looked off into the distance. The official kept going on about how he was planning to head home ASAP without any sleep or chill time, which was mad appreciated. As he walked out, the guest remembered there was a situation back home he needed to sort out pretty quick. Strolling down the airport hall, he thought to himself that all these disasters in Japan were a total embarrassment for the magical elite, and he hated that his daughters were part of a special magic squad. He knew he couldn't let this keep happening. Meanwhile, after they wrapped up another training sesh, Katsuragi Ruji said, sounding drained, that Kusanagi was way too strong. Like, this dude's obnoxiously powerful, probably the strongest in Japan. And it was wild, because he didn't even seem to be trying. The cops who showed up at the training spot waved to the guys, asking if they really couldn't take down their mentor. Even if they all teamed up, adding if they really wanted to, they could make it happen. After going back and forth, the students figured their squad had about 100 members now. And what's more, they had leveled up big time so they could totally take out Kusanagi. Hearing the squad brainstorm a plan, our hero popped up behind them and asked if they wanted to give it a shot. The freaked out students started stammering that now wasn't really the time, and they were just chatting, not planning to take on anyone yet. But the young dude wouldn't back down, saying he wasn't that scary, to the point where no one wanted to see how they matched up against him. He immediately declared that break time was over, and their next training mission was to knock him out as a whole team. They could use whatever they wanted, but they had to go all out. The students were pumped. They said since their mentor himself asked them to step up, they couldn't say no. Plus, they all believed in their abilities. Gathering their energy, the squad agreed they should unleash their highest ranks and do everything possible to take this dude down. But Minato Kusanagi had zero plans to give in, so he fought like it was the real deal. Yui, getting what the young dude was up to, yelled that he couldn't just hide behind that barrier. The teenager was dead serious, so he cranked up his rank to hold off the students' attack. Suddenly, the students felt something was off, but on the flip side, they knew they didn't have to be scared. They just had to pump up their power. In the blink of an eye, our heroes let loose their true power towards their teacher, hoping it would land. What was happening was insane. And right in the middle of everything stood Minato Kusanagi. For a hot second, the crew just froze, not sure if they had really pulled it off or totally flopped, so they just chilled, waiting for something to go down. And then, in a flash, the dude straight up nullified all the magic, even his own barrier. The bummed out squad started yelling that it was super weird since they had totally brought their A game with the 6th rank. Of course, they knew the guy was strong, but they didn't think he was like that strong. But our dude was a total beast. He didn't say a peep except that it was his turn to strike now. After dropping that bomb, the students glanced at their mentor, feeling that this was about to get real. Not long after, the crew was sprawled out on the ground. Realizing they were totally out of steam, and hearing the young man cheerfully say that training was done, the girls wanted to keep lying there. But then the phone started buzzing, and they decided to pick it up. Scrolling through the messages, the cuties thought it was a prank, and had no clue how real it was. When Kusanagi asked what was up, his friends all chimed in that their pops was coming back. A few hours later, the girls were chilling in the living room, while their dad sat there totally still staring at them. The beauties were zoned in. Their faces were like a total mystery. The man kept his head down, just staying silent or waiting for something. Finally, Mizuhara Toshichiro spoke up, asking his daughters if it was true that they had joined the magic squad, and was satisfied with the answer. The students were at a loss for what would happen next, so they zoned out again and sat quietly. Music. But after a moment, their dad asked them to spill the tea on it in as much detail as they could. You could tell the girls were stoked about this whole thing. They felt like their dad was super proud of them and was really looking to know everything. Ye jumped in explaining that this squad was all about helping society, that they had already stopped a bunch of disasters, and that everyone in their crew was ridiculously talented. Ruka added they were leveling up way faster than before. Their magical powers had more than doubled, and their rank usage had shot up, all thanks to Kusanagi, who was just an epic dude. Without him, they wouldn't have grown so much and would have struggled to stop chaos. Picking up a cup, the man said it sounded like this guy was the whole package. The girls immediately jumped in, saying he might even be able to throw down with miso back on the tray, but said nothing. Out of nowhere, the guy announced that the girls needed to bounce from the group. The beauties looked at their dad totally shocked, not getting why he'd make such a call when everything was going so well. But he explained that everyone knew the magical aristocracy's rep was totally trashed, which was messing with Japan as a whole. The aristocracy is the backbone of the country, and not only is there no need for a special unit, but it's also dragging the state down. This Kusanagi, who they'd just been talking about, was super dangerous, and staying in touch with him in the future was a no-go. Standing up, the girls yelled that this was way too despotic. The man also stood up and said softly that it'd be best for them to do as he said, like always. She thought to herself that until today, she had always followed her dad's rules and never called him out. But now the girl shouted firmly that this would not stand. She said she wasn't about to quit the squad or cut ties with her friend, and the girls were also dead set on continuing their training. The special magic squad was doing the dirty work the aristocracy was supposed to handle. If her dad had suggested joining forces, she would have been all in, but leaving the squad, no way. Crossing his arms, Mizuha Toshichiro declared that if that's how it was, they'd be kicked out of the house and would never again. With a grin on her face, she added that from now on, she was going to do her own thing, staying in the unit, not as a magical aristocrat, but just as a regular girl. A moment passed, and the girl was already strutting down the hallway, clearly showing she had made her choice. Hearing her dad say that he couldn't believe her sister was standing up like this, Ruka chimed in that she had definitely changed, and as she approached the door, she said the same went for her too. Mizuha Toshichiro tried to respond, but the girl cheerfully announced that she totally understood everything, but getting banished didn't scare her one bit. And bowing at the door, she respectfully said she was still thankful to her dad for everything he'd done. Left alone, the king of the castle said that his girl still didn't get the true meaning of the magical aristocracy. Sadness was clear in his eyes, even though he had zero intention of bringing anyone back or changing things. Walking down the street with her bags in tow, Yuka was thinking that her dad had definitely crossed the line, was gone from the house, and they'd never be seen as magical royalty again. Then Yuka turned around super determined and started to bounce, saying she heard and got the memo. With a big old grin, she added that she was going to do her own thing from now on, still rolling with her crew, but just as a regular girl, not some magical high roller. After a hot sec, the girl was strutting down the hall, making it clear she'd made her mind up. When she heard her dad say that it was wild to think her sis would speak up like that, Ruka realized she'd changed for sure. As she got closer to the door, she chimed in that it was the same for her. Mizuha Toshichiro was about to throw in some words, but the girl was all smiles, saying she totally got everything, and getting booted didn't freak her out one bit. She bowed at the door and said she was still thankful to her dad for all he'd done. Left alone, the head honcho of the house sighed, knowing his daughter just didn't get what the magical aristocracy was all about. You could see the sadness in his eyes, but he wasn't about to chase anyone down or do anything about it. Strolling down the street with suitcases in hand, Yuka said her dad had crossed a line. And despite everything they went through, her sis agreed, adding they should figure out what to do with their own lives. But the girl was still stressing about her big sis being unsure of her choices, even if she said she was on the same page. She quickly tossed in that she wasn't leaving her rebel sister all alone, because duh, she was family. Hearing this, the beauty spun around totally pumped and peeked at her. A minute later, she squeezed her arm as tight as she could. Before you knew it, they were already at the hotel, ready to check in, realizing they didn't really have a better plan. For a bit, the receptionist was eyeing the cuties, shaking his head like, what's up with these girls? Glancing at the iced tea, Yuka spoke up with a hint of sadness, saying they were in deep trouble. The deal was that no hotel would take in minors. No one was renting them a spot, and it felt like every door was just slammed shut. Ruka thought about lying so they could crash at a hotel, but her younger sis wouldn't have a chance to pull that off. The girls knew they had cash since their hustle in the squad was paying off, but in this situation, it was totally worthless. Out of nowhere, some dudes came up straight away asking if they were actresses and wanting to hang out. The guys plopped down with the girls, chatting about how lucky they were. Even though the girls were clueless about their convo, Ruka was not having it, so she said in a laid-back voice that they should bounce. The guys realized they'd messed up, so they put their hands up and said it was just a little mix-up, and they were super sorry. After those cocky dudes dipped, Ruka didn't hold back and had some unkind words about them glancing at her sis. But her sister just grinned and said everything was all right now. Then she jumped up all hyped, yelling that they should live it up while they could. Ignoring her big sis's advice about where they'd crash for the night, she shouted that they'd think about that later. A minute later, the girls went for their suitcases to grab their fly clothes. Yuka pulled out one of her fancy dresses and started trying it on. After that, the girls hit up a toy store, reminiscing about their childhood. But that wasn't enough, so they bounced to a karaoke bar where Yuka totally belted out some tunes. As they walked outside, the beauty exclaimed it was so amazing. They'd packed in so much fun in one day. While Ruka said she'd never had this much fun, even with the sleepover dilemma still hanging over them, the girls brushed it off. Then out of the blue, Yui turned to her sister and was all sappy about how great it was to have her around. Shocked, Ruka stared at her like she'd just dropped some major truth bomb. After that, they kept chatting about where they might crash for the night, realizing their options were pretty slim. But then, a minute later, Yuka saw a message pop up on her phone from Minato Kusanagi, who was all confused, and asked her to remind him about opening the door. The dude looked over at the girls and was like, "What made you come to visit me out of nowhere?" With a bit of awkwardness, the girls were like, "Can we crash here for a minute?" It was totally random, but he led them into the living room and even offered them tea. With irritation in his tone, totally out of character for Minato Kusanagi, he was like, "It's pretty reckless to just bounce from home like that." The girls lowered their heads, admitting they got it now. Even though the guy thought to himself that the girls had changed and were more chill compared to before, and that their vibe was better, Yuka suddenly said they knew they were putting him in a tough spot by dropping in like this. But could they at least chill for a bit since they had no other options? The dude sensed some feels from the girls, but it didn't seem mutual, so he figured it would be cool. Nodding his head, he said he understood, so he'd let the sisters stay with him for a while. The girls exchanged happy looks, realizing they totally made the right call. But then the guy dropped a bombshell that he didn't have much room, and the sisters were like, "That's no biggie." Hearing that, he said they'd still have to deal with some unexpected surprises. After he said that, the girls got a little shy, but didn't dare to contradict him or say anything else. The younger sis was thinking that Minato Kusanagi seemed different, maybe because they were about to live under the same roof, which was like super weird for her. The other sister was also puzzled about why her heart was pounding like it was about to leap out of her chest. The dude, noticing the girls were wiped out, suggested they take a shower. But when they heard what he said, they were all like super confused. The guy was taken aback and said he must have totally misunderstood something. They quickly figured out they messed up and were like, "Of course, we'll hit the shower." Just a few minutes later, Yuka was already chilling under the steaming water. At that moment, the guy was like, "Wow, leaving home." Like that was a bold move. They realized they made the right call. But then the guy popped in and was like, "I don't have much space though." The sisters were quick to say it was no big deal at all. Hearing that, the young guy was like, "We still got to sort out some unexpected stuff though." After he said that, the girls were low-key embarrassed, but didn't dare argue back or say anything more. The younger sis thought Minato Kusanagi seemed kinda off, maybe, because now they had to live together. It felt super weird to her. The second sister was also confused about why her heart was racing like crazy, almost about to pop out of her chest. Realizing the girls were worn out, the dude suggested a shower. When they heard this, they were kinda caught off guard. The guy raised an eyebrow, thinking he must have totally messed up, but they quickly realized the goof and said they'd definitely take a shower. A few minutes later, Yue was already under the hot blast. The young dude chimed in, leaving home, like that pretty bold move, honestly. So like the girl totally admitted it was the first time they had ever gone against their dad's wishes. I mean, he's super strict and never lets them do their own thing, so she knows he'll be even more intense about protecting them from any disasters or demon drama. The dude was like super loud, saying that the guy's thoughts about the special unit were, let's just say, not so great. This dude might even try to pull some moves on them. At that moment, the little sis popped out of the shower, all smiles, saying she felt way better. The girl was like, "Okay, Ruka, time to bounce." And Ruka was all like, "I was just about to get up." Seriously, it was only a minute, and the girl was already in the shower just like her sister, and they both realized it was basically the best feeling ever. Out of nowhere, Yuka was like, "I have the weirdest feeling right now." She couldn't even believe she was chilling like this with her classmate, who was also like he's never had guests before. And the gorgeous girl thanked her buddy again, saying if it weren't for him, they'd be stuck on the street. But the guy just shut his eyes and was like, "No need to thank me seriously." He was like, "I didn't do anything special." But Yuka couldn't stop smiling, although the dude was like confused about what was going on. Then she said it was just because he always said that no matter what. Minato Kusanagi was all chill, saying the idea for the magic squad was his. Plus, he was the boss, and the girls were totally rocking their roles. He couldn't just ditch his friends like duh. He quickly said he'd do everything he could to help. But after that, Uka's heart started racing like crazy, and she was losing it. Thank goodness Ruka walked in just then, fresh out of the shower. Grinning, she was like, "I'm done, the bathroom's free. You guys can roll with me, and the dude can take his shower." And the guy was all in for that because, like, tomorrow they had both classes and training. Once he walked out, the girls were left alone, but they weren't rushing to chat about anything. Rook looked down with her eyes closed, kinda bummed about something. The next day, Shido Shigo told our hero that he whipped up a training schedule and wanted the team captain to peep it. The blonde dude got up saying their regular meeting was done so the young man could dip, but he wasn't in a hurry since he had something important to say. Kusanagi Minato calmly dropped the bomb that Mizuha's sister would be living at his pad now. Hearing that, the blonde dude freaked out like never before and screamed, "Are you serious? The three of us are really gonna live together." The cop didn't say anything out loud but thought to himself that the teenager was living with two girls and was surprisingly chill about it. Was that how things were for today's youth? He figured it was time to snap this guy back to reality. With a calm voice, Shido Shego explained that polygamy isn't allowed in Japan, but the guy just asked if it was really that popular. Strolling down the hallway, our hero was like, "It's super cramped living in one room. Maybe he should think about moving." Just then, Sonata Karen was getting her martial arts training on outside. It was obvious the training was tough for her, but she wasn't about to give up. The guy saw this and asked if she was really still at it. His pal explained that she was way behind everyone else because she just learned how to use offensive magic. She quickly added that Kusagani was her senior since he was the squad leader, so there was no need for all the respect stuff. The guy didn't want to start a debate, so he looked at his smiling friend and said he'd follow her lead. Then he told her to try and attack, but to do it on purpose. And as he walked away, he said not to overthink it. Just go for it, and do it already. No need to wait around and wonder if it would work. Sonata Kuren knew that being scared wouldn't help, so she started to practice. Seeing this, the mentor said the policewoman was doing way better, and if she kept it up, she'd get even stronger. But then, the girl got hit with sadness again, saying she was nowhere near as good as the others because she felt super weak. The young dude wasn't feeling her vibe. He told her she was being way too hard on herself and was convinced she was giving it her all. Crisesa timidly said she only got into the police force because her healing magic was rare, so she felt she couldn't become as skilled as the others. The girl genuinely said she thought she was the weakest in the squad, but she didn't like it being that way. She quickly started apologizing, saying she didn't want to make the captain uncomfortable by bringing it up. Kusanagi Minato wasn't awkward about it at all. He just wanted to know why Sonata Karen picked to work in the police. After thinking for a sec, the beauty told him her grandma used to be a healing magician. She saved a ton of people during a big disaster, and Karen wanted to be like her, which is why she joined the police, even though her grandma had passed away. Turning away, she added that her reason was so simple it was kind of surprising, and that she didn't have these grand reasons and goals like the others. She decided to join the police even though her grandma had died. Turning away, she added that the reason was so simple that it was surprising, and that she did not have the same grand reasons and goals as the others. And once again, she was all down on herself, saying she wouldn't hit any big wins because she was training hard, but nothing was vibing. But then at that moment, music. The dude asked if that was really how it was. Getting closer, our guy told her there was one thing she totally rocked at. She could heal peeps. She got skills in offensive magic, and that's got to count for something, right? The reason could be anything, but what really matters is how you finish. At least Sonata Karen is hustling hard, grinding nonstop, and giving it her all. He quickly added that the cop was doing her thing till today. The girl shut her eyes and didn't say anything, but for some reason tears started flowing. After a bit, the officer started to apologize, saying she was older, but the guy shot back that age didn't mean squat. Then the girl complimented him, saying he looked like a teen, but thought like an adult. She realized this wasn't the first time he had come through for her. Total hero vibes, up on the roof of some building. Minato Kusagani was like, "Yo, Leona, why the sudden meetup? What's the urgency?" The girl squinted at him, but took her time answering. But a minute later, she spilled that she had some deets he definitely wouldn't know but would want to find out. It was all about some dark secrets in the magical elite scene. Kusanagi Manato didn't want to play any games, so he said he was all ears and wanted Leona to drop all the knowledge she had. To kick things off, Leona told him to slip into a shadow suit, even though he was like, "I can't wear this everyday fam." After that, the detective said she'd been nosing around using her media connections and music, found some info on illegal magicians and secret magical clubs, and heard some wild stuff about the magical elite. There were whispers of bribery schemes, theft, and more. And tons of rumors flying about the Fuka fam. There were even peeps saying they were teaming up with gangsters. The guy was super tuned in, but the real question was, who was pulling the strings? So Leona said the gossip pointed to Satoshi Osamu, who used to roll with the aristocrats. He got kicked out for being reckless, and it was even a hot topic in the news for a bit. Our dude said that tight link with those aristocrats had to raise some eyebrows. And the girl was like, yeah, she was uneasy about it too. But they didn't have any solid proof. Stuff like this usually stays under wraps, so it's tough to dig up the facts. She herself thought blackmail might be involved. So if the mage wanted to dive deeper, he'd need to tread carefully. As he took off, Minato Kusagani asked her to send all the intel to his phone, and with a wave, he added he planned to take down the bad guys. After that, the teen confidently strutted off. While he walked, he was like, there are mad ways to go about this, and if his foes were villains, he'd show no mercy. After a bit, he found himself chilling in his room, surrounded by girls who were all doing their own things. Ruka was deep in meditation. He said he was planning on taking out the bad guys, all confidently rolling with it. As he walked, he thought that there were a ton of ways to go about it, and if he was dealing with villains, he wouldn't hold back. Soon enough, he was chilling in his room, surrounded by girls doing their own thing. Ruka was all about meditating and looked super deep in thought, totally zoned out like she couldn't see or hear nothing. Meanwhile, Yuka was grinding through her homework and scribbling in her notebook, and Minato Kusanagi figured it was high time he studied up on disasters and the whole history from the last 50 years since he finally got the hang of using a phone. Then he started clicking away on his device. A bit later, he uncovered something that made him super stoked. Turns out the history till the day of his death lined up mostly, but there was barely anything about today's magicians, and a ton of lies were spread about the achievements of the magical aristocrats. There's actually very little solid info. For instance, after a bit, he stumbled upon something that made him totally hyped. Turns out the story leading up to his death actually made sense, but not a whole lot was written down. People know how magicians reach such high levels, but if folks had books about magic back in the day, the world wouldn't be in this funk. But if Yuki's words are true, those books and magic records are long gone, making it seem like someone is actively trying to weaken magicians. Maybe the head of the Mizu fam knows more about this. But with all this going down, it won't be easy to meet with that dude, plus info on the disasters is super slim. It was all fuzzy what caused them each time, why they even happened, and what they really were. While Kusagi Minato muttered to himself, Yuka was watching him closely. The next day, the whole crew showed up at the training ground on schedule, ready to grind. Right then, the dispatcher dropped a message from Central Police HQ to the whole crew that a new disaster had popped off, so each team member had to bounce to handle the task. The guy wasn't waiting for a personal invite. He straight up said it was time to roll. But as he zoomed to the scene, our hero was taken aback by something. Below, Shisei Fuka was stomping on a little monster, grinning and yelling that the crew showed up way too late. And pointing right at our dude's face, he bragged that he had already taken everyone down, saying the special magic squad was totally whack. Pointing right at the young dude's face, he bragged about already taking everyone down, adding that the special magic squad was basically useless. Straight up said that the chill warriors shouldn't stress, cause music. None of the townsfolk got messed up. The dude kept claiming that the students always said they were out for the people's good, but for real, if they hadn't shown up, everyone would have been toast. So he told them to step up their game next time. An annoyed Yuka jumped in and asked our hero what the heck all of this was about. After a bit, something similar went down. The music dude spotted the chaos, so they sprinted to help. But the chunky guy was back at it, laughing and saying the students were way too late, adding that the music teens always rolled in too late, making them kinda useless. The crew was mad because they couldn't figure out how this was even possible. And to add fuel to the fire, Sha Fuko once again dissed the magic squad, declaring that magic aristocrats were just the real deal. Yika raised her voice, pointing out that this was the 5th time some crazy stuff like this had happened. It couldn't just be bad luck. Something was definitely off. Shigo threw out the idea that maybe someone was messing with the squad's game plan, since it was clear info was getting to them with hella delay. Our hero thought he had a knack for spotting trouble if it was happening close by, but from way out, nah, that was tricky, and he was lost on what to do. But the girl kept ripping into it, yelling that when bosses of demon level and up, this chubby dude didn't step into battle, and it seriously bugged her. Out of nowhere, the lady cop mentioned that Fuka fans were popping up all over the internet, even though the blonde dude thought they were all fake. Then the girl told them that for some whack reason, the fat guy decided to throw a press conference that was about to kick off. The crew was curious about what he might spill, so they turned on the TV to catch it. Fukin was all smiles, with the reporters thanking everyone for showing up, and said he was going to take this chance to call out the magical aristocracy for slacking. He especially wanted to spotlight his son, who had faced a load of heat from everyone around him. But those reporters wouldn't let him finish. They jumped in, saying the magical aristocracy was a danger to everyone and wanted to know how they planned to fix things. Just a moment later, the family rep flopped onto the desk, sounding super sorry about how things turned out. The crowd had never seen an aristocrat bow down before, which was mega weird. The guy was like he messed up raising his son, but he's trying to change now, and even helping out with the disasters. After he said that, the media started buzzing about how the young man was actually putting in work, throwing around rumors that he was getting to places quicker than the magic squad. Laid out on the table, Fukushin couldn't help but smile secretly, knowing his plan was working. The aristocrat claimed that the surprise disasters and his unexpected trips abroad led to a shortage of workers, which just made things worse. But he promised that wouldn't happen again. The crew totally caught on to the fact that this flashy old dude was trying to pull a fast one on everyone. But still, the video was blowing up. Yuka felt bummed. She knew how much good they had done when they worked their hearts out, but now they had totally been forgotten. But the dude told her to chill out, cause music, it didn't even matter what others thought. They weren't backing down from saving people, no way. He added right after that everyone could count on him cause he'd think of something. Facing his boss, Shigo asked what he had just said. The dude repeated with a hint of menace that he was starting to doubt the squad's value. Folks were still complaining, and the boss didn't want to clash with the aristocrats. That's why the old dude wanted the cop to take the blame for what was happening. The blonde guy said it was all Fuka's idea, but the chief wasn't having it, telling the cop to not let his feelings mess with him since creating the squad and having beef with the aristocracy was on him. The officer knew for sure someone was messing things up for the unit, so he was itching to find out who it was, but the dude told him to stop pointing fingers at others for his failures. He added that no matter what, the blonde guy had to fix people's opinions and get better ties with the aristocrats. Music. If Shido couldn't handle that, the squad was going to get shut down. Right then, Fukujin was all hyped, yelling that victory was his. The servant heard him and said he believed in his master's power, while the master claimed he had found some suckers, and all he had to do was play the crowd a bit, and they'd totally believe him. Then he stood up and hollered that with the townsfolk on his team, the special magic squad would definitely meet its end. The dude cackled loud, super sure that everything was going his way now. Meanwhile, standing on the street, Minato Kusanagi looked up and stayed quiet. Yuka, furious and annoyed, yelled that they hadn't been called for a mission in a whole week, which was so not normal. Ruka pointed out that this was because the Fuka family had pretty much taken over disaster control, which Katsuragi Ruji confirmed, saying that even the cops were getting in the way of the squad's operations. Our hero stated that the aristocratic... He noted that no matter what, the blonde dude needed to change how people saw him and improve ties with the fancy folks. Music. If Shido couldn't pull this off, the squad was getting shut down. Right then, Fukujin excitedly shouted that victory was totally his. The servant heard this and said he believed in his master's power, while the master was all "I've found my fools. It's just a bit of crowd-pleasing, and they'll buy whatever I'm selling." Standing up, he shouted that with the townsfolk on his side, the special magic squad was definitely gonna tank. He laughed like there was no tomorrow, all confident that he'd crushed it. Meanwhile, Minato Kusanagi was standing in the street, looking up and just soaking it all in, staying quiet. Yuka, totally mad and annoyed, yelled that they hadn't been called for a mission in a week, which was totally off. Ruka chimed in that was because the Fuka family was handling disaster relief now, which Katsuragi Ruji confirmed, adding that even the cops were messing with the squad's hustle. The dude said that the fancy magicians had connections in the police, so it was no surprise they saw the squad as a threat. While Yuka kept yelling, the guy calmly pointed out that the squad had totally messed with the aristocrats' reputation. He thought to himself that some of those aristocrats rolled with gangsters, and that made the squad's vibes super unwelcome. Noticing Yui coming up and yelling even louder, he was like, "Why are you saying all this to me?" After that, the girl was like, "I can't even believe our dad could be involved," but Ruka thought he might just be... Standing tall, Ichami Manato declared that it was time to find out, because normal chit-chat wouldn't cut it this time. The girls freaked out when they realized the guys were headed to Masuwa Toshichiro, immediately starting to object, but the boys were quick to point out that the girls didn't have to tag along. The sisters decided they totally had to go, because that was their dad after all. A while later, the whole squad was standing at the gate, but the workers were all, "You guys gotta bounce, you're not welcome here." The girls said they came just to chat, so they should be let in, but the maids were like, "Nope, the master ordered nobody gets in, not even his daughters," adding that those who'd been cast out couldn't come back over that threshold. The sisters stared ahead, focused, unsure what to say. At that moment, our hero stepped up, bowed, introduced himself, and said he was the head of a special magic squad here to talk to the Misuwa family head. The maid said there were specific days for that kind of stuff, and you still had to book an appointment, but he insisted he just had a few questions. The young dude was smiling, but inside, he was thinking he might need to muscle his way in to get what he wanted. Suddenly, the voice of the house owner echoed, asking the young dude why he was here. The guy didn't plan on getting close to clarify, but also wasn't in a rush. The maids explained that these people were here to talk to him. In the next moment, the dude grinned, but deep down, he knew he might have to grind a little harder to snag what he wanted. Out of nowhere, the homeowner's voice cut through, asking why this kid had shown up. He wasn't planning on getting all up in their business to clear things up, but he didn't want to speed through it either. The maids filled him in that these peeps were here to chat with him. In the blink of an eye, Mizuhara Toshichiro and our dude locked eyes, but neither of them broke the chill. Out of nowhere, the house owner caved and told the guests they could let these peeps in. And the boys got that this was a big win, but they weren't about to celebrate too soon. Kusanagi Minato was cruising down the hallway, telling the girls they had an older bro, but they were like, "Nah, that's our dad." It was wild since he looked more like 20 than anything. The mage caught some chatter behind him, but he didn't dare turn around or say squat. Just a couple of minutes later, and the guests had already flopped down in the living room, ready to kick off the convo. For a sec, it felt like a spooky silence took over the room. Neither the host nor the boys said a peep. The sisters huddled totally unsure of what to do and just looking to their leader. Then, out of the blue, Mizuhara Toshichiro brought up that the trickster who had his girls swooning was right in front of them, with his usual grin. The teen said he didn't think he was in the wrong since the girls could choose for themselves, and it wasn't cool for a parent to act that way. He added that really, a dad should be hyped to see his girls growing up. It was clear that hit the old man hard, but he didn't jump to react. The young dude always spoke his mind, So he was just chillin' with his natural vibe. Realizing the awkward silence was going nowhere, our hero suggested they cut to the chase, saying the pressure on the special magic squad was coming from Mizuhara Toshichiro. But he wanted to double check on that. The man shot back that he hadn't given any orders or had any plans and barely even chatted with other aristocrats. But he could say for sure that the Fuka family was behind it. The teen was like, "Whoa, dude, you're pretty upfront with me," and noted that he liked straight shooters. He quickly added that he had heard about a young dude, a student whose power stacked up against the aristocrats, and who had also stopped many disasters, but it sounded pretty sketchy. Kusanagi Manato had nothing to hide, so he asked if the homeowner wanted to see for himself. Out of nowhere, a bluish mist wrapped around the man, making him look all serious. The guy got what was up, but it didn't freak him out at all, so he just smiled. Not so much for the other guys. They noted that this force was downright insane, so strong that they couldn't even budge. Time rolled on, and the powerful mages were just sitting there facing off. Then the host said it was impressive that few magicians could take him on, but the guy shot back that magic perception and control were the real deal for any magician. He added that raw magic power wasn't that thrilling. For the first time, the man cracked a smile, and frankly, admitted that was a bold call. Kusanagi Manato thought to himself that this dude's control of magic, along with the magical power, was off the charts compared to other mages so far. He had never come across anyone like him before. Talent and skill didn't even cut it. There was something else about this dude. He was definitely hiding something. That's why the dude asked his dad's buddies why magicians were so weak. His dad was like, "How'd you even come up with that, bro?" The guy confidently shot back that he knew all about what went down 50 years ago. Mizuha Toshichiro didn't even bother asking more questions. He just said it was all about keeping things chill and regular, but that the kid would figure it all out in time. He added that noble magic was totally necessary. As he was bouncing, our main guy asked if even folks like the Fuka fam were really needed. The dude was stumped on how to respond, so he just stared at the kid. Realizing there were no more answers coming, Kusanagi Manato puffed up and said it was time to head out, thanking the host for answering his questions. But the real bummer was that the guys couldn't leave because some magical weirdness hit them. Our hero knew he couldn't really do much, so he just grabbed his buddy's arm to help him along. The guy mumbled out loud that if the Mizuha fam was involved, he would have jumped in, but it didn't look like it was, which was a relief. Then he turned and said Yuka and Ruka were his homies, and he cared about them a ton. Mizuhara Toshichiro asked what he meant by that, but the kid replied with a smirk, "Who even knows?" The next day, while hauling boxes of uniforms, the cops were stoked that their magic-proof costumes finally showed up ready to make monster fighting way easier. Shiduigo grinned, saying they could totally go all out now. Snagging his phone, our guy announced he was ready too. He then said it was time to get back at their enemies. At that moment, chilling in his office, Fukajin yelled that the special magic squad was wrapping up, and soon he'd be running Japan with the Black Crew. Fuka was all in on this plan and kept going, saying all the cash and fame would be theirs, and the common folks would have no choice but to bow down. Just then, a bunch of people rolled into the room announcing they were the police, and everyone should stay put. While the homeowner tried to argue, his son pointed out something wild happening outside the window, saying it was even crazier out there. A reporter in a chopper was saying that the cops had busted into suspect Fukajin's pad, marking the first time a magical aristocrat was getting hit with charges. The officer flashed a document and said the head guy was being accused of bribery, intimidation, and misusing special powers, and he was about to get arrested. The furious man hollered, demanding they not talk to him like that, and definitely not without proof. A moment later, everyone present shouted that they had more than enough evidence. Kusanagi Minato, chilling in the doorway, held up his phone with something interesting on it. The angry dude was confused about why the kid was even there, but then insisted there was no evidence and couldn't possibly be any, saying it was all a setup. After loading one of the clips, the kid calmly said that the video clearly showed the aristocrat taking a bribe. There was another clip exposing collusion with outlaw magicians along with blackmail and threats. Fukajin was not about to back down or confess, yelling it was all made up, since back in their time, they could do way worse things. Getting up close, the young dude said maybe even after seeing this footage, he'd still insist he was innocent. The butler, hanging behind his master, told him they needed help because of the disaster and urged him to convey that the mage was in serious trouble, but the man just brushed it off coldly. Then he said the police could deal with whatever disaster had struck, no matter how huge, because he had his own stuff to handle. The mad owner remembered that chat well, since it happened when the disaster hit the academy students, but he had no clue where the recording came from. Bowing, the butler coolly said he made it. Grabbing the old dude by the collar, Fukajin roared at him, asking how he could betray him, like that, calling it treason. But the man just shut his eyes, refusing to argue or say anything. Still, the servant recalled a conversation they had not too long ago where he told the magician in black he couldn't betray his master. Although the kid stood his ground, he asked if the butler really believed in his principles and if he liked serving a family that was totally rotting away. Hearing this, the man paused for a second to think. The young guy kept pushing, asking if he'd just wait to see the end of the Fuka family, or accept the pain and save the magical aristocrats. Suddenly, the butler spoke up, telling his old master he was acting in a way that was totally unworthy of the magical elite. Raising his voice, he shouted that people like that should be kicked out. Fukujin shot a glare at his subordinate, but didn't jump to take any action. Suddenly tapping into his magical power, the aristocrat yelled. But the man just shut his eyes, not looking to argue or say anything. But the servant remembered a chat they'd had not long ago where he told the magician in black that he couldn't ditch his master. Even though the young man held his ground, he asked if the butler was sticking to his principles and if he actually liked serving a family that was way past its prime. Hearing that made the man go quiet for a sec as he pondered. The young man kept pressing, asking if he was ready to wait for the end of the Fuka family or if he was going to bail them out and save the magical aristocracy. Suddenly, the butler snapped, telling his former master he was acting in a way that didn't fit the magical aristocracy. Raising his voice, he shouted that those kinds of folks needed to be kicked out of it. Fukujin shot a glare at his subordinate, but didn't rush to do anything. Suddenly, he summoned his magic power and yelled for his servant to kick the bucket. But hold up, he felt some weird vibes behind him. A crazy beam of light lit up the spot and started to wipe everything out. Luckily, the butler just chilled out and fell back without getting hurt. At that moment, our dude was telling the aristocrat that he had nowhere to bounce and was about to face the music for all his shady moves. The guy in the room was tripping, wondering how everyone could mess up the hard work he'd put in, which took years of grinding cash and clout. And now it was all toast. But the teen calmly dropped the truth bomb that the magician was the one to blame for the whole mess. Cackling like a maniac, Fukin said he couldn't remember when he last got this mad. He bragged that he even had a backup pad overseas for emergencies, so there was no way the cops could catch him. But then he got all quiet. After that, he yelled even scarier that he would take everyone out first. His crew got the memo to jump in right away, but it was useless because Minato Kusanagi was quick to throw up a shield for his squad. The young dude didn't want the regular cops to take any hits, so he made it clear this was his crew's show and his pals could bounce. At that moment, the reporter said she could see some magic being flung at the house. Looks like the Fuka fam decided to throw down. The journalist mentioned that these magical aristocrats were mingling with the criminal scene. While the townsfolk were scared for their lives because of disasters and monster attacks, this family was just all about themselves. The viewers vibing with the stream said sadly that they could no longer roll with the magical aristocracy, but who's got their backs now? But then the reporter dropped that there are those who are always down to step in. She was talking about the magical squad peeps who rolled up to the scene. They showed up knowing that things might not be chill and they'd face some heat, but these guys know their stuff, so they ain't scared to take risks. Plus, you can count on the squad leader Minato Kusanagi, a bold teen who's always ready to throw down. This time was no different, as the owner of the crib had already stepped onto the terrace to bounce, but he knew they wouldn't let him slide that easily. The enemy was glaring hard. He was clearly plotting something shady and had no plans to back off from his scheme. The same vibe hit his goons, who had already flipped their magical powers on and were floating above the girls. The haters were all smug, claiming the students were way too clueless to think they could beat real magicians like them. We shot back that unlike those lazy magical aristocrats, we were busy, while the rest of the squad was out there cleaning up disasters and taking on monsters. The heavyset guy didn't want to hear it, so he started yelling again that he was over students who just got in the way. The girl wasn't about to stop yapping, saying she couldn't stand the lazy magical aristocrats, and that she'd never forgive them for forgetting the people. Fukujin, who was standing in front of our dude, asked him if he really thought he could take down the aristocracy, but the boy shot back with why he should even lose. Out of nowhere, the hater blasted a powerful energy wave at the helicopter, trying to bring it down. It looked bad for the helicopter, but it didn't go down because it was already shielded. Raising his hand, the guy said it was time to end this charade, but the villain just cackled and said honestly he'd do anything for cash. Right then, the girls jumped into the fray with the fat dude who was convinced he was way stronger than everyone else. Katsuragi Ruji had flawless control over his strength, so he wasn't about to lag behind his mentor. The cops who couldn't do much before were now fighting back like they'd trained for this their whole lives. And guess what? Of the foes went down hard and got launched across the area. Shifuka, who saw his goon get wrecked, thought to himself that this was a wild twist, but a minute later, one of the family members was also sent flying, pushed back by our heroes. Now, Shache Fuka was shook and not in the mood for laughs because he totally got that his crew was outmatched and weaker. Seeing all his goons sprawled out, the fat guy was lost on what to do because he realized that now all the squad members were going to come after him solo, but the hater was determined he couldn't back down. He couldn't let the Sorry Magic squad think they were stronger than the aristocrats. Realizing some of his peeps were finally coming around, Fuka quickly ordered them to hatch a plan to take out these students. After that, he declared they'd need to go all out. That way the impact would be just what they wanted. The girls, catching on to the enemy's scheme, shot each other focused looks. Knowing what kind of attack they were about to use, the beautiful fighters activated the 6th rank, unleashing a crazy explosive stream. They understood that this was real power that would be hard to stop. And their choice ended up being super smart, because in like no time, the whole enemy squad was down on the ground, totally confused about what just went down. The big dude stared up at the sisters above him, all mad and bummed out. Knowing he was basically out of options, the girl kept quiet. They just locked eyes on their foe, and as he hit the floor, the hefty guy and his crew started talking about how they were just protecting themselves and promised it wouldn't go down like this again, asking for forgiveness for their actions. The babe turned away and said that in that case, they really had no choice but to let these dudes off the hook. Then out of nowhere, the men jumped up and started throwing shade at the sisters, saying they had totally fallen for some lame trick. But then things got wild because they ran into a whole magical squad that instantly started defending themselves and hitting back. Sha Fuka plopped down on the ground, bawling and saying their deal was they'd get forgiven. Yuka, all cocky, asked if these losers thought they could just get forgiven without changing their ways. Without a word, they started crying again, giving the kids those puppy dog eyes. Kusanagi Minato checked out his crew and told them they totally crushed it with the task. With the same hype, he told the head dad that his pompous son just lost to his pals from the magic crew. The dude was fuming, held back his words, but was definitely eyeing the young man trying to spot his weak points. For a sec, it looked like Fukujin might back down because he was acting pretty weird, but then he sprang into action attacking the young dude with his 1st rank. Our hero wasn't expecting that, but he dodged the hit just in time. The villain wasn't stopping there, so he cranked up his rank and unleashed a wind spear. But that didn't work either, because Kusanagi Manato decided to use his lightning speed to bail. But the aristocrat didn't let up activating his 3rd rank. The young guy totally got his opponent's game, but he wasn't rushing to hit back, knowing it was smarter to save his strength. Then the reporter said something wild was going down below, because the magical aristocrat Fukujin, who was kinda sus, was playing it super safe. The dude knew what was happening, but wasn't about to bail. So he activated his 4th rank. Our hero got the memo and stayed chill, knowing his opponent was no joke. If he wasn't strong, he wouldn't be stupid enough to test his own power. As the minutes ticked by, the villain pumped up his magic, wanting to show the boy he was nothing in comparison. For a moment, the boy actually stopped seeing something nasty was brewing. The guy laying on the ground yelled in shock that their mentor was in deep trouble. Even though the young folks were clueless on what to do, they didn't know if they should jump in. Finally, Minato Kusanagi got his magic on point and set up a magical barrier. Now feeling secure, the young man zeroed in on his opponent. His buddies realized this was a top-tier skill, easily dispelling 5th-level magic with that barrier. The viewers watching all the craziness said those upper-class folks couldn't be weak, since they had 5th-level magic up their sleeves. But what blew minds was that our hero defended himself from all that with such a solid barrier. Meanwhile, the reporter was buzzing, saying the two sides were pretty even in power, and they've never caught a fight like this before. Our hero, dropping down to the balcony, was confused about why his rival was throwing weak magic at him. Maybe he thought he was going to get back up. But the enemy spat out that the guy was already wiped out, so he just came to chill for a bit. But Minato Kusanagi puffed up, saying he could easily wipe the floor with the aristocrat. But then it wouldn't even be a match, even though he was kinda over it. He instantly said he wanted to see all of Fukujin's power, so he could end this fast. The guy thought he was messing with a dumb kid since he decided to play those games. But before that, he wanted to dish out some wisdom and told the kid not to lose hope. His magical power was at 200,000 points. Hearing this, our hero's pals started debating because they knew tons of people in Japan don't even hit 100,000 points, which means this guy was totally bluffing. Still, the dudes didn't want to ditch Kusanagi alone with this guy. They knew they had to stick by him. Just then, our hero turned around, but what he saw wasn't cool. Right behind him were 3 brave kids ready to back him up. Fukujin tossed up a barrier without missing a beat while throwing down some serious magic. Looking at the group, the dude laughed and said he'd basically wrecked them. He added that if they got any closer, they'd be kissing the ground. The guys knew this dude was the real deal, and it'd be tough to stand their ground against him. Fukujin was giving it his all to flex his strength and power, doing everything to scare them out of their minds. Looking at the group, the man laughed and said he'd pretty much wrecked them. He added that if they had gotten any closer, they'd already be toasted. The boys realized this dude was seriously strong, so taking him on was going to be a tough gig. Fukujin was flexing hard, trying to show off his strength and power, making sure they feared him. The students totally got that the magic pressure was keeping their bodies on lockdown. So they were curious about how strong one needed to be to pull off moves like that, but no joke, even Kusanagi wouldn't be able to handle it. But the dude wasn't even fazed. He just sighed like he was over it all. The guy totally missed this vibe. He claimed the young dude for sure felt the gap between them now. Even the average folks could catch on, but still, he was all about showing off his magic while spinning around, yelling that the young dude would totally regret it later. He was like, "Check out my new magic, everyone's gonna love it." Our hero just grinned and said he had never seen anything like it. Just a few seconds later, half the balcony was totally gone. Everything turned into a heap of rocks. The dude screamed that this was some atmospheric magic, the most gnarly of them all, a force that could crush someone in seconds. Minato Kusanagi, all pumped up, said they'd see about that. The aristocrat was fuming, wanting to wipe the teen off the map right then and there. Lifting the rubble, the guy yelled he would break the young dude into tiny pieces. The kid thought it looked pretty epic, but stuff like this didn't freak him out anymore. Fukujin just kept shouting, getting louder, that the young dude was done for. The scared boys were peeping at the scene, worried about their bud, but also hoping he had a plan up his sleeve. Frantic Yuka yelled for Kusanagi, begging him to say he was all right. She knew nothing was happening, so with each tick of the clock, her calls got louder. Finally, the guy heard someone hollering at him. He asked what she wanted. The girl couldn't believe he was still standing, and he replied in a way like, "Dude, don't write me off so fast." But compared to UKA, the house dude was shouting the loudest. He was totally pissed that the boy was scratch-free, even though he should have been dust. The kid just calmly explained that if the outside pressure and inside pressure are balanced, bad stuff doesn't happen. It's a vibe that works for deep-sea fish too, you know? The guy asked again, even if so, how could the boy use the atmospheric magic he created? Kusanagi Manato replied, all confused, saying he watched closely and remembered. The hater couldn't wrap his head around how this was even a thing, saying it was beyond reality. The young dude remarked that it would be a bummer if he used that power without a heads up, since it was just another way to wield wind magic. He claimed he could pull off something similar. Suddenly, the villain went all drama queen, grabbing his head and screaming at what the kid was doing to him. The boy casually said it was just acoustic pressure, basically sound magic, which is also a form of wind magic. But suddenly our hero paused, going silent for a moment. Meanwhile, Fukujin was still clutching his head, totally clueless about what to do next. He yelled how the young dude could mess with him like that, making it clear there'd be no mercy. He was ready to do whatever it took to erase the young dude. He immediately boasted that the pseudo-magician probably forgot the aristocrat's power was 200,000, and he'd show what that really meant. And the moment had come, and when he unleashed his full power, it could hit 500,000 points. And while Sona Karin was like, "What kind of magic is this?" her colleague was convinced the aristocrat was just bluffing. The villain shouted it to the whole street, saying the squad had nothing to hope for. It was clear he was flexing his power, thinking no one could ever take him down. From outside, it seemed like Fukujin had lost his mind with his own power, but then he reeled it back in and decided it was time to show what he was really made of. The girls were in disbelief that this bad dude had such a crazy power level, while Katsuragi Ruji said they wouldn't handle that kind of force. Well, the cops were on the same page, realizing they had totally underestimated magical aristocrats, especially thinking they were unbeatable. And he was still blabbing about how everyone would witness his power, and of course the squad could beg him for help, but it was way too late for that. Our hero just pretended to shed a tear, acting like he realized his mistake. Realizing this, Fukujin snapped, "Can't this guy get serious? How does he not see the amount of magical power the aristocrat's packing?" He added that the student got lucky, that the atmospheric magic didn't hit him, but the fun and games were over, and he was going to finish the young dude with another attack. He quickly started charging up some powerful glowing ball in his hand, but Minato Kusanagi just stood there with his hands on his hips watching to see what would go down next. Meanwhile, the hater was focused like never before then. In the next second, he unleashed a ton of magic discs. The dude was sure this would hit just right, so he didn't stop for a moment. The blonde guy watching this was on edge, nervously saying it was unreal, but it looked like Fukujin had gone for the 7th rank. So he didn't stop for a second. The blonde guy watching this was on edge, nervously saying it was unreal, but it looked like Fukujin had gone for the 7th rank. And if that was the case, Kusanagi totally wouldn't be able to handle it. Yui, feeling all kinds of scared, thought that the dude would definitely come up with something slick. She was sure about that. Even when the chips were down, he'd do something. She had faith in him. But the man kept saying that the kid blew his shot when he had the chance to back out of the fight. But honestly, that didn't even matter anymore. The teen, acting like it was no big deal, jokingly asked if his opponent had been gearing up for this showdown. The other guy just kept hollering that the kid would be toast once he got a taste of the craziest magic. The hater seriously pulled out some 7th rank magic, which was plasma rupture. It looked like the magic vibes were affecting everyone, even the folks in the helicopter who realized something was off. And the cops clocked the insane power on display. They wanted to help their boss, but had no clue what to do. Ruka, who had been super chill up until then, yelled at her mentor to bounce while he still could, because he couldn't defend himself against this madness. But to the guy's shock, while the bad guy was casting a spell, their commander stood his ground like a boss and didn't move an inch. Fukujin kept bugging him, asking if the kid really didn't want to run for the hills, saying his buddies could get hurt too. He kept messing with the kid's head, making it sound all dramatic about whether he'd pick death or just bail. Then it looked like the magic was really peaking, and Kusanagi Manato, all happy, announced he chose neither. Now the dude was ready to show what he could do, so he whipped out some 6th rank magic with this amethyst core. The villain saw the stone and couldn't figure out why the kid needed it, laughing and calling it a circus show. Meanwhile, our hero was laser-focused on his goal, while Fukujin shouted that the kid was about to get blasted to pieces. But at that moment, the boy casually tossed his stone forward. Then something wild went down the amethyst shot up, neutralizing all of his opponent's magic like a pro. The aristocrat who thought he was the top dog was lost, wondering where all his magic went. The stunned crew was pumped to see that transformation, but they couldn't believe such a thing could actually happen in real life. The confused guy asked how his magic just vanished into thin air. But Kusanagi coolly explained that wind magic gets wrecked by earth magic. If you throw in some delayed action magic, they just cancel each other out. Raising his hand, the guy triumphantly said that the fancy magic dude didn't know such a simple thing. But the other guy had tuned out the questions by then. Covering his head, he screamed that he couldn't lose to some nobody. But our hero kept explaining that the amethyst magic wasn't for smashing stuff, and if aimed directly at an enemy, it wouldn't deal major damage. But even though it's small, it packs a punch with a high concentration of magic and can absorb magical energy, even from opposing types. Despite the rank difference, the stone wrecks power, though the enemy just shrugged it off as weak magic. Our hero immediately pointed out that this was his own original magic created just for kicks. Dropping to his knees, the guy whined that it took him decades to hone his own skills, while the kid made something super powerful just for fun. But our hero wasn't about to waste time. He declared the lesson was over, and it was time for payback. Fukujin had no clue what was coming, begging for mercy, saying all his strength was gone, and he couldn't even move. The teen laughed and said he didn't mess with corpses, adding that they'd scatter like dust with just a snap. His opponent thought he had found a friendly goofball who would just give him a light tap on the forehead. Then, just a second later, the kid actually threw a punch, but the aristocrat had no clue the young man's hit could be next level. He flew across the courtyard, realizing it as he screamed like crazy. The guys watching were like, dude, he flew like several dozen meters just from a light tap, realizing their friend was a total beast. The police who showed up told everyone that they were taking the criminal away to press charges. The reporter in the helicopter announced to the viewers, all stoked, that the magical aristocrat had been taken down by Colonel Minato Kusanagi of the Special Magical Unit. Hearing that, people started celebrating that justice had been served. It seemed like everyone was pumped about the news. Rushing up to their friend, his squad said they expected nothing less from him, so now they could all feel like winners. But the young man quickly mentioned that the team kicked butt too. Watching the criminal being hauled off, he was happy it was all over, but couldn't shake the feeling that one of Japan's best magicians was weak. They seriously needed to step up their magician training or things would go downhill, adding that they'd scatter like dust at just a snap of his fingers. His opponent thought he had found a friendly goof who would just tap him lightly on the forehead, and a second later, the young man actually threw a punch, but the aristocrat had no idea the young man's hit could be insane. He flew to the other side of the courtyard, noticing this after screaming his lungs out. Well, the guys watching everything were saying the man flew like several dozen meters after just a light tap. Realizing their friend was a total beast, the police who showed up on time told everyone there that they were taking this criminal away because they needed to press charges against him. The reporter in the helicopter happily told viewers that the magical aristocrat had been defeated by Colonel Minato Kusanagi of the Special Magical Unit. Hearing that news, people instantly started cheering for justice being served. It felt like there was no one who wasn't hyped about that news. Rushing over to their friend, his squad said they had expected nothing less from him, and that meant they all could feel like winners, though the young man was quick to say that the team did an awesome job too. Watching the criminal being taken away, he felt relieved that it was all over, but he thought it was weird that one of Japan's best magicians was not as strong as he thought, and if they didn't get serious about training magicians, things could spiral out of control. But he thought it was weird that one of Japan's best magicians was not as strong as he thought, and if they didn't get serious about training magicians, things could spiral out of control. Before bouncing, Fukuin hit pause and said he wanted to ask something, but since the dude stayed quiet, the young guy was like, what did the magicians do after Ichami Manato kicked the bucket? He was curious if the books from 50 years ago were still around, and if the fancy folks had gone and wrecked them. The guy just shrugged and said that clueless peeps couldn't get the deep thoughts of the magical elite. The young dude was all kinds of confused by that, but the villain was like, figure it out on your own. Our main dude realized there was no point in grilling this guy for more info because he wasn't going to drop any real knowledge anyway. A few days later, they called a press conference and invited Minato Kusanagi, even though he was totally not vibing with it. The crowd was all, tell us what you need to say first, then we'll hit you with questions. After that, every paper started blasting interviews with the young guy, claiming he did some insane stuff and helped bust some shady plots. After a bit, wild things were going down in Hawaii. While everyone was chilling under the sun, our main dude was getting all deep wondering why he was even there. But he didn't get to finish that thought because he saw someone coming his way. It was Yuka, looking surprised and asking what was up with Minato Kusanagi, why he was looking all sad and spaced out. The guy didn't reply right away because he was reminiscing about how, just days earlier, right after the clash with the aristocracy, Shido Shigo had shared their Hawaii trip plans. The dude said their squad was blowing up in popularity like crazy. Sometimes they couldn't even handle it, but really it wasn't that bad, showing off some cool clips. Yika mentioned people were actually buzzing about them. Other squad members jumped in, saying it wasn't just chatter, it was stuff written about them, and they were even getting recognized and waved at on the street. Meanwhile, the cop guy made a suggestion saying since the whole of Japan had their eyes on the squad, he thought a vacation to catch some ocean vibes would be the move. Just to chill and reset, he added that because of Kusagani the squad was getting stronger and the Mizuha fam had their backs, so no worries while they were out. Walking up to our hero, the blonde dude added that since they had been grinding non-stop, this was prime time to take a breather. Coming back to the present, Minato Kusanagi responded to his friend, saying he was just in his thoughts for a bit. Then the girl asked the squad if she looked bomb in her outfit. The guy wasn't too clued in on fashion, so he just said she looked good. Hearing that, she got all shy but didn't know how to respond. Our dude kept saying that the swimsuit vibe matched Yuka's hair color and she totally rocked it overall, so it was a solid outfit, gathering her confidence. The girl said she was super happy to hear that. Just then, Ruka popped up saying she had been searching for them. Minato Kusanagi wanted to speak up, but bottled it. So the girl asked what was on his mind. Out of the blue, he said he thought she was beautiful. Hearing that, Ruka shot him a confused look like he'd dropped a weird bomb. The guy quickly added that the swimsuit was stunning, especially with her pale skin, and he wasn't shy to say she was the hottest girl on the beach. Getting flushed, the girl turned away and covered up because she wasn't used to getting complimented like that. Katsuragi Ryuji was low-key impressed, thinking their mentor wasn't even fazed by the girl's outfits and was dropping real compliments. A minute later, Sanada Karin came up saying in a sweet voice that she was running late. When Ryuji saw her, he freaked out inside, thinking his teammate just leveled up the scene. The young dude realized that before her figure was hidden in her uniform, but now it was all out there. Who would have thought she'd be looking that good? The girl grinned and asked if the guys liked her beach dress. The student saw his mentor making moves towards the beauty, but knowing how teens roll, he was scared Minato would spill everything, which couldn't happen. But this time, Minato Kusanagi simply said that the style totally fit the cop girl. Closing his eyes, Katsuragi Ryuji was just glad everything had turned out okay after all. However, right after that, the girl got all shy again, asking if she really looked that good. The young dude immediately said it was true, especially compared to her usual cop getup. Outfits like that weren't going to let her beauty go unnoticed, and quickly added that Santa Clarin was definitely pretty and fabulous. Covering her face, the girl started asking him not to hype her up that much, hearing that his buddy thought maybe he had gone a little overboard with the compliments. But then, he said he was just being real, and if it was about giving props, he had no reason not to say it. He quickly noted he had seen the beauty in all three girls. But then he said he was just being real, and if it was about giving props, he had no reason not to say it. He quickly noted he had seen the beauty in all three girls. The student spotted his mentor moving towards the beauty, but knowing the teen he was, worried he'd spill everything, which couldn't happen. But this time, Minato Kusanagi just said the style totally suited the policewoman. With his eyes closed, Katsuragi Ryuji thought how awesome it was that everything had wrapped up okay after all. But after those words, the girl got super bashful, asking again if she really looked that good. The young dude quickly clarified that it was for real, and especially compared to the usual police threads. That kind of revealing fit would definitely snag attention, and he added that Santa Clarin could totally be called stunning and pretty. Hiding her face, the girl immediately begged him not to hype her up like that. Hearing his friend say the guy was really impressive, he asked if he had gone too far with the flattery. But then, he was all like, I was just saying what I thought, and if it's all about giving props, why not? He quickly pointed out that he noticed how beautiful the three girls were. But then he was all like, I was just saying what I thought, and if it's all about giving props, why not? He quickly pointed out that he noticed how beautiful the three girls were, which is why he hyped them all up and thought it was totally chill. Peeping at the girls, Ryuji figured there was no harm in throwing some compliments around. But now it was kinda awkward. Music. After that, Minato Kusanagi said that Ryuji was like super fit and that a dude with a body like that would totally slay in any swimsuit. So he should totally be proud of his ripped bod. The guy who didn't expect to hear that kind of stuff was feeling a bit shy too. He almost yelled to the whole beach that they didn't have to hype him up like that. Realizing everyone was there to chill music, the crew dove into vacation mode. They were ready to let loose and try out every fun thing they could find. The young peeps finally felt like they deserved this epic and jam-packed getaway. After leaving the hotel, our main guy thought the day had been a total whirlwind. Plus, he wanted to swing by the closest store. But then he suddenly spotted Yuka out of the blue just standing there all quiet and not facing him. And the girl said it was a blast hearing him say he'd never had so much fun and that he was really enjoying himself. Then everyone just went quiet for a bit. The beauty suddenly remembered that when the leader handed out rings, her sister already had one, so she thought the guys were totally dating. But right after, she brushed that off because she recalled Minato had mentioned he wasn't looking for anything serious since he was busy with other stuff. That's when she decided to throw a question out there. But the teen cut her off thinking she was going to ask about his strength again. Instead, the girl hit him with what kind of girls he was into, though he replied he hadn't really thought about it much. Then she quickly added, what if he had to pick from these three? The guy didn't want to diss anyone, so he said that honestly, all of them were cool. Minato Kusanagi admitted it was tough to choose because they were all adorable, super hard workers always putting in effort, and he was into determined people. Yuka thought he was describing more platonic vibes than romantic ones, but the dude said it was kind of the same thing. Then he suddenly admitted that if he thought about it, he totally liked Yui the most. After he said that, the girl froze. She did not see that coming and had no clue how to react, but our guy kept going saying she'd always been honest, responsible, and kind. Since day one, she was always trying her best. And turning his head, he confidently announced that he was feeling Yuka too. Stunned and blushing, the girl was just standing there. Of course, she'd wanted to hear that, but it felt like it was all too much right now. A moment later, the beauty plopped down on the floor, and the confused young man had no idea what went sideways and why she was reacting like this. The student thought to herself that she got it all figured out. She figured this dude didn't see her as a girl, but music. Still, she was super hyped to hear those words come from him. At that moment, the blonde dude was telling someone that things were spiraling out of control. Their team was getting roasted with everyone pointing out their errors and throwing in suggestions. Music. Kusanagi was super popular and the Shadow Bears crew was blowing up too. At the airport, a girl was yelling that while they were off, everything went downhill. A random person chimed in that it actually seemed true. After that, Homer Hinata said they'd have to figure this mess out. Kaiku added that some stuff was really bugging him. A week later, our heroes were back home, so Yuka headed to the kitchen to whip up some lunch. Minato Kusanagi said tiredly that they managed to return earlier than he was expecting. At that moment, Ruka said it seemed like the buzz about the squad had simmered down and things at the academy were calming down too. The young man said that now they could totally relax a bit. But they didn't get to finish their convo because the little sisters were yelling for help carrying the plates. A few minutes later, the table was stacked with all sorts of yummy food, and the gang wished each other bon appetit. Keeping the chatter going, Yuka said they had to head back to the academy and was worried if everything would be cool. The dude quickly pointed out that the cops were on it, taking all the necessary steps after the disaster. So, the talk about the special magic squad kind of fizzled out. Music. In any case, the dude was convinced people would get bored of it soon enough, so no need to stress over it. The next day, when he walked into the academy, he recalled the chat he had the day before and figured he had been kinda dumb. Girls from all over were surrounding our guy, asking if he had a girlfriend, if he could drop her contact info, if he wanted to hang and all that. Yui was going through the same thing, but with dudes who wouldn't leave her alone, saying she was not just a cute girl, but super smart too. It was a bit easier for Ruka because Katsuragi Ruji was always by her side, but even so, they weren't getting a break either. Walking into one of the classrooms, the girls yelled a big ol' sorry. They turned to their pals saying they wanted to grab lunch together, but the guys were kinda loud. Still, Yuka was better than before, because she remembered that random people used to crash in here. Ruji was all, yeah, he's used to it because Ruka runs into it all the time. While the guys were chatting about their stuff, Mizua's big sis told Minato Kusanagi that they were out of toilet paper at home, so they'd need to grab some on the way back. Totally ignoring the audience, the dude went on saying he also needed salt for the bath. The classmates were like, something's fishy here. So they started thinking that the three of them were living together. Yuka didn't want them to eavesdrop anymore, so she nudged her friends and said they should chill on the roof instead. Music. Katsuragi Ruji, who was totally oblivious to the whole deal, asked how come the girls were now living with Kusanagi. He thought to himself that it didn't mean they were dating or anything. Even though it was kinda confusing since it was Kusanagi, he figured there wouldn't be any drama. The dude wanted to help out too, so he said if the girls needed anything, they could hit him up. But then out of nowhere, he looked at his mentor and was like, maybe it's time to stop calling you Kusanagi. He quickly added that he was cool with people just calling him Minato, and he casually said everyone could pick their own name. Yuka instantly repeated the name she liked, but her sister was just there staring into space, lost in her head. Meanwhile, Yoko was thinking, if you really think about it, this is serious since they live together. Then she turned away, convincing herself there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Plus, it was all temporary. The next second, the girls gave each other serious looks, but they were all quiet like they didn't know what else to say. Lying in bed, one of the girls wondered if the whole scene was making Kusanagi's heart race a bit. Yi realized she wasn't going to fall asleep, even though it was super late. Looking at her sister and the dude, the beauty couldn't get how these two could be snoozing so easily, music, while she was the only one feeling all anxious. Flipping over to her other side, the shy girl tried to tell herself to chill and just catch some Z's. With each minute passing, she sank deeper into sleep. But just as Yui was about to knock out her big sis, who was wide awake battling with her own thoughts, suddenly popped her eyes open. She looked at the girls and mused about how those two were out like lights while her mind was racing non-stop. Ruka pondered how she still wasn't used to all of them crashing in the same room with Kusanagi, and it made her twitchy. Sitting up, she tried to figure out why she felt like this. Ruka was perched on the bed, not knowing whether to bounce up or try to snooze. She turned her gaze to the guy who was snoozing away, totally clueless about everything. But a sec later, she felt her face turning red and was all embarrassed, even though she kept grinning. The girl cocooned herself in a blanket and thought about how Ryuji called their mentor just Minato, while she was the only one still calling him Kusanagi. The next day, strolling down the street, the beauty thought about not missing the moment music to call the young man by his name. Ruka was confused why she was stalling, cause she could just casually say his name and he wouldn't even bat an eye. So a moment later, the girl took a deep breath and went for it, diving in with the first letter, M, but that was as far as she could go. Realizing fear had her in a chokehold, Mizuha's big sis suddenly exclaimed that she felt pumped when they all teamed up. Kusanagi instantly asked what was up with Ruka, and she, covering her ears with her hands, started scolding herself for not being able to say the most basic name. While they had lunch on the roof that afternoon, the beauty tried once more to call the young man by name, but again just moaned and suggested they practice some. Standing on the balcony, the girl mentioned she thought watching the sunset at the port was way prettier and chill. Wanting to try again, Ruka said she'd love to go fishing someday, because it seemed fun and kinda cool. That night, thinking about it, the beauty was all mad at herself. She couldn't figure out why she backed down every time she tried to spit out his name. The student realized she'd always been such a scaredy cat, but now she just realized it. The next day, everyone was walking to the academy together again, while Ruka trailed behind some steps. Our hero noticed something was off with his friend, so he stopped for a sec. The young man was a bit worried, so he checked if she was feeling okay, but she just shrugged it off, smiling a bit, and said not to stress, she was all good. Then, closing her eyes, she called him not by his name, but just Kusanagi. Out of nowhere, the dude told her to stop calling him that, which caught her by surprise. He added that they weren't in a formal thing, so she could just call him Minato. The music beauty instantly felt her face heat up looking at the young man. So he paused for a sec. The dude was worried, so he asked if his friend was feeling okay. But she just smiled a bit and said not to worry, because she was all good. And then she closed her eyes and just called him Kusanagi instead of his name. Suddenly, the teen was like, don't call me that anymore, finding it kind of weird. He said he wasn't in a relationship where he had to keep it formal, so she could just call him Minato. The girl blushed like crazy looking at him. Dude, she was totally at a loss on how to deal with this. Still kind of hesitant to look over, Ruka realized if the guy was cool with it, she was down for whatever, and just spun around to shout his name. At that moment, Homer Hinata blasted out that the magical elite was in major trouble. The cause, a new magical squad on the rise, and they had to do something about it. Kaichi Riku quickly jumped in, saying they needed to handle the captain of this crew, Ichami Manato. The girl nodded immediately, asking her buddy what he thought about it. He didn't say a word, but Mizuha Toshichiro piped up, saying he just wanted to follow their lord's orders. The aristocrat wasn't having any of that, so she yelled that he was just a wimpy weirdo who always talked the same talk. Then the guy calmly mentioned the kid didn't really know him, and the surprised girl shot back that maybe he didn't know her either, which he confirmed. Out of nowhere, Kairku said the best move would be to test this commander, since he could be useful. Omari Hinata practically yelled with excitement that if the dude was a bus, they could just kick him to the curb. Mizuha Toshichiro didn't want to jump into this chat and just kept quiet. Our hero chilling next to the map told everyone the next big disaster was about to hit Osaka. Pointing at the area, the guy broke down how disasters were stacking up, just like they did 50 years ago, only with a couple of major changes. The girls immediately jumped in, saying this info was all over the news, and even though the disasters were happening similarly, the gaps between them were way tighter now, since they used to go down once a year, or even less. Sonata mentioned that nobody knew when the next one was coming, and the cops could only play it safe. The guy agreed those measures were necessary, but they had no special units like theirs in the regions. Out of the blue, the blonde dude said he knew for a fact that this was going to be a hot topic, and then happily told everyone another special magic squad just popped up in Osaka. The group froze up, totally shocked that something like this was legit, but Shidigo broke it down, saying they were teaming up with the self-defense forces and the cops to amp up disaster response. Even so, there was still a call for training the squad members, and placing his hand on Kusanagi Minato's shoulder, he asked if he could head over there to help the crew. The young dude was quick to say he had no reason to turn that down, which made the blonde guy super happy, of course. But wait, there's more. The cop said someone was waiting for the young guy there, someone who had lived through the disaster half a century ago and was one of the few masters in monster gear. This dude's name was Mr. Takigami Shizuku. While the teen was pondering this, Shido Shigo kept going, saying the man wanted to chat face to face. But if the commander didn't think it was necessary, he could totally skip meeting the old dude. Our hero had no issues with that, making the blonde guy even happier as he explained that this man crafted uniforms for their squad. But the guy wasn't hyped about the uniforms. He wanted to learn about the man himself. Even though Minato Kusanagi wasn't planning on spilling tea about this till he actually met the dude. Days later, the gang was already saying goodbye to their mentor who had to bounce. The young man was not in the mood for a lecture. He simply said it was time for him to split. Plus, his team backed him up with some words of wisdom, believing in him and telling him to train everyone like a boss. Out of nowhere, the young man stopped and said he forgot to pass something back. In a sec, he pulled out some rad bracelets from his pocket, handing them to his team. The mentor asked them to keep wearing them till he got back. Then with a serious tone, he added they absolutely should not take off the bling for any reason because it was super important. As he was heading out, Minato Kusanagi asked again if everything would be cool with the crew while he was gone. The young people felt a bit bummed hearing this, so they shot back, not to get too cocky since they had been training non-stop and were way stronger now so he could chill. Standing at the door, the young man smirked and said in that case he was counting on them. Sitting down on the plane, Minato Kusanagi sighed hard, thinking he could finally kick back a little. He thought it felt just like flying to Hawaii, but the checks were way stricter for mages. But that was whatever. What was more interesting was what kind of seat this was. Then the teen remembered that the blonde dude set him up not just with any trip, but a first-class one as a sick bonus. But just then he got curious about the people strolling down the aisle. Even though they were all in different spots, Minato Kusanagi was pretty sure he recognized them. For a hot sec, silence filled the cabin as the boy scoped out the strangers. After checking them out, the young man figured they were magicians, and pretty powerful ones at that. The fact, music, which pumped up the blonde dude for real, no doubt. But wait, there's more. The cop mentioned there was a guy waiting for him. A dude who lived through some crazy stuff 50 years ago and was one of the few pros at Monster Gear. This dude's name was Mr. Takigami Shizuku. While the teen was deep in thought, Shido Shigo kept going, saying that this dude wanted to chat face to face. But if the commander thought there was no need, he could totally skip meeting the old guy. Our main guy didn't have any issues with that, which made the blonde dude happy, because he told him this guy made all the outfits for their crew. But the guy was really more into the dude himself than the costumes. Even though Minato Kusanagi wasn't planning to spill to anyone about this, at least not until he met the guy. A few days later, the crew was already sending off their mentor who had to bounce. The dude wasn't planning to drop any advice. He just said it was time for him to dip. Plus, his squad had his back. They believed in him and told him to train everyone as best as he could. He just said it was time for him to dip. Plus, his squad had his back. They believed in him and told him to train everyone as best as he could. Out of nowhere, the young dude paused and said he forgot to give something back. A moment later, he pulled out some funky bracelets from his pocket and handed them out to the squad. The mentor told them to wear those things all the time till he got back. Then, in a serious tone, he told them not to take off those accessories for any reason, because it was super important. As he bounced, Minato Kusanagi asked again if everything would be cool with the crew while he was out doing his thing. The young folks got a bit bummed hearing this, so they told him not to trip, because they had been training hard and got a lot stronger so he could chillax. Standing at the door, the young guy smiled and said that, in that case, he was counting on them. As he plopped down in his seat on the plane, Minato Kusanagi let out a heavy sigh and thought that finally he could chill and maybe even relax a bit. He thought it kind of felt like when flying to Hawaii, but the checks were way stricter when you were a mage. But that didn't matter now. What was cooler was what kind of seat this was. At that moment, the teen remembered that the blonde dude hooked him up not just with a flight, but a first-class one, which was a sweet bonus. But then, the young dude got curious about the folks walking down the aisle. Even though they were all spread out, Minato Kusanagi was sure they looked familiar. For a sec, silence took over this cabin as the boy stared at the strangers. After checking them out, the young dude figured they were mages, and pretty powerful ones at that. The deal. For real, the fact that some legit magicians were flying with him shouldn't even be a worry, especially with those super tight checks. But for some reason, the dude felt kind of sketchy about it. Then, a bunch more peeps walked by, but the guy figured he'd just chill and enjoy the flight. After a bit, when the food got tossed around, he checked out what they served. Minato Kusanagi was hyped like a little kid on Christmas morning. The dude was all about how tasty it looked, and the portions were massive. Not much time had gone by, but the teen could tell it not only looked bomb, but actually tasted hella good too. Even though everything seemed chill on the surface, there was a weird vibe in the plane, and it felt like the tension was rising. Out of nowhere, one of the passengers stood up and blocked the aisle. Minato was like, man, this food's delicious and the view's killer. Sometimes just kicking back is the best thing. But then he snapped back to reality, realizing he was jumping to conclusions. The reason for his unease. The last group of guys who entered the cabin grabbed one of the flight attendants and yelled for everyone to freeze. After that, the bad guys started threatening all the passengers like they were in some twisted action flick. Knowing there were magicians in the mix, one of the baddies crept over to our hero and got way too close for comfort. Hinata stared at these punk villains already plotting her moves in her head. She listened to the threats while keeping her cool, fully aware she was staring down outlaw magicians, at least 10 of them chilling in the cabin. Our hero knew that if she went after them one by one, everyone else would be at risk. Plus, whipping out some crazy magic could blow the whole plane apart. People were screaming, and Minato caught the noise, but he did his best to stay calm, even though he knew going solo wasn't going to be easy. The crooks had some agenda, but they weren't spilling the tea. Instead, they just yelled louder. A scared kid started crying, but the dad reassured his little girl, saying there was nothing to worry about and that they'd be all right. Out of nowhere, the villains barked that their demands were super simple. They wanted the homies locked up for some black rebellion to be released. They raged about how they wouldn't let magicians be treated like trash by common folks who had zero authority to mess with their freedom. The crooks gave them only 5 minutes to tie themselves down and free their buddies. Otherwise, they'd start taking hostages out one by one. The captain picked up on the chaos and realized things were about to get real. Kusanagi Minato was fully aware too that this wasn't a walk in the park. Time was ticking and action needed to happen fast. Hinata Homarai was feeling irritated too, knowing things could get out of hand real quick. Kaichi Riku was holding some kind of stick. His body language screamed he was about to do something. The girl noticed her partner unleashing his magical powers and figured she should do the same. Our hero observed this, mulling over what could happen next. The three of them were nearly diagonal from each other and seemed to vibe off each other without even speaking. Then suddenly, the villains yelled for anyone thinking about standing up to stay seated, because not just them, but the other passengers would get hurt too. But in a blink, something unexpected popped off. As 3 magicians bounced up from their seats, Hinata went after the dude blocking the aisle who was threatening others. Her partner knocked another guy down with a single hit from his staff. After taking out one Kaichu, bolted towards another villain, knowing they had to act fast, while the squad was keeping those crooks busy. Our hero was already taking down another one. Soon the trio was standing in the aisle, magicians sizing each other up, but not jumping to say anything. The next moment, the girl spotted something ahead of her. Suddenly, all 3 of them sprang up together and dashed toward the cockpit. The baddie holding someone at gunpoint turned around, confused about what was going down. But he didn't have time to think, because bam, something smacked his cheek. In a flash, the villain was sent flying the other way thanks to Minato Kusanagi. But hey, he wasn't the only one going off. Other magicians were holding their own like champs. Though passengers were totally confused about how this was happening, and it freaked them out a little. But then again, they soon realized it was all for their safety. Hinata pulled off some insane moves that had the kids totally glued to her every action. The crook, realizing a mage was right next to him, shouted he'd take her out in one shot. As she fought back, the girl called out, claiming she wanted to see his skills, but honestly, he was about as useless as a wet towel. A minute later, one of the goons, still holding the flight attendant hostage and untouched so far, angrily yelled that this had gone too far and the magicians were losing their chill. The dude screamed that if they kept this up, they were in for a world of hurt. After smashing one, Kaichu bolted toward the other bad guy, knowing he needed to act first. While the crew dealt with some of the baddies, our main guy had already taken down another one. After that, the trio stood in the aisle, the mages checking each other out, but not saying a word. The next second, the girl glanced somewhere ahead. Suddenly, all 3 of them jumped up at once and rushed toward the cockpit. The foe, who had someone at gunpoint, turned around and was like, "What's happening?" But the dude didn't have a second to think, because he saw something zipping toward his cheek. A moment passed, and the villain was already flying back, tossed away by Minato Kusanagi. But he wasn't alone in the fight. Other mages were handling their business like champs. The passengers were totally lost on how this was happening, and it kind of freaked them out. But at the same time, they realized it was all for their safety. Hinata pulled off some insane tricks that totally wowed the kids. As for the criminal, when he noticed the mage next to him, he shouted that he was going to handle her in one hit. As she went for her opponent, the girl yelled that she wanted to see what he could do, but he couldn't do anything. A minute later, one of the bad guys, who hadn't been dealt with yet, but was still holding the flight attendant hostage, angrily declared that they'd crossed the line and the mages had gone way too far. The dude shouted that if they kept acting like this, all those passengers were about to get wrecked in one crazy moment. The flight attendant felt it hardcore, knowing these folks weren't kidding, because she was frozen in place. Out of nowhere, Minato Kusanagi yelled that they were out of time and went straight for the enemy, trying to mess with the airline crew. The red-haired queen took out the other thugs hanging around, understanding they had to deal with these losers fast. Kai Riku, whacking a baddie, said they were being way too soft, not ready for this kind of craziness. A few minutes later, the trio who'd taken out the villains stood there, checking out the results of their heroics. The shocked passengers couldn't believe what they were seeing, realizing just a few kids had taken down a whole squad. And just like that, people snapped to attention and started thanking the teens for their epic save. Sitting next to one of the goons, a girl told her buddy that it felt like they had taken out all these jerks in just a few ticks. But then looking around, Kusanagi Minato yelled that was totally not the case at all. Music. The teen jumped up and bolted somewhere, totally shocking the girl mage. He remembered some dude had headed toward the pilots, so he kicked open the door and rushed in. The creep with a gun was aiming it at the captain, shouting that if anyone came closer, he'd waste the pilot. Koma Hinata knew that a gun was no joke, and way tougher to deal with, especially when it wasn't pointed at you. Still, she wasn't one to hesitate or back down, so she called the enemy a punk and whacked him in the face. After getting his guard up, our hero shouted that this was a totally messed up situation. Nobody got what was going on. The crew just saw their captain getting shielded, and that made them pumped. But somehow, it felt like standing still wasn't an option. Something felt super off with the plane. Panic kicked in as the aircraft roared and started shaking like crazy. The captain let the peeps in his office know that during the baddies' attack, a bullet had wrecked the control panel, which meant they were losing control and the radio was toast. So at this rate, he wouldn't be able to hold the plane for long. When the girl heard this, she freaked out. She screamed at the pilot to figure something out because they'd done their part. But she didn't get to finish her sentence because at that moment, Clear's throat, a window in the cockpit shattered. Instantly freezing low-pressure air started rushing in, which created another major issue. The co-pilot realized the temperature was plummeting, so they'd freeze way before they'd crash. While the girl was trying to keep the heat up, she was cursing and asking her teammates what they should do now. With music defeating his tone, Kaiku said all they could do was meet their end together. That's when Homorinata went off screaming at the top of her lungs. For a second, the girl honestly thought it was game over since there was no way they could fix the plane in a few minutes. The co-pilot, hearing the panic from the others, started losing it too, saying there was nothing they could do to tweak what was happening. Only Minato Kusanagi kept it chill, saying there was no point in panicking. The pilot couldn't get how anyone could say that when all the instruments were busted and the plane was nosediving. But the young dude boldly claimed he could save everyone, so they had to stay cool and positive. The terrified pilot tried to explain to Minato Kusanagi that this was impossible, that a regular person couldn't solve such a mess. And as the teen turned away, the guy started moaning again that it was all over, even though the teen didn't see why everyone wouldn't just listen to him. A moment later, without saying a word to anyone, our hero stepped onto the ledge and he simply didn't want to hear him out. A moment later, without saying a word, our hero stood on the ledge and was about to leap out of the window when he heard someone yelling to stop him. But this teen had a solid plan. In just a sec, he was already soaring off somewhere, fully knowing what he was going to do. With rage in her voice, Kominata yelled that this dude just ditched them all and bolted solo. Total chaos was going down in the cockpit, and nobody had a clue what to do next. The plane was spiraling down. Our dude was nowhere in sight. Music, and it felt like there was no way out. Out of nowhere, the captain dropped the bomb that they were losing altitude fast, and a crash was coming real soon. At this rate, the panic in the cabin was escalating by the second. If folks thought only some bad guys were causing the trouble, things just got way worse. A caring dad was trying to calm his daughter down, saying everything was going to be all right, and they'd get to where they needed to go. Meanwhile, the captain was gripping the steering wheel for dear life, tugging it towards him, hoping the plane would finally get its act together. Below, the massive ocean sprawled out now, feeling super close. But then, something started shifting. Suddenly, the plane tilted its nose up and shot back into the skies. Still clinging to the steering wheel, the captain couldn't believe they somehow regained altitude. Even though he had no clue what was happening or who had worked the magic, the girl who had been quiet because she didn't know what to say, music, suddenly blurted out that the young guy had totally saved the day. This teen had somehow taken control of the entire plane on his own. The girl didn't know exactly where he was or what he was up to, but she knew that was the deal. As for the young dude, he was thinking about how much mana he had burned to build the barrier and buff himself through magic combo, and how he was trying to steer the plane with some wind magic. Kusanagi Manato had never dealt with something like this before, so he rightfully thought it was tough. Finally, the pilot shouted that they were thousands of meters up in the sky, and music, that the takeoff weight of this plane was 230 tons. Like, could a human even pull that off? The girl quickly declared that this was the commander of a special magic squad and that he was a freaking monster. Meanwhile, a bubbly flight attendant was saying to someone that, thanks to the magician's efforts, the plane had leveled out and everything was chill now. The passengers who had been through enough already were hoping they'd finally touch down safely at the airport. The scared girl asked her dad if everything was cool now, and he replied that it was totally fine. But the captain told his co-pilot it was way too soon to celebrate since the landing system was also down. Music. And their safe arrival was hanging by a thread. The young man knew there were issues, so he prepped some special shields in the field. Using free magic, the young guy managed to steer the plane with precision so the landing would be safe. It wasn't a walk in the park, but our hero knew he had taken on the responsibility and needed to see it through. He had to keep his focus on point, but this teen knew how to handle it, so he wasn't about to throw in the towel. The marks on the runway screamed that this was probably the gnarliest thing Minato Kusanagi had ever tackled. But he made the impossible happen. Looking at the beast of an aircraft, the tired young man said in a weary voice that even though it was super tough, he landed that plane. The relieved passengers, realizing they had finally touched down at the airport, erupted in laughter cheers and started sharing their experiences. Meanwhile, while the co-pilot was crying, the captain gave our hero a salute and proudly said he was thankful for such an awesome guy. Kusanagi Manato's colleagues, peeking through the broken window, just watched in silence, but didn't rush to say anything. Reporters were already waiting at the airport and jumped in with loads of questions about how he pulled off the save. Looking confused at the media squad, our hero thought to himself that it was the same old story every time. But then the police stepped in saying that all the questions could wait for a future press conference. A law enforcement officer approached the young man asking him to follow because Miss Takigami was waiting for him. As he walked down the corridor, the young man bumped into Homarinata, who commented that he had definitely stirred up some noise. After that, the girl and her partner walked past like they had just forgotten everything. But then Kusanagi Manato chimed in, saying he wouldn't claim he did anything crazy, even though the beauty instantly thought he was just being sarcastic. The young guy realized those magicians had indeed pulled off a solid job, so he gave them props for it. The girl added that the commander should keep it up. Then in a chillier tone she said they would definitely cross paths again. Our hero watched them leave, totally baffled if they were really hyping him up or just messing with him. Just then, an older lady was standing silently by the window, fixated on a photo in her hands. But at that moment, someone said that a guest had arrived for her. Setting the photo down on the nightstand, the older lady said that this person could come in. Our hero stood at the door, eyeing the lady of the house. Tossing the pic on the nightstand, the old lady said this person could chill. Our dude stood at the door, staring hard at the lady of the house, but keeping it on the down low. Out of nowhere, the lady was like, I've been super hyped for Minato Kusanagi to show up, sitting at the table. She was all excited, saying that the reason she had pulled the young dude in was simple. He just caught her attention as an intriguing character. She couldn't help but mention his recent stunts were lit, and his strength reminded her of someone dope. After thinking for a sec, she said he reminded her of her mentor and homie Ichami Manato. She laid it out like this. Magic without attributes is rare. Ichigami was the real MVP at it, but not many can copy his moves. That's why folks think that magic's not worth much. Then, speaking a bit softer, she pointed out that our guy could still use that magic music, and was pretty slick at it too. She immediately hit him with the questions about who taught him and how he can pull off the same magic as Mr. Ichigami. For a sec, Kusanagi Manato went quiet, knowing he needed to say something, but not wanting to front. Out of the blue, he nodded at Takigami and said she hadn't changed a bit. Still losing her cool when something grabbed her interest. When the lady asked if they'd met before, the dude was like, yeah, more than once. Then he chill explained that of course he could use Ichigami Manato's magic. It was just what he did. After all, he was Ichigami Manato, strong and tough as nails. Hearing this, the lady just stood there, mouth agape in shock. Mrs. Takagami let out a big sigh, struggling to wrap her head around what she just heard. The woman said she'd met a whole bunch of peeps who acted like they knew Ichigami, introducing themselves as family friends and even illegitimate kids, but no one ever said they were Ichigami himself. Standing up, the hostess said she didn't want to seem rude after bringing him over, music, but now she wanted him to bounce. Right then, the young dude said he'd recently met two kids, one of whom had an Ichigami music doll. After that, our hero went quiet, and Takigami asked what he meant by that. Smiling, the teen said she was the one who had told him. She wanted to make a doll of the legendary magician as a hero. The woman squinted at her guest and noted that only two peeps knew about that music, so she was confused about who spilled the tea to Kusanagi Minato. The guy kept saying his friend was right. It music. Turned out those dolls really sparked joy in kids. Ichigami Manato was still out there helping people. Bringing her hand to her lips, Takigami gasped that it was actually true. Closing his eyes, the young dude said the woman still couldn't believe it. And since that's how it was, he'd keep going with his story. When the lady finally plopped back in her chair, she heard her old pal rambling on about stuff. With each wild story, Takigami's eyes got wider, but she just sat there all ears. The dude realized he found someone he could spill everything to, and she would actually listen and believe him. And yeah, that's exactly how it went down. Takami was all in, totally amazed. At one point she was buzzing, saying once again that Ichigami himself was in front of her, and that made the young dude feel good knowing she recognized him. Out of nowhere, the hostess let out a gasp, asking who would believe the legendary hero made a comeback. Music. And besides, this young dude just kept blowing her mind. Bowing her head, Takigami confessed it was super tough for her after her friend passed. But then, she went quiet like she was fishing for the right words to spill her feelings. Wiping her tears, the older lady said she was stoked to have crossed paths with her comrade again, so she thanked him. Kusanagi Manato didn't want her to get all teary-eyed, so he said that was enough. Music. Realizing that was legit, Takigami chilled a bit and put her glasses back on. But the young dude wasn't just chilling for no reason. He was curious about what went down over the last 50 years, so he threw that question out there too. The lady said that the magicians got weak and didn't pass down their magical skills at all. On top of that, even the info about Ichigami was all over the place, and a magical aristocracy had popped up. Looking confused at his acquaintance, the young dude asked her to spill all she knew about it. The woman paused for a moment, then apologized for something. Suddenly, Takigami picked up her phone, starting to check something out or look for whatever. Our hero was confused about what was up, but the elderly lady said it was nothing major. After that, the hero's acquaintance said it was getting dark, so it was better to chat about it tomorrow, and quickly added that since he was a special guest, he could crash at her place. Kusanagi Minato wasn't going to argue, so he headed to the room set up for him. He, Music, knocked out hard and had no clue that an enemy wielding a sword was lurking just outside his door. Rolling up to the hero's bed, Kaiichi Riku, who had seemed all friend vibes and a decent magician the day before, now swung his blade. The hit was heavy, but at that moment, a bright flash lit up the room. The dude looked all puzzled, not getting what had just gone down. Her peeps were nearby, ready to cause chaos for the guy's friends. He shrugged it off like it was no biggie. Then his buddies said it was getting dark, so maybe they should save the convo for tomorrow, and casually mentioned that the dude was a VIP, so he could crash with her. Kusanagi Minato was totally down to not argue, so he hit the hay in the room set up for him. He was knocked out, not having a clue that a sword-wielding enemy was lurking outside his door. As he approached our hero's bed, Kaiichi Riku, who seemed super chill and like a solid magician the day before, swung his blade. The hit was strong, but just then a bright beam of light lit up the room. The guy looked super confused, trying to figure out what just went down. Her crew was hovering near his buddies, prepped to throw down. Chillin' by his bed, the dude was like, "How could you go for someone who's knocked out? That's just savage, right? Can wizards even roll like that?" Then he straight up remembered their earlier meetup during the day. And back then, the man was really trying to help out. Kaiku wasn't about to spill anything. Instead, he picked up his sword and swung again, hoping this time he'd actually land a hit. Ducking and weaving, the young guy realized his opponent was super quick, so he had to be on his toes. Kusanagi Minato totally got that. The fight was on, but there was no way he could throw down in this tiny room where he was being chased with a sword, so he busted out the window. In no time, the dudes were standing in the courtyard. His rival wasn't backing down, and he decided to throw down some magic on top of his usual sword skills, kicking things off with a second-ranked stone collapse. The young guy didn't want to rush and tire himself out for nothing, especially since he had already wasted a lot of mana the day before, so he fired up a barrier for himself. The man saw his magic crumble against the protective barrier, but he wasn't thinking of retreating at all. A sec later, the young men were staring each other down, not attacking or defending, like they were both lost in thought. Out of nowhere, Kusanagi Manato told his opponent, all hyped up, that he had actually broken through his defense, adding he used anti-magic for that. His opponent still held the sword, but for some reason, he wasn't saying a word or responding. The guy figured they didn't want to chat, so he called it out, adding it was pointless to ask Kaiku what he was really after anyway. And since it was like, that might as well have a bit of fun, right? The mage knew it wouldn't be a walk in the park, so he jumped into defense mode so he could really focus on his attack. The young guy threw up some defenses too, but there was no sign of sadness or fear on his face. He was totally in control of his game and knew exactly what was next. Suddenly, Homer Hinata popped up in the courtyard, and out of nowhere, she ordered them to chill on the fighting. The girl just stood there grinning, but it was hard to read her vibe. So our hero casually asked if she'd come to check on him too. Flashing her phone, the red-haired beauty told Minato Kusanagi not to resist, since they had hostages, and quickly asked if it was true he had a ton of friends in Tokyo. She followed up, asking if he knew what might go down for them after her call. Then she went on to say it would probably be best to drop it. Our dude didn't get why these peeps were acting all hostile towards him, so he asked what they were after. Moving in closer, the girl said it was time to share who they were. The beauty took the lead, introducing herself as a rep of the magical aristocracy, and her name was Homer Hinata, backing up her friend. She mentioned that Kaiichi Riku was next to her, and he was also part of the magical aristocrats. In a flash, the girl cheerfully said they had just one request for the teenager to be their buddy, and a magical aristocrat too. If he agreed, the dude would score status cash and major girl attention, and most importantly, he could save his friends. Homer Hinata pointed out that even if the young dude somehow managed to sort things out, now he'd always be under the aristocrat's watch from now on. Eyeing him, she continued that he'd be out partying, minding his biz, teaching someone, and his friends would be totally exposed at that moment, and he wouldn't be able to stick by them all the time. She pointed at Kusanagi Manato and asked again if he was feeling up to joining them. The guy knew his own skills. He also clearly understood his path and calmly said he was going to pass. Picking up her phone, Homer Hinata said if that was the case, too bad, because there'd be a lot of casualties. And while the girl was happening to say that the teenager needed a reality check so he wouldn't get too cocky, her crew was nearby, prepped to mess with the guy's friends. Meanwhile, the boys were fast asleep, clueless about any danger hovering over them. But that wasn't even necessary, because the moment the goons decided to mess with the crew, their bracelets started glowing bright yellow like crazy. Those accessories somehow not only provided a wicked level of protection for the heroes, but the light also filled the whole room. The surprised haters tried to do something, but they were completely caught off guard since they'd never seen anything like this before. But when the glow shifted into the figure of Kusanagi Minato, the bandits didn't know what to make of it. The girl, who had no idea what was happening back in Tokyo, was convinced everything was going according to plan and wanted to wrap things up with the dude here, ASAP. Spotting his foes with swords, the young man said he'd much rather dodge if he could. But as they got ready to strike, the guy shouted that wasn't gonna fly. The red-haired beauty straight up started showing off some moves, hoping to at least throw off the Magic Squad's commander. But our hero's speed was mad impressive, and he executed everything flawlessly. Kusanagi Manato knew many. Meanwhile, those boys were still passed out, totally unaware of the danger lurking around. But it wasn't a problem, because as soon as the goons tried to harm the team, their bracelets lit up bright yellow. Those blinged-out accessories not only gave the heroes heavy-duty protection, but the light spread out through the whole room. The haters were shocked, trying to scramble, but they hadn't seen anything like this before, and were totally blown away. But when the light morphed into the figure of Kusanagi Minato, the bandits were totally stumped about what to do next. The girl, who had no clue what was popping off in Tokyo, was sure everything was on fleek there, and she wanted to handle the dude right here, right now. Spotting his foes with swords, the young man confidently said he'd way rather dodge if possible, but as they readied to strike, the guy shouted that no way that was going to happen. The red-haired beauty kicked into gear, showing off some tricks in hopes of at least throwing off the Magic Squad's chief, but our hero's speed was off the charts, and he handled things like a pro. Kusanagi Manato was on point. The guy honestly replied that this was for real before meeting him, but turns out that's how it shook out now, hoping to at least throw off the commander of the Magic Squad. But our hero's speed was insane, so he was nailing everything at a top-tier level. Kusanagi Manato was well known, so he was totally putting in work with those skills. Hamura Hinata was like, no way, I'm giving up, and she was throwing down some fire magic, hoping it would have an impact on the dude, and man, it was pretty epic. You can't call this girl weak, cause her magic game is on point, but the dude wasn't even phased. He'd seen it all before. At that moment, Kaiichi Riku figured he'd step up his game too, cause it looked like the guy was kind of slacking. For a sec, that steel was practically grazing the teen's neck, but honestly, it was whatever. The instant defense kicked in right away, but the teen thought to himself that if it was someone less skilled, they would have been wrecked for sure. As she let the fire fade, the girl was still yapping about how the young guy shouldn't get too big for his britches, but the young man was all chill. In fact, he was loving the whole power vibe. Plus, with the two elements colliding, it started pouring rain like crazy. The annoyed beauty shouted that the rumors were no joke, cause the guy didn't even need to chant a spell. He was taking on even third-rank magic, while she felt totally lame in comparison. It was clear Kaiichi Riku was also not. Pulling off everything he wanted, the student got this and was like, dude, you're not that great at fighting on the ground, so why not take it up a notch? Hearing this, the beauty was like, Kusanagi Minato is way too cocky and it's getting on my nerves. Then she added they had totally underestimated this guy, in a softer voice. She mentioned they could go another round, but no holding back this time. Teaming up Homer and said their attack would scorch everything in its path, while her partner chimed in that it would obliterate everything. Our hero was aware he was about to witness some 7th-rank demonic flame, but he wasn't in a rush to react. What went down next was hard to put into words, because the guy began doing this epic trick, called a comet. The red-haired girl was pumped about what she was witnessing. She mentioned that magic this strong could wipe out half the city, so she wanted to see how the teen was going to defend against that. It looked terrifying, but not to our hero, who saw it as no biggie. The young man knew he was going to use some free magic and disappear. Tuning into his powers, Minato Kusanagi noticed that the stones all of a sudden started to shift and seemed to float up. It was wild to watch, because the fire left practically no trace, and those stones were shrinking like crazy. The two friends, waiting for a show, were now looking around confused about where their magic had vanished to. With a cool vibe in his voice, the guy explained that he had just split their magic. The girl freaked out and was like, no way, that's impossible. It's so against the rules. If that's how it is, I won't accept it, so you're out of the game. Everything that happened until then felt like a total joke, and now she was ready to unleash her ultimate power. Suddenly, our hero turned around. It felt like music. Something had gone down that scared him way more than those mages. The two haters were frozen eyes, glued to the sky. They all chanted in sync that the sky was red again, which meant another catastrophe was kicking off. The young man realized way too much was happening in too short a time, and he couldn't buy into it just being luck. The teens knew that when a disaster strikes, chilling out isn't an option. It's time to hustle and save folks. The night city was already getting covered in dark clouds, which meant this battle was going to be rough. An old lady, sensing something was off, was peeking out to see what was up outside. Our hero was set on saving people, but Homer Hinata shouted loudly at him not to do anything stupid, even though he was totally confused about what she wanted from him. After that, she was like, I don't care about the disaster. She was ready to deal with the young man right then and there, but a second later she felt a strong grip on her shoulder. Her teammate said firmly that Homer Hinata had completely zoned out on their mission because she was lost in her emotions. The girl was fuming. She knew this person was speaking truth, but she still wasn't about to back down. Kusanagi Minato wasn't paying much mind to their chat and said he had no time for them right now because there were way bigger issues to tackle. A disaster was looming. The guy was thinking that down below there was probably a city that was wrecked and abandoned after the major disaster in Osaka 50 years back. And the same deal in Shibuya. Maybe it wasn't even a disaster, just monsters popping up, so the teen knew he needed to zero in on that. As he glided over the city, our hero noticed tons of gnarly monsters, and if he just cruised by, they could attack innocent people, but tackling all of that alone was going to be tough. But at that moment, Minato Kusanagi spotted Kaiichi next to him, who calmly said he'd pitch in to handle the invasion. The young man immediately asked if it was true these folks lived by the motto that those who quit are toast. The girl was totally quiet, but in her head she was like, for real, this is so true. She knew chatting wasn't the vibe right now, but dang, she realized she had a shot. She didn't spill the tea on exactly what kind of shot though, and while the dudes were hustling to the invasion scene, some gnarly stuff was already going down there. It felt like there were more monsters than peeps in the city, and they just kept showing up like surprise. And there were guards, lots of them. Everyone was feeling all high and mighty, so they weren't scared of anything. Hinata was like, I'm so ready to take these monsters on myself. So she landed close to where the beasts were chillin'. With a pumped-up voice, she shouted that she would happily wreck all the monsters, and she'd do it super fast. The girl quickly powered up her 5th rank in a blaze of fire, knowing she could totally roast these monsters. Her buddy wasn't about to let her outshine him either, so he flexed his skills and did his thing like a boss. Our hero was the baddest, even though he didn't want to steal the spotlight. He kicked in his defense to protect the folks while also revving up his attack. He unleashed some serious 5th rank magic, which was all fire, so those monsters didn't stand a chance. The light he threw out was shining bright enough to be seen from almost everywhere in the city. This light was all about protecting the chill people, but taking out the bad guys. Kusanagi Manato was thinking he had to wipe out all the little monsters before the big boss showed up, but suddenly he spotted this dude strolling down the alley, all chill, which was super weird. This old guy was rocking black glasses like blind people wear along with the cane to match. Crouching down, our hero asked the stranger if he was cool, kind of like he was his grandpa or something. Getting closer, he added that this spot was super sketchy and it'd be safer for him to hunker down somewhere. A sec later, the young dude touched the man's hand and felt something totally off. The old guy was silent, but he stared at Minato Kusanagi and suddenly no glasses on the grandpa's face. The young hero quickly yanked back his hand, giving the stranger a nervous look and just freezing up. The man grinned and said it was all good, he was fine, and no need to sweat it. The young guy stood there like a statue. Realizing there was something super weird about this old dude, he couldn't help but wonder why he was acting all chill in the middle of this chaos. But that wasn't the only odd thing. Our hero had this strong feeling he'd met this dude before, but he looked way different back then. Only a few minutes had passed, and when he got to the car, the stranger was about to hop in. Sitting inside, he said firmly that it was time to bounce. In that moment, there was a mad traffic jam with military trucks mixed in with regular cars. The military peeps figured there were way too many monsters, and it was time to initiate the capture, especially since the spell was all set to go. When our hero rolled up to the scene, he caught on that the crew, just like Shidu said, was actually working fast and together, which was a total game changer in this situation. So, when our hero rolled up to the scene, he caught on that the crew, just like Shidu said, was actually working fast and together, which was a total game changer in this situation. So, the teen was thinking about the best way to roll with it, so they didn't mess up their flow. Once on the ground, Minato Kusanagi heard someone ask what he was doing there. But another dude recognized him and was super stoked. He showed up saying it was quicker than they thought. But they couldn't finish chatting before a massive explosion went off the next second. Our hero quickly told all the soldiers to focus up and keep the fight going, because it was super crucial to take care of those little monsters. Replying to the young guy's question about how it was going, the cops said they had the monsters boxed in and were doing everything they could to keep the citizens safe. Still, there weren't enough hands on deck to fully stop the monsters' moves. The young dude grinned and cheerfully told everyone not to sweat it, because he was there now. The squad defending themselves said that made them feel way better, and that it gave them massive hope. A moment later, looking ahead, Minato Kusanagi added that he hadn't come alone. The girl and the dude who volunteered were already close by and ready to pitch in. The guys recognized those peeps, but it was hella odd seeing the magical royalty teamed up with the magical squad since they thought they were at each other's throats. But nope, that was not the case at all. They quickly chimed in that victory was basically in the bag, and with this lineup, they were definitely going to win. But suddenly, things took a turn for the worse. The soldiers who had just been standing still a second ago started leaning all over the place. The guys felt weird, like something heavy was crashing down inside them. A minute later, a massive monster showed up in front of the crowd, glaring fiercely at the people. The freaked-out law enforcement officers said nervously that this was the big boss of the monsters. A minute later, a massive monster showed up in front of the crowd, glaring fiercely at the people. The freaked-out law enforcement officers said nervously that this was the big boss of the monsters. A hot minute later, a massive monster showed up in front of the crowd, glaring at everyone like it was mad. The scared cops nervously said this was the head honcho of the monsters. A hot minute later, a massive monster showed up in front of the crowd, glaring at everyone like it was mad. The scared cops nervously said this was the head honcho of the monsters. But this dude was so powerful that nobody could even get close to him. Kusanagi Manato kept grinning and said that the boss was finally ready to show up. The scared cop couldn't wrap his head around how anyone could be pumped about this, since their enemy was the real demon lord. Humor Hinata, wanting to prove she was a boss, yelled at the young dude to keep an eye on them because they'd take this monster down in no time. The teen didn't want to seem clueless. He just knew this demon was way stronger than the squad, and given their weak sauce level, they could totally get wrecked. The girl was itching to go first, so she asked to kick things off. But Kai Riku was like, nah, I want to start, which was totally ignored by her, and a split second later, she was hurling her fire magic, screaming at the monster that she'd turn him into ash. The dude kept up with Hinata, firing up his powers so that they could take down the enemy quick. The monster stood smack in the middle of all this crazy chaos, but he didn't flinch at all and didn't even try to defend himself. But suddenly things started to change. The boss recognized he had to do something, so he kicked his firepower into gear. The catch was that this was at the 8th rank, while the crew could only max out at the 7th, which they realized way too late. The demon was on another level, and even the soldiers chilling far away felt it and knew that energy could knock them flat in no time. And for real, it was legit. The power was so intense that the pavement around where the boss stood crumbled into a pile of rubble. Seeing the monster chill a bit, the teens started to celebrate, thinking their combined strength had knocked his magic down a peg after all. But our hero had a totally different vibe about it. Even though he wasn't rushing to jump in, he knew he still had his own battle looming. Rising up from her seat, the fired-up girl shouted at the beast not to sleep on them, because they were no joke powerful mages. She didn't even think about backing down, so she gathered her mana and dove back into the fight. Her buddy did the same, realizing they could smack it down way faster together. But in a flash, the monster scoffed that humans moved too slow and were destined to lose to him. Right after that, the boss unleashed some crazy magic, and music went on the offense. The teens felt it coming soon after because they could barely keep it together, getting blown back with so much force they might have been sent flying off the battlefield any second. The squad didn't throw in the towel, but they straight up understood at that moment that they were totally outmatched. In a heartbeat, the sky lit up with crazy colors, signaling the monster was unleashing more magic, and this time it was a mega combo. Suddenly, a massive wave of flames started rolling towards both the girl and Kai Riku, and they were powerless to resist it. Our hero saw not just that, but also how in a minute his friends were down, not far from where he stood, struggling to get back up. The mages cursed how things turned out. They got it. There was no way they were defeating the monster. Plus, they had just barely survived the skirmish. Supporting the crew, Minato Kusanagi calmly remarked that their part was done, and now he wanted them to leave the rest to him. Grabbing the young dude by his shirt, Humura Hinata said, sounding kinda desperate that he wouldn't be able to take down this monster because even the magical aristocrats flopped. Then Kaichu told our hero to bail while he still could. Marching toward the boss, the teen chilled and said not to sweat it because an enemy this tough was no biggie for him. The man locked eyes with him, and Music thought that he must not understand the level of threat he was packing. Scoping out the monster again, he figured the young man probably didn't feel the heavy power that was pouring off his opponent. Right then, the girl jumped up and started arguing, saying she just couldn't let this go down. Covering her eyes with her hand, she added that he'd be let down by her, so she had to step it up. Kaiku was just standing there, but he looked totally confused about what his friend was doing, so he kept his mouth shut. In that moment, our hero walked up to the monster and asked, sounding surprised, how long it had been waiting for him. The boss shot back, asking the young dude where he got that crazy strength and where he came from. The young man was unsure if he should even respond. Then, the monster said it didn't matter because they were rivals, and instead of chatting, they should just brawl. For a bit, Minato Kusanagi stared hard at his opponent. At that moment, Music. The monster said it'd be better to rip each other apart until one went down. It sounded super bold, but what else would you expect from such a beast? The young man saw that the monster was gearing up to attack, so he instinctively kicked his defenses into gear. Even though he knew he had to wrap this up quick, a moment later, just as he anticipated, the monster came at him from all directions, and Music, came in hot. The beast was sure it could easily take him out fast. Homura Hinata, watching from the sidelines, was stoked, noting how she'd warned the young man beforehand that taking down the demon leader was just impossible. The monster was laser-focused on his opponent. The girl standing nearby was totally stoked, saying she had told the young man earlier that beating the demon leader was straight up impossible. The monster kept a close eye on his foe. couldn't wrap his head around why his magic was flopping against the human. Then out of nowhere, the teen said it was all driving him nuts, like, dude, it's taking forever. But wait, Kaichi Riku shouted out that Kusanagi Manato actually punched the monster, and the girl was totally shook. The guy thought to himself that no matter how much the dude tried to shield himself with magic, the demon leader's power was still massive, so he had no clue what the kid was planning next. Our hero was also deep in thought, wishing he could unleash his new magic on that monster, but he knew it wasn't the right moment yet, so he figured he just had to find the perfect spell. A moment later, Kusanagi Minato started to focus his energy, deciding to go for a 9th rank anti-magic spark. The girl was kind of freaking out, saying that even they could only flex 8th level magic, thinking that was the top of the food chain. But the dude didn't care what they thought. He just kept zeroing in on his power, knowing it'd pull through. It felt like every second he was pumping his energy harder and harder, and there was tons of yellow light glowing and giving off this cozy warmth. Then something wild happened because everyone saw this blinding flash and the monster just crashed down to the ground. When the sun came out, the cops were low-key stunned, asking if it was really done, noting that the young guy had totally taken down a foe even the magical big shots couldn't handle. The guys cheered as they made their way to the young man, calling him their hero who'd accomplished the impossible. He just replied coolly that he said he'd do it, and look, he did. Hinamura Hinata thought angrily that this teen had taken down the boss so casually, and compared to him, she didn't even feel like a magician. Our hero hinted they should keep the vibe going, but the girl proudly shot back that it was pointless because they had lost the debate, and he had won the showdown. But Minato Kusanagi was like, no way he wanted anyone feeling some type of way. He just wanted to get the deets. When the guy mentioned there was one more missing piece, he realized they were talking about Miss Takigami, who popped up right behind him. The woman calmly said that she saw the strength in the young man, and he added that now she couldn't dodge him anymore. He quickly started firing questions about what the test was, for why the magicians had become so weak, and why his pal was tight with the magical aristocracy. Music. The young man firmly declared he wanted to know the whole truth. After a bit, having caught a breather, everyone chilled in Mrs. Takigami's living room. The young dude wasn't in a rush, so he asked the older lady if she recognized the magicians by the wall. The woman answered coolly that they were acquaintances, and those guys were supposed to come at him. Kusanagi Minato couldn't fathom why they'd thrown him that curveball, so he shot a question about it. The lady just kept quiet, but Kaichi Riku stepped in and explained that it was a test to see if the young man was all about the power trip or not. They wanted to see who he really was. When the young dude asked if his pals were in on it, they said, yeah, but they weren't looking to hurt the girls or Ryuji. It was just a game. They, music, laid it out that Minato Kusanagi posed a threat to the magical aristocracy because his existence challenged their clout in the eyes of other groups, which was a major headache. But the teen was quick to say everyone had it twisted. The aristocrats' rep in the eyes of the magical squad was still solid. They just brought problems on themselves. Homura Hinata started to argue, but the dude calmly pointed out that the young man was right. He added that during the first disaster, the magical aristocracy had just chilled and done nothing. He said his words might sound like a lame excuse, but this country needed the magical aristocracy. At that moment, the lady of the house chimed in, saying that 50 years ago, after Mr. Ichigami kicked the bucket, that's when the aristocrats showed up. After the strongest magicians passed away, and when the monsters vanished, a new threat popped up, in the form of illegal magicians. They just dropped in unexpectedly, and back then, there were no systems to hold them back. Unable to defend themselves at all, Japan briefly turned into a criminal state. The remaining magicians tried to fight back, but even they were struggling. After a bunch of disasters and crimes, people got buried in despair, doubting everything music every day. This was mainly because of Minato Ichigami's death, a hero who had always kept order but whose spirit had left this world forever. Then a few magicians who had managed to survive started thinking about how to bring hope back to the people of Japan and revive the peaceful days that Minato had once given them. For a sec, the woman seemed to drift off in her own memories. Suddenly, Minato Kusanagi jumped in, saying that's how the magical aristocracy came to be, which the hostess confirmed. These people, looking spaced out in her own world. Out of nowhere, Minato Kusanagi jumped in, saying this was how the magical elite came to be, and the hostess nodded in agreement. These peeps registered everyone connected to magic in any way, music, and those who pushed back were just wiped out. They totally monopolized all the knowledge and tech around magic. In Japan, they totally put a ban on talking about magic so they wouldn't slip back into the chaos they left behind. Slowly but surely, peace started to chill in the country. But for magicians, they took a major hit. After a sec of thinking, the dude said that the strict magic rules had totally caused a decline, which made sense. He was hit with the memories of the nightmare from 50 years ago when so many peeps and magicians kicked the bucket in that madness, and then some of them went on to wreck the country themselves. But the bro had no clue who wanted him out of the game. The lady said she couldn't remember those peeps. Then out of nowhere, Mrs. Takigami sneaked a glance at the young squad hanging by the wall and asked if her friend remembered a dude named Mume Hifumi. The hero replied that he was the guy's boss. Kusanagi Manato was like, "Oh yeah, that guy always messed with me, super competitive a bit." Clears throat, cocky, but a legit magician. The lady mentioned he was the head honcho of one of the 3 biggest shadow companies in Japan, the richest dude around, and he was backing the magical aristocracy too. The surprised dude was like, "Wait, a businessman in politics didn't think he'd go that high." Miss Takigami said he was all about magic and peeps, not power or cash. Kusanagi Minato leaned back in his chair, looking all worn out. Then the lady shifted her focus back to the quiet kid standing there, saying that today's magicians, even the new geniuses, couldn't even touch Mr. Under Ichigami's power. They were just sad copies. That's when Minato snapped and yelled that thanks to their ancestors, peace was a thing in Japan, so their power shouldn't be dissed. But the kid immediately turned to the girl, asking what they'd do if a catastrophe like 50 years ago went down again. Probably just roll over for the Demon Lord again, right? Kaichi Riku laid it out, saying they didn't plan for that chaos, thinking the cops would nail it. In worst case, the whole magical aristocracy would band together to keep the peace. But our dude calmly said he'd seen the aristocracy's skills, and it wasn't pretty. Kusanagi Manato straight up asked the lady if she was in the loop, and Lady Takigami told him she hadn't just been sitting there twiddling her thumbs. She added that even though she wasn't an aristocrat and her powers weren't crazy strong, she was a regular anti-magician. The young man thought about how that was the truth from 50 years back, which led to a weak magical aristocracy, a drop in skills, fewer disasters, and lame magical training, and he quickly stopped dwelling on it. He realized he had unearthed the real reasons. Music. But was that all? He asked if there were really no more secrets, and the woman said she spilled all she knew. The music aristocrat chilling on the side was eyeing the lady and the teen like a hawk. Minato Kusagani took a deep breath and said it all made sense now. Standing up, he said they could wrap up, but he had one idea. Raising a hand, he proposed that they band together. Homura Hinata was totally not vibing with that and started asking why they'd even need to team up. Our hero replied that he was down for equal teamwork. Ain't nobody gonna bow to anyone. And since disasters wouldn't stop crashing the party, they should totally work together to squash them. The girl started hollering again, asking why the big boss even needed their help. He said he wasn't weak. It would just be way smarter to be buddies instead of rivals. The young man explained that if they teamed up, they'd keep everyone safe, and he was curious if the young gun seriously didn't want to save everyone. Kairuku, keeping it real, admitted that even though the offer was a curveball, after taking down the demon chief, he saw no reason to bail. Miss Takagami, eavesdropping, jumped in, saying the young crowd could lean on her too, since she'd whip up anti-magic armor for everyone. Music. The young man grinned and thanked his pals, but things were kinda awkward with Homer Hinata, since she just turned her back and stood quiet. Out of nowhere, the girl shouted that she was in for the team-up. She quickly added that the hero better not try to snag all the glory, and if he whined about it, she'd take him down herself. The music teen was cool with that, but asked her not to take peeps hostage next time, and she nodded right away. So, for the first time in 50 years, the magical aristocracy and the special magical squad teamed up to take on evil. At that moment, Minato Kusanagi suddenly blurted out that he felt like he'd forgotten something super important, or maybe it was just in his head. The next morning, when Katsuragi Ruji rolled out of bed, he freaked out seeing a passed-out stranger in his place, totally clueless about who they were. The same scenario played out for the Mizuki sisters, who thought some thieves had broken into their crib. If there were really no more secrets, and the woman replied that she had spilled all she knew. The aristocrat on the side was watching the lady and the teenager like a hawk. Taking a deep breath, Minato Kusagani declared that everything was now clear to him. Rising from his seat, the young man noted that the convo could end there, but he had one suggestion. Raising his hand, the young man suggested that the young people join forces. Homura Hinata was clearly not happy to hear this, and immediately began to ask why they needed to do so. Our hero replied that he wanted equal cooperation, so he was not going to obey anyone. And since disasters were not going to go away, it would be better to work together to eliminate them. The girl started shouting again, asking why the powerful captain needed their help. But he said that he was not powerless. It would just be more productive to be friends than to oppose each other. The young man explained that by uniting they would be able to protect everyone, and therefore he was curious as to whether young people really did not want to save everyone. Kairuku said honestly that although the offer was unexpected after the defeat of the demon chief, he saw no reason to refuse. Miss Takagami, overhearing the conversation, said that the young people could also rely on her as she would create anti-magic armor for everyone. The young man then sincerely thanked his two comrades. However, things were not so simple with Homer Hinata because she turned away from everyone and stood silently. Suddenly shouting, the girl declared that she agreed to cooperate. She immediately added that our hero should not dare to take all the glory for himself, and if he suddenly began to complain, she would kill him herself. The teenager agreed to this, but asked her not to take people hostage next time, to which the beauty immediately agreed. Thus, for the first time in 50 years, the magical aristocracy and the special magical squad joined forces to fight evil. At That moment, Minato Kusanagi abruptly said that he had a feeling he had forgotten something important, or maybe it was just his imagination. The next morning, when Katsuragi Ruji got out of bed, he was horrified to find an unconscious stranger in his house, not knowing who he was. The same thing happened to the Mizuki sisters, who thought that burglars had broken into their house. Meanwhile, at the Osaka Prefectural Police Academy, the hype staff were all about our guy and said they'd been waiting on him. The dude looked at them totally caught off guard, not sure how to vibe with this. Stepping out onto the courtyard, one of the officers yelled for everyone to get in line like right now. He went on about how the crew didn't chat with their mates and had to show him some respect. After that, the officer said sorry to our dude, explaining that a lot of these peeps were just volunteers. They were still learning the ropes, and as a cop, he felt kinda embarrassed for them. Feeling awkward, Minato Kusanagi was like, nah, this is awkward for real. He said that maybe this was all a bit much. The officer chimed in that these kids were just inspired by the Magic Squad's epic moves, and he wouldn't mind getting in on that action himself. After hearing that, the young man slumped his shoulders, realizing he was getting even more embarrassed. A little later, another officer asked the chief where Kusagani was, adding that they totally needed him. But the young dude didn't catch any of that, because he was busy telling his team to get on using the first rank spell. The students focused up and handled their business pretty well. It was super hard to concentrate, though, because a couple of girls in cop uniforms were looking at him all weird. Rubbing the back of his head, our hero thought he was just drawing too much attention. But he figured that might actually work in his favor. More magicians joining would mean stronger fighters to train. He could already see the results of the first training session when the tired squad was barely managing to run around the field. The mentor kept telling them that the stronger their bodies, the more magic they could unleash, like they needed to feel that while hustling and imagine their lives were on the line. The kids were griping, saying this training was way different than what they thought it'd be. Laughing, Minato Kusagani joked if anything went down, he'd just pull out some holy magic and raise everyone back up from the dead. So quit whining. Get moving. The bad guys ain't gonna take it easy on you in a battle. You gotta pour everything you've got into this training. A week later, all the students were back on the training field. The young man said they'd all put in the work, and it paid off big time. Their skills had leveled up. He gave the boys a pep talk, saying even when they weren't on the field, they needed to keep leveling up because they were the defenders of Osaka. Hearing that, the kids got all emotional and started tearing up. Walking away without looking back, our hero proudly announced that he was handing over the city's defense to these young guns. After that, the police squad got even stronger, matching the ones from Tokyo. Kusanagi Manato thought about bouncing home ASAP, but he was low-key bummed because he knew a press conference was waiting for him there. A couple of days later, the TV announced that the Special Magic Squad was teaming up with the fancy folks from the Homer and Kai families. A lot of people were skeptical until they saw our hero shaking hands with Kaichi Riku on camera. Plus, word on the street was that the special unit was going to snag some major sponsors from Tokyo's elite, but many thought this was total nonsense since these guys were already getting paid by the police. Others figured why not? One thing doesn't have to mess with the other, and there could be tons of different options. Most folks were stoked about more magicians in town feeling secure against any potential disasters. At the same time, tons of journalists were curious about how the Mizuha clan would roll with things since one of their peeps ghosted the press conference. On the flip side, some were like, when the country was staring disaster in the face, these families didn't even budge. So like, what else could they expect from them? During one of the training sessions, Minato Kusagani asked the girls if it was true they couldn't reach out to their dad. With a heavy heart, UKA said she tried a ton of times, but nada. But her sister popped in to say they got shut down, so it wasn't surprising. The dude was shocked that the head of the Mitsuha family hadn't even said anything about the other two families joining forces with the Magic Squad. This also surprised Rookie, who thought their dad would chill out after that. The young man figured peace had finally done a tango between the squad and the aristocracy after so long. So he thought maybe Mizuha would want to see his daughters, but stayed quiet. So maybe it's a good idea to drop in on him. The girls noticed their mentor was deep in thought, but didn't want to ask what's up. Suddenly, Yuka shouted that none of that was even important. The real deal was how well the boys did in Osaka. Feeling pumped, the young man confessed he'd caused more chaos than good. Shiduigo tuned into the convo but decided to keep his mouth shut because it didn't involve him at all. Who thought that her father would soften after that? The young man thought to himself that peace had reigned between the detachment and the aristocracy for the first time in a long time. So he assumed that Mizuha would want to see his daughters, but he remained silent, so perhaps it would be worth visiting him. The beauty saw that their mentor was thinking about something, but they didn't dare ask what it was. Suddenly, Yuka exclaimed that none of that mattered. The most important thing was how well the boys had done in Osaka. Cheering up, the young man declared that he had caused more problems than he had helped. Shiduigo listened attentively to the conversation, but decided not to interfere because it did not concern him at all. The cop was curious about another thing. While our dude was out, the magician in black totally ghosted, so it's a total possibility they were the same person. If that's the case, the blonde guy would have to cuff him. even though he was really hoping this was all just a mess-up, since Kusagani was the only wizard who could defend the world from bad vibes. Strolling down the street, the teen was thinking about how busy his 3 homies had been lately and how long it had been since he went home solo. All of a sudden, the dude's eyes got huge at what he spotted. 2 girls who were maids said they were told to give him a shout-out. After a bit, Miss Harat Toshichu got all serious with our guy and said he was living under the same roof as her daughters. He quickly added that if the teen even touched them with a pinky, he'd make sure to personally wipe the floor with him. Looking at this dude all surprised, the young man awkwardly said they were just pals and hitting the books together. He went on about how he saw these girls as nothing but friends, but he thought to himself that the dude brought him here just because of that little detail, even though this guy kinda had a fatherly vibe. A moment later, the house owner got up and said the young man should follow him. The dude saw the mage float up into the air, but wasn't sure if he should do the same or just chill and watch. Out of nowhere, Mizuha Toshichiro suggested they throw down in a training fight, and hearing that the teen was totally down for it. A moment later, the guy started throwing around his mana, making it clear this was the real deal. Kusanagi Minato also wasn't about to fall behind, realizing this was some kind of test and not wanting to mess around. The house owner jumped right in with a 7th rank move that was supposed to crush his guest. The dude got the hint, so he fired back with his own 7th rank, but with demonic flames. It was straight up epic, after which both magicians crashed down to the ground. With a nod of approval, the guy said the young man made the smart call to use the opposite of water to counter the attack, which he thought was a dope move. He then mentioned he could totally trust Kusagi Manato as a mentor for his daughters, no doubts there. The young man watched as the house owner walked off without saying another word, but he wasn't about to keep the convo going. Meanwhile, a dude was smashing a bottle and yelling that he was fed up with the whole situation. The young man was like, "What even is going on? This dude is a total nobody." He said the magician in black was still alive, and not only did that not sit right with him, he was also over it all, and swore he'd make sure this dude didn't get away with it. Yelling at someone, the hater shouted that he'd definitely meet his expectations. Mizuha clears throat. Toshichiro, who popped up at the doorway, told the house owner to chill, saying they'd wipe out the Black Rebellion for good. The guy was super determined and declared there'd definitely be a showdown between them and the Dark Magicians. The girls at the academy saw Kusanagi Minato and started telling him how he was totally rad at the press conference and music, that everyone was buzzing about his squad. The young man thought to himself, feeling kind of wistful that he was getting way more attention than before, music, and honestly, it wasn't making him too happy. Yuka was also soaking up the attention. But it seemed like she was already used to this whole scene, so she was feeling pretty confident. Some interesting guys were hanging around the beauty, but there were also a bunch of jealous girls eyeing everything from the sidelines. Standing by the entrance, the girls were not happy. They couldn't figure out why everyone was so into their classmate. Just then, Yuka told the guys she had to dip for a sec and headed into the hallway. Walking solo, the girl muttered that she felt like nothing could touch her anymore. But dang, all this spotlight was so draining. Suddenly, she snapped out of her thoughts when her classmates came up to her saying they needed to chat. Freaked out, Yuka stood in the backyard of the academy confused about what her classmates wanted. One of the girls rudely stuck her foot by where the heroine was standing. The students yelled that it made no sense why Mizuha got into the special magic squad, that it was all about her family, and that's why she strutted around acting all important, annoying everyone else. But then another girl piped in saying UKA was totally dating the squad commander, so no wonder she landed the spot. But the beauty was not about to take that, so she yelled back that didn't anyone realize she was picked music, because she put in the hard work every single day and had the skills. Her haters started asking if Yui was going to deny that she liked Minato Kusanagi. After those words, the girl hesitated. Music. She got that she really had a crush on the young man, but she wasn't about to admit that to everyone. Suddenly, the voice of the dude they were just talking about rang out asking what was going on in this alley. The young man got the vibe that something was off, but he wasn't going to be rude or anything, so he just waited for an answer, trying to make excuses. The girls said they just wanted to ask the academy girl how she scored a spot in the squad, adding that she was like an aristocrat in a special class. She realized she was really into the young dude, but didn't want to spill that to strangers. Out of the blue, the guy they were just chatting about popped up asking what was going on in this alley. The young man sensed something was off, but he wasn't about to be rude or anything, so he just chilled and waited for a reply. Trying to cover up, the girls said they just wanted to ask the academy girl how she snagged a spot in the squad, adding that she was like an aristocrat from a special class, so it made sense they couldn't take her. Then the most annoying student blabbed that it was the commander who pulled strings for the position, but if that got out, his rep would totally tank. Yui felt small. She didn't want to make excuses, but she had no clue how to handle this. The girl walked up to her buddy and looked at him intensely. The academy crew started whining again about how unfair it was, saying they'd also want to be in the special unit, but they didn't have a hookup like she did. Minato Kusanagi declared loudly that he got where they were coming from. He flashed a smile and then pumped up the vibe, saying if the girls were down, they could get some special training with their squad. He quickly added that if they crushed it, they could join their team and be on par with everyone else in protecting the peeps. The girls lit up, saying they'd definitely show up and prove they were worth it. Wei, who was lurking in the back, kept it to herself. When they hit the training ground, the commander told everyone gathered that some fresh faces would be training with them today, and while Ruji said he'd never seen these girls before, Ruka was curious if they'd be able to keep up. Yui freaked out to herself. Does Kusanagi really want to let these academy girls roll with the group? But she figured now wasn't the right time to dwell on that. She had to give it her all because she came to train, not to sweat the small stuff. Only the newbies weren't thinking about training. They were dreaming about how they'd be the coolest when they got accepted into the squad. Annoyed, Ruka turned to her friend and said some wannabes had crashed the class, which he agreed with. Hearing this, Minato shouted to the crew not to stress it, because the girls definitely wouldn't last long in the field. One of the students checking out our hero thought she should get closer to him during a training. But just a few minutes in, the girl not only couldn't get near the young dude, she could barely stay standing. While the commander yelled at everyone to run like their lives depended on it, because monsters weren't going to wait for anyone to power up. The participants had to envision a horde of starving demons chasing them. And the young man's buddies actually ran, realizing this was the real deal. Only the haters lagging behind. Somewhere at the back whined that they couldn't handle it anymore. After a bit, Kusanagi told everyone to drop for push-ups because it would help push their limits, which they totally needed. After that, the crew started working on magic, figuring out they had to nail it since magic totally depended on inner strength. Wiped out, the haters decided it was time to bounce out of this training since it felt more like torture and no sane person could handle it. But in the next second, one of the girls felt a hand on her shoulder and freaked out. It was the commander jokingly asking where all the beauties were headed, reminding them this was just the start of the training. Sitting on the ground, the students were crying. The haters were totally over this training session because it felt more like torture, and honestly, no one could handle it. But then out of nowhere, one of the girls got freaked out when she felt a hand on her shoulder. It was the commander cracking jokes about where all the hotties were heading, saying this was just the warm-up for training. Plopped down on the ground, the students were bawling. So this dude claimed he dragged them all out here just to clown on them. Out of nowhere, he told the girls to check out his crew. He said that back in the day, all those peeps hated training too, but they kept grinding and leveling up until they became total magic wizards. He threw in that their job was super dangerous, and they had to throw down with monsters to keep the civilians safe, which was a total drain. He mentioned that Yuka always put in the max effort. She thought of herself as a nobody, but still never slacked on her training. Then he turned to the students and asked if they really thought she had time for chilling. He got all serious and wondered if it was about flirting or who you knew. Minato Kusanagi stood up for Yuka, saying she was his close friend and he wasn't going to let anyone trash talk her. The students looked at him in shock, realizing he was dead serious. They freaked out and ran shouting that he shouldn't kill them. As for that dude, he said those kids were totally spineless, and he could have accepted them if they'd just put in a little more effort. Argy, who rolled up to the commander, asked what was up, but the commander just said that the training session was full of wannabes not even worth his time. We just chilled off to the side and stayed quiet. On the way home, when she caught up with our hero, she casually said she heard everything. After that, the beauty thanked the guy, saying he did it all for her. The dude replied that he could have argued with those kids, but it'd just be a waste. So he figured he'd show them what teamwork looks like. If they kept acting like that, he just went quiet. Yuka wrapped things up for them, saying if they kept it up, they should just ignore them. The shy girl mentioned that after all that went down, she wanted him to know she valued him too. Minato Kusanagi closed his eyes, saying he got the picture. The beauty thought to herself that the dude probably didn't catch the meaning behind her words. But the day was coming when she'd be all kinds of stronger. And just then, vibing with him at the right time, she snapped out of her thoughts. But she had to say out loud that the day was coming when she'd definitely be even more powerful for real. And at that moment, she'd finally be able to take down her mentor. With a grin, Yuka told the dude to get ready for that. A bit later, chaos hit the city again as those monsters were back in action. Our hero, just like Homer Hinata saw music, the scene unfold, and thought about what to do next. The girl who was always down to be number one yelled that she would handle everything herself because it was her hunt, but the dude just pointed out that his partner was a tad too eager. Not ideal, but soon enough, they teamed up so one could take out some monsters while the other tackled a whole different squad. People on the streets were saying they were witnessing an epic moment where the magic crew and the aristocrats were actually working together. Before long, the news started, buzzing about how this alliance was boosting trust in the magical elite. But besides the chaos and monsters, the Black Rebellion crew was still a major threat. It's this unofficial gang made up mostly of students. But the boss wasn't thrilled about it, saying because of their top-notch skills, folks started losing faith in the police. Meanwhile, a little kiddo was chilling in the hospital, still knocked out. The magician in black sneaked into the ward by opening the window real stealthily. The young dude was determined to help, So he raised his hand and stared intently at the little patient. Kusanagi Minato decided to drop some 9th rank magic holy vibes and angelic breath to aid the boy. Out of nowhere, the room lit up, flooding with this soft, warm light. But then the guy thought to himself that sadly, holy magic isn't all-powerful, but it can boost the physical and mental state of the victim. Still looking at the kid, it felt like holy magic was just not cutting it. That really bummed him out since he wanted to help Leona, knowing her brother meant the world to her. Closing his eyes, the young dude smiled, knowing he wasn't the type to throw in the towel easy. Suddenly, he heard footsteps outside the door and knew music. Someone was about to step in, so he had to dip. Leona appeared in the doorway, looking all tired at the hospital bed. Glancing around the room, the girl said it felt like something weird was going down, but she thought she might be imagining it, leaning by the window. The guy sighed, feeling like he hadn't finished up his magic work this time. The detective told her bro she just wanted to know how he was doing, but music. He still wasn't responding, even though she was glad that at least the kid wasn't getting worse. Then Leona got super excited and said she hadn't finished her tale about the magician in black. She quickly added that this dude was just incredible, an epic magician and a solid ally who you could always count on. The girl had never met someone so amazing before. Other folks didn't even come close. But still, even this guy sometimes goes a bit overboard, which is kind of wild. He calls her a weakling who needs to toughen up, always laying down the law. Not even the demons down in hell are that harsh. But in a way, it's sort of hilarious. After that, the detective chuckled. Leona wasn't actually evil, even if she and the magician in black didn't always see eye to eye. Suddenly, the girl clutched the sheets, her hands shaking. Starting to tear up, she vowed she wouldn't back down, claiming she'd definitely get revenge on those who hurt the boy. The detective was dead set on crushing the Black Rebellion no matter what it took, and they wouldn't get away with their actions. Bowing her head, Leona let the tears fall, sure nobody could see her anyway. After chilling out a bit, the girl focused on her brother, who was lying there just like before. Music. With watery eyes, the beauty quietly asked Kei for forgiveness. A moment later, Leona went quiet, just staring into space. Kusanagi. Music. Manato figured there was no point in sticking around in front of the hospital any longer, knowing that he had more important stuff to take care of. A bit later, standing in a small hangar, the young dude asked who these new peeps were. Pointing at the folks in black, the young woman happily said they were the new shadow followers. The guy was curious about these strangers and where they came from. It all felt so random, but Leona told him it didn't really matter. The real deal was that they had a whole lot more backup now. She then explained that she'd dropped a video of our hero online, spreading the word and seeing how quickly people could track them down. The dude listened intently to his partner, but he was kind of lost for words. She kept going, saying there was no need to stress music, that she had personally checked everyone. There were no snitches among them, and each one of those folks was legit. The crew instantly recognized they were in the presence of the magician in black, and they started showing how hyped they were to see him. Kusanagi Minato wasn't really digging the whole situation, but the girl smiled and assured him it would all be okay. The guy knew they had just beefed up their squad, so they totally had to train these rookies. The dude was like, no breaks for anyone, not even the noobs, but the pumped-up crew was all in and said, "We got this, we're not backing down." They were stoked and ready to roll. Leona covered her face like, oh boy, while Minato Kusanagi was cracking up saying these newbies were a riot, and that's just because they were clueless about what was coming for them. A bit later, the newbies found themselves sprawled out on the floor, but the commander was like, what's up with them? It's just the warm-up chill out. Still, the dude thought they were green, but man, they had grit. With the strict guidance of the black magician, they started to level up their game. They split into 2 squads, one for the field and one for intel and hacking. Plus, there was a strike team ready to clean up the streets. Little by little, the shadow mages started gaining backup from other underground crews, spreading their influence all over the nation. Meanwhile, 2 cops were in the office, chatting about how it looked like the hideout of the Black Rebellion had been wiped out. The young officers were suspecting a clash between the 2 outfits brewing. No one knew what went down, but they were saying the shadow mages were like noble thieves with their own code. Hearing that made Shidushego grimace, not vibing with the news at all. The dude thought of them as just regular criminals who deserved to be locked up. The leader of the secret squad shouted he was over it, saying he wouldn't let these guys run wild because they weren't little kids anymore. Then a young dude turned to the boss saying he was ready. The guy responded they'd trap him, and he'd finish him off himself. They just had to wait a bit longer. A new day came, and our crew regrouped at the training ground to hit the practice, the cop lurking behind. The young dude thought he was super talented, but Shidushego was sus, thinking he was the black magician. He figured that out when he matched the ages of the squad. Also, the timing was key, so he had no doubt it was the same guy. However, the blonde dude just couldn't wrap his head around it. He didn't want to believe it was true. Just then, his buddies rolled up and started apologizing. Kusanagi Minato stood there confused, like, what's going on with you guys? They handed him the bracelet and said they tried to fix it, but Minato was like, it's chill. That jewelry just can't handle our magic. He thought I'm just a regular guy, not some anti-magic armor creator. So he decided to chat with Takigami. The squad was fired up that someone thought it was cool to sneak attack them at night, which was just bogus. The dude kept his chill, saying he felt their frustration, but they needed to work with the aristocrats this time, so it was best to just let it go. The young guns got that this was a must-do. No point in arguing even if they didn't get why they needed help when they were doing totally fine solo. Out of nowhere, Yoka piped up that the aristocrats rolling into their crib was sketchy. The young dude explained it was some magic that could suck up their magic and mess with memories, which is why the girl couldn't recall their earlier meetup, realizing they trained hard today. The commander said it was time to bounce. But then the crew started saying things like they had part-time jobs to hit, others had school stuff, and some just wanted to shop. Minato figured he was headed home solo, which was a rare thing, but suddenly Shido Shigo came up offering him a ride. While they were cruising, the cop brought up how the shadow magician's influence was blowing up recently, and the police couldn't just ignore it anymore. When Minato asked if he was part of the suspect crew, the blonde was like, "Dude, that black magician is young and skilled no matter how you slice it. It's kind of looking like you guys." But Minato held his ground, insisting he didn't know anything about that. Out of nowhere, the teen asked if the black magician was really bad since he wasn't breaking laws. The cop knew the mage was called a noble robber, but was still like, "Nah, he's a criminal." Suddenly the car slammed to a stop on the side of the road, but nobody jumped out. The once all-smiles blonde turned somber, saying his pops was a cop, a real honorable man. He looked up to him not just because he was family, but because he thought criminals had their own issues and codes. Little Shido knew he wanted to be just like that, seeing only the good in people. But tragedy struck when his dad got taken out on duty. During a mission, he tried to reason with some thugs to let the hostages go, but the bad guy hit him with a spell against his defenseless old man, just a dude trying to help. The cop wasn't even a magician, but still. When Kusanagi asked if he was being suspected of that, the blonde replied that the magician in black was young and talented, no doubt about it, and they had a vibe. But our hero kept saying he had no idea about that. Out of nowhere, he asked if the magician in black was really bad, since he wasn't doing anything against the law. The cop knew that the mage was called a noble thief, but still claimed he was a criminal. Suddenly, the car jerked to a stop on the roadside, but nobody got out. The normally cheerful blonde turned gloomy and said his dad was a cop, and he would call him a man of honor. He looked up to his dad not just because he was family, because he believed criminals had their own struggles and principles. Little Shidoigo respected his dad for only seeing the good in people and wanted to be just like him. But then, tragically, his dad got killed on the job. During a mission, he was trying to talk the gangsters into letting hostages go, but one of the goons hit him with a spell targeting a guy who was just trying to help. The cop wasn't even a wizard. But the thug hit his defenseless dad with a spell, and come on, the dude was just trying to help. Plus, the cop wasn't even a magician, so that was a super messed up way for a regular cop to go down. He walked in without his gear because he thought he could reach this dude. He wanted to make a difference, but the criminal just took him out. Like, for real. He got caught and busted for offing a cop. Music. But when the cops grilled him about why he did it to an unarmed officer, he dropped a bomb of an excuse that made everyone's hair stand up. The dude just said he was scared, like he didn't mess up, and that it was the officer's fault for getting in the way. Shido closed his eyes, showing pure rage, and yelled that this was total garbage. Garbage because the criminal was just a coward scared of his unarmed dad, so he acted all victim-like. A good guy lost his life over such stupid nonsense, and honestly, he could never let that kind of trash slide. All criminals are the same dude. Doesn't matter if they're nice or awful. What they do is a crime no matter how you slice it. If his dad had thought like that, he'd still be alive, but he didn't think of himself at all. He just wanted to help someone else. Looking at his bro, the young dude figured there had to be more to this story, since Shido never backed off. Finally, the blonde guy chilled out a bit and apologized to the young man, saying he wasn't himself. He wished our hero good vibes and dropped him off near his crib before bouncing. Even though the cop said sorry, his eyes were intense, and you could tell he was plotting something. The next day, the sisters were chilling on the playground, chatting about how the guys were late for some reason, even though that's so not like them. Realizing he was running late, Minato Kusanagi mused that he could never wrap his head around why teachers drone on about stuff that has nothing to do with anything. At that moment, two dudes hanging out off to the side were eyeing him closely. Out of nowhere, the big screen TV on the street started getting all glitchy. The boss of the Black Rebellion was loving this turn of events, claiming that from here on out, the television was his playground. Meanwhile, the crowd that spotted the changes had no clue who the dude on the telly was, but a few recognized him because he used to be a big deal in the magical underworld. He shouted that he had a newsflash for the special forces, and of course for the magician in black, saying he had a gift for them all, and then yelled that he had planted bombs all over Japan. But at the same time, he warned no one to call the cops, and if the locals, music, dared cross him, he'd hit that detonate button. Throwing his hand up, the guy said everyone probably thought he was bluffing. But nah, he was dead serious, and he'd prove it. Suddenly, it went silent, and then boom! A massive explosion rocked the place, sending debris and glass flying everywhere. People were running around like headless chickens trying to figure out what the heck just happened, praying there were no monsters. But our hero, realizing the crowd was in deep danger, kicked in his anti-magic shield to keep everyone safe. Once people realized they'd been saved from being toast, they started giving props to Minato Kusanagi, who was kind of lost in thought. Sonata Karen told her partner that the connection was totally messed up because she couldn't reach the cops or the guys. At that very moment, the girls were also trying to hit up their mentor, but they had no clue why the call kept dropping. Only the former magical aristocrat on the TV screen was all like, "Yo, magician in black, come to me," or else warning him that if he didn't hurry, the whole of Japan was going to get blown sky high. He quickly added that it'd be best for the magician in black to hustle. That night, decked out in his magician outfit, Minato Kusanagi was on the move. Knowing he had to stop these baddies, Leona wanted to clear things up, so she asked if the meeting spot was that port warehouse they used to chill at. Even though she didn't get why he was flying solo, she'd gotten used to her partner by now, so she told him not to even think about taking a dirt nap on this mission. Grinning, the young dude said he had everything under wraps, so it was all gonna be chill. The guy knew he had to be stealthy, so he hit the ground low-key. And that was the right call because inside it was already popping off with gangsters chatting about something serious. The young dude knew waiting around was pointless. Plus, there was no use in chilling because he was pretty sure a fight was on the horizon. The bad guy was fuming, saying they'd been waiting way too long for the magician in black. He happily stated that he'd finally get to put the kid in his place, and this was a legit joy because he'd been counting the days for this. Pointing at the peeps, the dude said that they were all top-tier wizards, the finest in the Black Rebellion. Kusanagi Manato was scared of no one, so he grinned and suggested that if he took them all down, their whole squad would be done for. But when the villain heard this, he immediately started cracking up so hard it nearly deafened everyone around. The others jumped in on the laughter, saying the kid totally misread the vibe because he was up against real magicians, not some kids on a playground. Suddenly, the leader's voice went cold, and he told his crew to pipe down. That if he took them all down, their whole squad would be done for. But when the villain heard this, he immediately started cracking up so hard it nearly deafened everyone around. The others jumped in on the laughter, saying the kid totally misread the vibe because he was up against real magicians, not some kids on a playground. Suddenly, the leader's voice went cold, and he told his crew to pipe down. Jumping in, someone said the boy was confused because he was dealing with mages, not school kids. Suddenly, the leader's voice turned harsh, telling his crew to keep it zipped. He straight up said that anyone who underestimated this bro in black had bit the dust. But nah, he wasn't going to play it like that. This time it was going to be different because he'd done his homework. Hearing this, the dude asked if he was actually going to pull off his mission. Noticing our guy had dipped, the boss snapped that he hadn't told him he could bounce. Then he added that he bet the kid forgot about the bombs and those lame little folks he could easily blow away. Out of nowhere, the dude just froze, but at the same time, he was straight up mute. Channeling their vibes at Kusanagi Manato, everyone shouted that he was a goner, but the young man tried to block it all out, even though he could see all that magic coming at him. As he stood there like a statue, the bad guy shouted to his crew that this kid had decided to throw up a barrier. It was obvious that the others were not about this life. They got that this magic was on another level, so clearly the kid was packing some serious strength. A moment later, our hero shot back that it was all pointless cause with third-rank magic, they could never mess him up. After taking out one of his homies, the leader wickedly proclaimed that he had a bunch of clowns around him who were worthless. Kusanagi Manato wasn't about that disrespect, no matter who was getting wrecked, so he called the former aristocrat straight-up trash. But those words didn't faze him. He just kept hyping himself up and yelled that they'd see who was going to take the W. He added that the mage in black was strong, but besides the massive mana, he was rolling with high-level magic, and stepping to him was like jumping off a cliff. But he had this weapon that would leave mages shaking in their boots. Right then, the young man started saying something like that would have no effect on him, but he got cut off mid-sentence because he felt blood on his cheek. Confused as heck, the villain realized that the kid was tripping out, and with a laugh pointed out that the kid was real shook. He repeated that the gun in his grip could melt magical stuff with its bullets, that it was an anti-magic piece, and those bullets didn't care about barriers. They could wipe out any mage like it was nothing. In a flash, the bullets zipped towards the kid who figured it was gonna be tough to resist. Suddenly, the leader flipped out that he was shooting, but for some reason couldn't land a hit. Kusanagi Manato knew he couldn't waste any time, so he dove right into activating his healing magic. Closing his eyes and zoning in, the young man started patching himself up. The villain got mad again, ranting that no one gave the kid the green light to rock holy magic. But our hero just chilled and said there wasn't any need to get it twisted, that this magic worked on its own, even though he didn't plan on putting up a fight. The magic fired up without his okay. The villain snapped back that he didn't care how it worked, that it was totally irrelevant. All because he could blast the mage all night long without even breaking a sweat. Cackling, the enemy told him again that the wounds might heal, but he couldn't dodge the pain. His homies watched all this closely, but it was clear they were low-key worried. Kusanagi Manato stayed quiet as ever, but his coat was yelling for attention with all those holes in it. But the kid wasn't sweating it because his holy magic got lit up again. The villain clocked this, but was stressing over something else. He was firing off shots like mad. Yet somehow he never hit the kid's head or face, which was kind of a big deal. Our hero was doing him right because he was chatting with someone else at the same time. The leader saw this and got madder, asking who the kid was talking to. The young man wasn't planning on hanging out all night in this warehouse, so he figured it was time for some action. To help himself out, our hero whipped up a wind typhoon, which was a 5th level spell. The wind was so lit that it not only wiped out everything in its way, but also levitated people into the air. As a result, all those self-proclaimed great magicians ended up on the ground. After calling someone out, the villain shouted to blow up all the bombs at once because he was over these games. But Minato Kusanagi just smiled and said not to sweat it, because his bombs had already been found and defused. He was feeling some type of way, so he planned to dish out the same vibes to the enemy, but 100 times worse. The villain wasn't down for that and declared that the young man wouldn't walk out of the warehouse alive. At that moment, a magical squad barged in and told everyone not to move a muscle. The girls pointed out that all the villain's bombs were already defused, so it'd be best for him to just give up. The dude thought his crew rolled in pretty quick, but he wasn't sure how they knew. Maybe they sensed it was his magic, and that's why they showed up. A hyped Ryuji immediately shouted that they'd made a sick catch because they had a mage in black right in front of them, so Net Karine thought that Kusanagi was rolling solo after all. Our hero said again that everything in this place was working against the villain, but the boss didn't want to hear any of that, so he ordered everyone to shut it. It was better for him to just give up. The guy thought his buddies showed up pretty quick, but it was unclear how that happened. Maybe they caught wind of his magic, and that's why they came. Excited Ryuji said they scored an awesome catch since a magician in black was right in front of them. So Net Karine figured Kusanagi came solo after all. Our hero insisted that everything in this place was working against the baddie, but the villain didn't want to hear any of that, demanding everyone to be quiet. At that moment, everyone there totally heard a voice saying that the battle was clearly not an easy one. The girls were shook and started whispering to each other that this was just impossible. They were like, "No way, dude." The reason was their dad was right in front of them, checking everyone out like a hawk. Our hero shouted, "They're totally lost on what their dad's doing here and need to know." The music dude was silent, so the bad guy chimed in saying he and Mizuhara Toshichiro were best buds. This just made the girls even more mad. Music. They couldn't wrap their heads around how their dad, who was all about honesty and helping others, was suddenly hanging with evil. Out of nowhere, the man told his daughters that this didn't involve them at all. While looking at the family head, the girls still wanted to say something, but they weren't sure if it was even worth it. Shido Shigo turned to the magician in black, asking if the cop really thought he was the most dangerous guy around here. At that moment, the guys were feeling like Kusagani needed to be here because they were sure he'd handle this in a snap, out of nowhere. The blonde dude agreed with the young man, but only for this one time. That's when Minato Kusagani, sensing trouble, yelled to his friends to be careful. The reason someone just tossed a grenade at our hero's feet. After the blast, the blonde dude asked his crew if they knew what just went down, figuring this wasn't your average grenade. Minato Kusagani sadly explained to everyone that it looked like these guys not only had anti-magic armor, but also a whole arsenal of weapons. Showing off what the villain had, he straight up said the kid better believe he had a bomb stash. After hearing this, the girls squinted even harder at their dad, who was just standing there frozen. That's when Ruka asked her sister if they had really come to the point where they had to take on their own dad. Before the ladies could finish their talk, Mizuha Toshichiro powered up with his 3rd rank and Azure Surge. Music. Realizing this was legit crazy magic, the older sis told the younger one to back off and figure out their next move while she threw up a defense. The blow packed a serious punch, but the girls managed to hold their ground. Ryuji and his friends were in hot water, started music to activate his magic, but he decided to whip up a stone wall. Another wave smacked down, but this time the young man knew what to do, even though the girls were freaking out. Realizing things were looking dire, Ruka thanked her friend for jumping in so fast, but he was all, "We gotta stay sharp." Closing his eyes, the girl's dad noted they had beefed up their skills and learned to team up. He then added with pride that even though they had improved, they still had a long way to go, and the fight wouldn't be fair. The older Mizuha immediately started chatty with Ryuji about how the man had a crazy amount of mana, but the convo was cut short. Stepping up, Yoka said her dad was totally off. Sure, if they met earlier, he would have wrecked them. But now it's a whole different game. The crew chimed in, agreeing that was so true. First, they hustled every day. Second, they believed in themselves. Third, they had transformed a ton overall. Then the younger sis warned Mizuhara Toshichiro to watch out because they were still going to push him for the truth. Gathering their strength, the sisters realized it was time to make a name for themselves and stop being seen as little kids. The girls wanted to kick things off with something big, so they went straight for that 7th level magic with a sick wave from the Great Geyser to back them. The dude saw what was coming but said it was still weak sauce. He launched a stronger wave at his daughters already at the 8th rank. Realizing he hit the mark, the family head went on about how they couldn't even block his attack. So what kind of attack could they even pull off? Lying on the ground, the students figured this 8th rank was way too much for them. They were just not strong enough, no matter how you sliced it. At that moment, the villain reminded them that the battle wasn't over, so they couldn't chill yet. Our hero just stayed there with his head down, not wanting to jump into someone else's fight, especially since the crew didn't know him as Kusanagi. The enemy was like, just as I figured, even the great magician in black can't handle anti-magical weapons. He added that he had a killer ace in his pocket, a top-level pro. The bad guy said the young man had no shot at winning, so he should just drop to his knees and beg for mercy if he wanted to keep breathing. The young dude stayed quiet, just closing his eyes and hanging out in that position for several seconds. The villain figured this would wrap up in his favor soon, but as time ticked away, nada happened. Plus, Minato Kusanagi was zeroing in on where his friends were sprawled out on the ground. Realizing the young man wasn't about to say anything, the villain shouted, wondering how dare the boy ignore him. After that, dude started blasting his shots like it was nobody's business. In music, the kid was dodging them like a pro, moving faster than lightning. Out of nowhere, the gang leader hit the brakes. He thought to himself that this young dude not only had his head in the game, but had evaded all those bullets, which was totally epic. A sec later, the girl's pops asked, "What about facing some crazy magical force you can't dodge?" Our hero, standing super close, realized a massive wave was heading his way that was seriously tough to escape from. The bad guy wasn't about to chill either, so he figured he might as well whip out some high-level dark magic. Music. The teen paused, thinking about his next move, or rather who he should zero in on first. Not long after the fight kicked off, the young man decided to take on the villain from the Black Rebellion, figuring he could deal with our girl's dad later. The enemy knew that no matter what spells he threw around, he wasn't gonna win this, so he yanked out his gun and opened fire again. Once again, Minato Kusanagi was all about dodging, and boy was he doing it like a champ. His speed was lit, so he even managed to slide out of the way, just as the wave was about to smack him. But it didn't even faze him, because he set up a solid defense. But Mizuha Toshichiro wasn't about to back down, and with every second he was cranking up the pressure on the young man, but that kind of pressure didn't freak our hero out at all. Instead, it seemed like he was ready to show off everything he had. At that moment, the guy said with a hint of sadness that it was a bummer they couldn't lend a hand, adding that it felt like some kind of monster showdown because they'd never witnessed anything like that before. Shiduigo thought to himself that at first, they didn't stand a chance against those two, but now they were just kind of background noise. But that was okay, because backup would be rolling in real soon. Then they could snag all three of them, and the cops would get to haul off not only the Black Magician, but also Kuroi and Mizuha. They couldn't let this moment slide. Just then, Buddy, he was going for the Black Magician. Even though the girl was confused about why they had to do that, she tried to explain that this dude was on their side. But the cops stood firm, saying that didn't change the fact they needed to put this guy away for a long time. Scared Senator Karen was at a loss for words, and the young dude kept insisting that they might not get another shot like this. For a split second, the girl was quiet. Music was tough for her to make the right call since messing up was so easy. The blonde cracked a smile and right away declared he always knew he could count on his partner. Then out of nowhere, the girl tapped into her magical powers and aimed them at the guy. Kusanagi Minato didn't see that coming at all, so he started swaying in the air. He was laser focused on one thing, but all his plans went haywire. The guy realized he was getting hit by the folks he least expected, so keeping an eye on multiple enemies was tough. A moment later, our hero found himself on the ground totally immobilized, while Kuroi was thrilled, shouting that the Black Magician was super unlucky because the people he was protecting were flipping the script on him. The next instant, the girl yelled that was a sick hit. But it wasn't enough, so she'd pitch in too. And while the holy magic kicked in to heal the young dude again, he was watching everything unfold like a hawk. Seeing the girl zeroing in on the man, he shouted that this chick was mixed up because cops were supposed to shield citizens, not back up criminals. The young dude knew all his wounds were magically healing by themselves thanks to the spell, so he didn't really need Sonata's help. But the real issue was figuring out what her true intentions were. Shiduigo sensed that his colleague wasn't looking out for him. But the policewoman said this guy was doing everything to keep them safe. Even though the blonde dude was still confused, the employee pointed out that this man rolled up knowing he was heading into a trap, but he did it anyway because the people of Japan were in danger. He didn't hold back and just came through. The easiest thing to do would have been to bounce and let someone else handle it, especially since no one would have blamed him, but he stayed and fought like a total hero. And then she added that if not for the mage in black, they would have been the main targets of these rich folks who didn't even give Mizuha's squad a second thought. Picking himself up from the ground, the blonde dude said this was completely unreal that this man had zero reasons to cover for them at all. Pulling her partner closer by his cloak, Sonata explained that the young man showed up knowing it was a trap, but he still did it for the people. He was fighting for their lives, just like they were. At that moment, the blonde thought to himself that the stranger wasn't actually ditching them, taking all the heat for himself. Could he have done it on purpose? Was the cop wrong about him all along? Music. After all, the black magician was nothing like the other criminals, but it was a total mystery why he was putting himself out there. Hearing all this chit-chat, the guy shouted that it didn't matter who this dude was. The main thing was they had to win, and to do that, they had to throw down, the villain said with a mean grin. Those rich guys didn't even pay any mind to Mizuha's crew. The blonde guy got up from the floor saying this was just ridiculous. This dude had no reason to cover for them. Snatching her buddy by the cloak, Sonata explained that the young man knew it was an obvious trap, but he stuck around for the people. He was fighting for their lives, just like them. At that moment, the blonde thought that the stranger wasn't actually ditching them. He was taking all the heat for them. Could he have meant to do that? Could the cop have been wrong this whole time? Music. After all, the magician in black was different from the other crooks, but it was still a mystery why he was doing this. Hearing this whole convo, the guy yelled that it didn't matter who this dude was. The most crucial thing was that they had to win, and to do that, they needed to fight. The villain grinned maliciously. Aren't you all getting a little too hyped considering you're almost out of mana? But the squad instantly fired up their magic, saying that as long as they had a shot, they would totally fight. Mizuha Toshiro peeped at the crew, but he didn't rush to attack or block anything. A sec later, water and rocks came at him, all thanks to the squad's magic. The dude quickly raised his hand, clearly ready to fight back against the peeps attacking him, though he kept his mouth zipped. After that, he figured it was game over, so he flipped on his 7th rank and demonic fire magic to get in the zone. The girls knew this was super strong, but they could totally hit back with a stylish blast of fire, which they did on the double. He thought that this special squad wouldn't give them a chance to take out the dude in black, and he'd cover them instead. So the upper hand wasn't with them. The girls knew it too, but they weren't bummed out. Instead, they felt pumped that they could still attack, and that made them stronger. By mixing holy magic with battle magic, Sona Karin thought it was all about Kusanagi now. Only the blonde dude hung back, keeping a close eye on the action. After a hot second, the young man made a fist, signaling he'd made his move. Then boom, the cop along with his crew jumped in, blasting a powerful stream of magic at the haters. Seeing this, Kuroi lost it, saying he was so over these little pests, these annoying critters, always crawling around. In that moment, Ichami Manato thought while his team was keeping the serious mage busy, he could handle the bandit, and that was the right call because the bad guy grabbing his gun started shouting again about how he had a ton of bullets and would definitely take out the kid. Once again, the boy had to pull the same move, which was to dodge like crazy. Realizing getting hurt was so not on his agenda now, feeling the pressure, the villain quickly demanded to know what spell the young man was using to dodge those bullets like a pro. Calmly standing there, our hero confidently said that in this instance, he wasn't even using magic. Nah, he was just running fast. The man yelled at the top of his lungs that he was being played because there's no way anyone could run at that speed. But the teenager replied that it had been a while since he fought against soldiers with anti-magic gear and his agility wasn't what it used to be. After hearing this, Koi absolutely flipped out, realizing he was totally outmatched against this magician in black. And while the mage was shooting, the young man called out that he wouldn't succeed because he had to hit something at least once, and that just wasn't happening. The next moment, the troublemaker reached for a grenade launcher, claiming it was the latest anti-magic gadget and that there was no way to stop it. But something wild happened, something he didn't see coming, because Kusanagi Manato showed up right behind him. At that instant, the bad guy realized the young man knew how to handle dark magic, something he'd never seen coming. Tapping into his magical energy, the boy kept mumbling to himself that this was probably on the cruel side. Out of nowhere, the enemy felt like he was getting wrapped in some dark threads, pulling him back so fast that he couldn't even fight it. Our hero explained that this was a rare strain of dark magic and that shaking this spell off wouldn't be a walk in the park. For a full 3 days and 3 nights, the villain would be stuck with crazy pain. He added that this was the perfect way to deal with such scum. Facing Mizuhara Toshichiro, the guy said it was his turn now. By the time the young dude strutted up to his friend's pops, they were already on the ground wiped out. Looking at them with a grin, the teenager thought they had done an awesome job, but now it was time for him to step up. Then he locked eyes with Mizuka Toshiro, knowing he had to settle this dude too. So the young man boldly asked his future matchup if he was ready to get it on, but instead of replying, our hero noticed the man was slowly lifting his hand for some reason. Moments later, with both hands raised, the magician said he was surrendering, which totally shocked everyone there. Staring at this dude, the guy immediately fired off questions about what kind of game this was, why the dude suddenly decided to give up. Just then, Leona jumped in touch with Minato Kusanagi over the radio, asking if he could hear her. The girl was all jittery, saying they had a situation. The deal was the cops showed up and locked up all the members of the black opposition, and leading the charge were the aristocrats. Our hero's aristocratic buddies got right on it, which made them super stoked, but Leona kept saying it was probably all thanks to Mr. Mizuki. At that moment, the young man pieced it all together. So he calmly said that the man had infiltrated the gang not to help them, but to take them down from the inside. Kusanagi Manato didn't get a solid answer because he heard this weird sound behind him. Clutching his gun, the villain yelled again that he didn't care who was on his side or who started snitching on him. Looking at this dude, the guy started asking what kind of trick was this? Why was the man choosing to give up? Meanwhile, Leona was on the radio talking to Minato Kusanagi, nervously saying they had a problem. The deal was that the cops showed up and arrested all the members of the black opposition with the aristocrats leading the charge. So our dude's squad, all posh and stuff, wrapped things up super quick, and they were mega stoked. But Leona was still convinced it was all thanks to Mr. Mizuki. Right then, the young guy put the pieces together. So he chillaxed and said that the dude was actually plotting to sneak into the crew, not to lend a hand, but to take them down from the inside. Kusanagi Manato was left hanging without a clear answer because he heard some weird noise behind him. With his piece in hand, the bad guy yelled again that he didn't give a flip about who was on his side or who had turned against him. This dude just wasn't listening to him at all. He figured that the hater probably shot himself with one of those anti-magic bullets to get rid of the spell. Then, Kuroi was like, since things got this crazy, he was just gonna blow up the rest of the bombs. The guy chilling on the ground realized they had to bounce out of there really quick, but they were so wiped out, they couldn't even move. At that moment, our hero and Mr. Mazua dipped out of there. The young dude fired up the 7th rank flame road. The squad was glued to the spot watching as this epic flame lit up one side and a massive wall of water on the other. That water totally the handiwork of the girls' pops who decided to whip up some emerald waters. Yuka just stood there realizing they had blown all their energy and could only watch the show go down. It was a wild mix of thrilling and terrifying, especially with the villain screaming that everyone was going to hell with him, which was extra spooky. But soon enough, the group noticed something odd. For some reason, nothing blew up. Everyone was stoked about it, except for the gang leader, who was hella confused because he had set up a ton of explosives, but nothing went off. Right then, Leona showed up in front of him and said firmly that all the bombs had been defused so he could forget about that plan. The dude was screaming that a pack of shadow mages had helped her, which was pretty obvious from the jump. He started roasting the girl, saying she just followed the boy's orders without question. She wasn't about to take that, so she threw a punch at him and told that nobody to take a long, hard look in the mirror, with a light in her voice. The detective grinned, saying what she had been waiting for finally went down. She got to land some solid hits on the villain. The man was like, these folks, they didn't get it. They were totally played because he was just a low-key performer. But after dropping that shade, the beauty decided to go for another hit. The one who had messed with her brother. And only the guy was sweating over those words. He thought there might be someone else pulling the strings behind the scenes. Suddenly, the hangar went silent while everyone was lost in their thoughts. But a moment later, Minato Kusanagi said he thought the police had rolled up. That meant it was time to dip. So the dark mage scooped up Leona. Yui, realizing the young dude was about to bail, sprinted after him, begging him not to leave. But then, Yui slapped her hands over her face because a strong gust kicked up and dust started flying into her eyes. That was just because the young man had gathered enough hype to leap off as fast as he could and hit the needed speed. Looking up at the sky, the guy was like, it ain't no magician, it's more like a meteor, but they all knew the young man had done his thing. Sonata Karen thought to herself that Kusanagi had saved everyone again and silently thanked him. The next day, all the news channels were buzzing that the former magical aristocrat and crime boss Kuroyudo had been snatched up on suspicion of terrorism and illegal arms dealing. Many were giving props to the police for their swift moves, and now the cops were celebrating their record-breaking anti-terrorism success. Walking down the street, Homura Hinata was fuming because not a single person had said anything to them. Our heroes were crossing another street when Ryuji told the girls he hoped their dad was doing all right, saying they'd find out soon. Out of nowhere, everyone turned to our hero, reminding him not to ghost on them so suddenly again. Standing in front of Mizua's door, the maid said they were ready to welcome the guests. After a while, the girls told their dad they wanted to know the whole scoop. The guy immediately admitted he was personally responsible for the magical aristocracy's population, and to fix that mess and get rid of all the criminals, he joined the organization led by Koi. Even though he used to be a magical aristocrat, he got tangled in a bunch of crimes, making his criminal status even stronger. That's why he couldn't just let this go and couldn't let the dude slide. He said it was an order from the police, and if he teamed up with the Kazi family, it wouldn't raise nearly as many eyebrows. After all, they're at the top of the magical aristocracy and got a lot of clout. This whole plan actually panned out because Kuroi thought such a big shot could totally be trusted. Listening to this guy, the young man figured everything he was saying made legit sense. Mizuwa Toshichiro kept on explaining that since he wasn't an official police member, but just a civilian undercover, he wouldn't be held responsible. The girls looked thrilled to hear this and were staring intently at their dad. A second later, the beauty said that going through this whole ordeal was heavy duty and that the cops had been super harsh. Again, the young man thought that his special unit would have acted similarly. What still didn't add up was why the law enforcement had turned to this specific person. The police had always been bending the knee to the magical aristocracy, but it seemed like things were shifting. The young man had a hunch that there was something he wasn't catching in this whole scene, and that, after a while, the girls told their dad they wanted to know the whole scoop. The guy immediately admitted he was personally responsible for the magical aristocracy's population, and to fix that mess and get rid of all the criminals, he joined the organization led by Koi. Even though he used to be a magical aristocrat, he got tangled in a bunch of crimes, making his criminal status even stronger. That's why he couldn't just let this go and couldn't let the dude slide. He said it was an order from the police. And if he teamed up with the Kazi family, it wouldn't raise nearly as many eyebrows. After all, they're at the top of the magical aristocracy and got a lot of clout. And this plan actually panned out because Kuroi thought such a big shot could totally be trusted. Listening to this guy, the young man figured everything he was saying made legit sense. Mizuha Toshichiro kept on explaining that since he wasn't an official police member, but just a civilian undercover, he wouldn't be held responsible. The girls looked thrilled to hear this and were staring intently at their dad. A second later, the beauty said that going through this whole ordeal was heavy duty and that the cops had been super harsh. Again, the young man thought that his special unit would have acted similarly. What still didn't add up was why the law enforcement had turned to this specific person. The police. Shiru was totally keeping some secrets, dude. Out of nowhere, our guy got zapped back to that night when Minato Kusanagi spilled the tea to Leon about what could go down if the cops beat them to the punch. But the girl was like, they can't even process stuff that fast, and most of those bombs were fakes anyway. Still, the teen was scratching his head, like why the heck did the gangsters even bother with dummies? The detective shot back that it'd be straight up dumb to blow a ton of firepower just for some scare tactics. But the girl quickly added that he was kinda right, because the cops this time jumped into action way too fast. They were clued in on every move. Meanwhile, Mizuhara Toshichiro was all hyped about a new lead, so he wanted to team up with the Special Task Force. Plus, he backtracked on what he said about the boys, totally regretting those words. The girls were stoked. Their dad got it. But they were also like, can we really trust this? The dude watching over them felt a wave of relief that they finally had faith in their old man. Strolling down the street, Ruji was chatting about how the girls squashed the beef with their pops and how the Mizuha clan had promised to work together with them. And let's be real, it was dope that they managed to handle the Black Rebellion. Sonata Karen, lagging behind, was convinced that the magician in black was Kusanagi and thought he was her absolute fave, so she was down to find a way to repay him. At the same time, Shidoshiko thought the black mage was sketchy, but he'd lend a hand. If it really was Kusanagi, he was like, do I keep chasing him? Eureka was lost in her thoughts, running through that night's events on repeat in her mind. She remembered locking eyes with the black mage for just a second, and it hit her hard. How passionately those eyes burned with the need to protect people, which was kind of mind-blowing. Our hero, sensing everyone was wrapped up in their own thoughts, figured these peeps would piece it all together soon enough, so he had to think of something to break the ice. That same night, he cruised back to the hospital to finish up what he started. Doing his usual thing, the dude couldn't figure out why the powerful magic wasn't kicking in, so he mentally called out to the boy to wake up, saying music, that his sister was waiting for him. After a bit, the gloomy Leona strolled into the room like she did every time. As she made her way to the bed, Minato Kusanagi was hanging outside brainstorming on how he could lend a hand to this kid. Meanwhile, the girl told Kailu she had wiped out all the baddies, so he didn't need to stress anymore. The detective told him she took care of all the troublemakers hurting Kai, so he should open those peepers. Out of the blue, the kid spoke to his sis in a tired voice. With tears in her eyes, Leona reassured him not to worry because she was right there with him. As he opened his eyes, Kai told the girl he had promised to keep an eye on the house while she was gone, and he wanted to know if he did a good job. Then the boy snuggled up to his sister, who was in disbelief that he had actually woken up something she sometimes doubted would happen. The boy beamed, realizing that his hard work paid off. Now, everything was going to be chill for Kai, just like with his sis. So the teen got that new goals were waiting for him, and he could totally move forward. Bowing to the crew, Ruji asked them to watch over his little siblings tomorrow because it was super important to him. He quickly added his mom had him working a full shift at his part-time gig, so he'd be crashing late, and there was no one else to handle it. Just like with his sis. That's why the teen realized he had some fresh winds coming his way, and it was time to level up. Giving a nod to the crew, Ruji asked if they could keep an eye on his little bros tomorrow, since it was super important to him. He added right away that his mom wanted him to pull a full shift at his part-time gig, so he'd be back way late, and there was no one else to take care of them. It was super late, and there was no one else. Whenever the weekend rolled around, his mom usually took a break, so she had to look after her little crew herself, which meant he was grinding away, but still managed to catch training sessions. But now, his weekends were totally thrown off. Rolling up to Minato Kusanagi, the dude said he couldn't just bounce and leave the toddlers hanging. So, music. He was back at it, asking if someone could step in and babysit for a day. The The guy was stoked to say he was down for it. Plus, they actually loved babysitting, which made Ryuji super hyped. Yui said she was out because she had a whole moving situation going on. When she dropped that, her friend was all curious if they were cool with their dad now and crashing with him again. But the girls broke it down that they were actually moving to a bigger pad. That music. It was time to learn how to stand on their own and not be relying on Kusanagi forever, just like their parent had told them. And scratching her head, she felt pretty glad their dad had hooked them up with cash. Kusanagi Minato was thinking if he wanted his girls to grow up so much, why was he letting them stay with him? Maybe that was all part of some master plan. Ryuji cryptically said their mentor was free, and Ruka was too. Staring at the kids, he figured the boy was solid. But the girl had this kind of spooky vibe about her. So the dude jokingly said he'd rather roll with Ruka, even though our hero didn't get what that was all about. Ryuji instantly asked Ruka if she was down, but our guy was quick to point out if she felt iffy or couldn't do it, he was totally cool handling it solo. But out of nowhere, she hesitantly said she could help. Hearing that, the classmate quickly apologized for the last-minute request, but was super grateful for their support. Minato Kusanagi didn't even respond. He just locked eyes on the girl next to him. The music. Next day, he and Ruka took the kids to the amusement park, realizing it was the ultimate spot for the little ones. But honestly, it wasn't just the kids who were pumped. Our hero was loving this too, saying he hadn't been anywhere this fun in ages. And music. The kiddos were all around him, calling him their bro and begging to hit all the rides. The dude told them not to stress because they'd have time for everything, and everyone would be super happy. Noticing Ruka hanging behind him, he turned and asked what was up. Why, she looked like she was just chilling in her thoughts. Giving him a serious look alongside the kids, she insisted everything was cool and said she would stay close. Out of nowhere, the little girl yanked on our hero's pant leg like her life depended on it. Moments later, all the kids were clinging on to Minato Kusanagi, who figured it was all about his partner, so he asked her to chill out with the serious face and throw a grin. Making a weird face Ruka thought was a smile, she hurried to talk to the kids. But instead of warm fuzzies, the opposite happened, and music. The kids started crying, saying Ruka's sister was super scary. The young man rushed to calm the crew, getting that things were getting tricky. At the same time, the girl fell down because she didn't know how to fix things. Plus, she felt out of place. A while went by, and the kids were on the carousel, giggling and having a blast, realizing this was the best adventure ever. After some time, our hero decided to take the kids on the Ferris wheel. He wanted them to see their rad city from way up high. But the roller coaster was where the real thrill hit, although not everyone was vibing with the rush. As they strolled through the park, Minato Kusanagi said they had an epic time. But the boy noted they hadn't played enough, so hitting up another spot would be awesome. The young man was cool with it, but he was puzzled by Ruka, who had been trailing them, and silent the whole ride. But a moment later, the beauty cracked a smile, and this time it was softer and way friendlier than before. But the little ones didn't have time to chat because two of them were shouting that they needed the bathroom, and ran off that way. Plopping down on a bench, our hero noted that kids are super hyper and always need something. The girl chimed in that they were actually solid kids, but she felt like they didn't vibe with her at all. Although the guy was lost on why she was saying that, Ruka spilled that she didn't know how to chat with kids. It wasn't that she didn't like them. It just felt tough for her to connect, trying to lift her mood somehow. The young man joked that he totally knew how cold she could get sometimes. She chimed in that Yui once said she'd never be able to catch up, but that wasn't true. She cooks way better, and she can jive with all kinds of peeps. Plus, that girl trains hard and gets stronger every single day. Ruka said, compared to her sister, she felt kinda clumsy. Just plain ordinary. The young man kept his eye on her, but wasn't rushing to say anything. Getting up from her seat, the girl boldly declared that this vibe wasn't her style, so she asked the guy to forget all the self-doubt feelings. Luckily, some kids were rolling back from the restroom, so they could switch focus to the little ones. She can vibe with all kinds of peeps. Plus, the girl trains like crazy, getting stronger every single day. Ruka said, compared to her sister, she kinda seemed clumsy. Like, totally average. The dude was checking out his friend but wasn't in a rush to say anything. Standing up, the girl proudly declared that this situation wasn't her vibe, so she asked the guy to totally forget what she just said. Thank goodness some kids were coming back from the restroom so they could shift focus there. That wasn't really her vibe, so she told the dude to just forget what she said. Luckily, some kids were coming back from the bathroom so she could redirect everyone's attention to them. At that moment, a bunch of teens were chilling in the square, snapping selfies and gossiping about the peeps nearby. Ryuji's little bro, who didn't even recognize these kids, totally crashed into one of them. Kusanagi Minato tensed up, thinking that this was gonna blow up and wondering how to play it cool. While the teens stood there, chatting it up, Ruka had already sprinted over to where the kid was. The girl quickly scooped him up, realizing he could wipe out and hurt himself. A hot second later, Ruka was asking how the little dude felt as he stared at her with his big ol' eyes. But instead of responding, the kid started whimpering again, even though he seemed kinda happy. Realizing this, the beauty knelt down and softly said that the most important thing was everyone was all right and nothing else mattered. Suddenly, the peeps who were snapping selfies rolled up behind our hero's little buddy. They started throwing shade, saying he picked up the kid just to shove people, and added that he needed to say sorry, protecting the boy with her body. Ruka fired back that it wasn't the kid's fault, but the adults who were too busy staring at their cameras to watch where they were going, and that's how this mess happened. Hearing this, the hater got super mad, swung at the girl, and said he'd show her what happens when you step out of line. But what went down was not what the punk expected, because like almost right away, his arm got grabbed. It was Minato Kusanagi who calmly laid it out that this was an amusement park, not a playground. And folks ought to act right and not mess up other people's good times. The scared guy immediately started yelling for him to let him go. Turning to his buddy, who was trying to recover, the dude said that such little punks were super annoying. Let me tell you, the girl didn't even get a chance to respond before suddenly the kid clutched her leg and said he was freaking scared. A moment later, something wild happened that thrilled our hero because all the kids dashed over to Ruka, begging her to save them too. The shy girl locked eyes with her pal. Even though she had no clue what to say, the boy just smiled, knowing words were pretty much pointless right now. Crouching down and hugging the little ones, Ruka said they had nothing to stress about now because she was with them. Later that night, Ruji rushed in through the door. Before he could even step inside, he apologized for being late and asked if the kids had been a handful. Grinning, the young dude asked in a quieter tone what was the sitch. Glancing at the snoozing kids and worn-out adults, he joked that his squad looked like a young family. The strength of the crew boosted day by day, and they mainly focused on taking down monsters. That's why the guys were gaining mad respect, and peeps were dealing with way less surprise attacks. On the flip side, a secret crew of dark mages led by a dude in all black was shutting down the Black Rebellion. With dark magicians growing in popularity, crime rates dropped like crazy. Light and darkness, the front line and the back line. Those were the two legends of the magical scene in Japan. But on the flip side, the cops' rep was taking a nosedive, which had the law enforcement agencies pretty bummed since a lot of their duties had been snatched away. At a press conference, the chief announced that the boys had seriously helped them squash the Black Rebellion, but it was a special unit that did the heavy lifting, which didn't help the cops' image. He went on to say that folks would trust them again, but only once the dark magicians ghosted. So the chief had his crew on it, telling them to round up the crooks hiding behind a fake front of goodness as fast as they could. Meanwhile, our hero showed up to practice with his buddy since they often trained together, holding a bacon. The dude wasn't planning to make the first move. He looked like he was just waiting for the perfect moment. The homeowner was doing the same, figuring out when to strike. Suddenly, the guy sped up and charged straight at the young dude, trying to catch him off guard. It was obvious he had done this more times than he could count, but Kusanagi wasn't biting. Even though this was just practice, the mages were throwing down like it was the real deal. And honestly, that's how they rolled. The young dude noticed that the man was super fast, so he knew he had to step up his game. Interestingly, Minato Kusanagi, who was pretty skilled and had seen a lot, now realized that Kaichu was actually mad strong in this arena. And that was true because in a flash, the wooden sword was right by the young man's face, meaning he had lost this round. Looking at the young dude, the homeowner Chili said it should be obvious to everybody what had just gone down. But in the next moment, lunging with the wooden sword, the young guy was like, "Not so fast, dude. You can't be too sure about what's going down because things can change in a heartbeat." This didn't bother Kaiku at all. In fact, he genuinely said that his guest and buddy had the mad skills of a kendo instructor. However, while smiling, our hero sweetly noted that honestly, he was still a long way off from Kai's level. Kai in turn said that the teen was just being modest with skills that were out of this world. Was what made him shock people over and over. Rolling up to this dope rack, the dudes started hanging their weapons there. The house owner hitting the ground said he was just wiped out. Even though Minato Kusanagi didn't really get what was up, he was curious if it was really that tiring. The dude replied that with a sword in his grip, he felt super alive. But as soon as he put it down, life lost all its meaning, and he just wanted to check out or turn into a couch potato. Chill next to him, the teen said he had some important stuff to spill. First off, no need to be such a downer. And then he suddenly added that you just gotta enjoy life. Nothing else. Do what you vibe with and stress less about others. Peeping over at the boy, the house owner was like, "Wow, this kid's kinda strange." Sitting beside him, he started telling him how he used to be on top of the world, but when he dove into kendo, he lost his edge. The teen pondered for a sec and said that was nothing out of the ordinary, more like it was cool to find yourself in something else and realize your potential there. Grinning, the guy said that was the first time he'd ever heard that kind of thing. Glancing ahead, Minato Kusanagi thought for a bit, then said he totally got where Kai Riku was coming from. The dude shared that he'd once been slapped with a real tragedy, and at that moment it felt like nothing could be worse. The craziest part was seeing everyone around him drop one after another, and the world was falling to pieces. Even so, our hero, who looked way different back then, couldn't just throw in the towel that easily. Reminiscing about that time, our hero declared he didn't want that kind of fate. It did not vibe with him at all. In that moment, the teen got so mad that his inner power started cracking out. The guy went quiet, thinking this young dude must have been through some serious stuff, given he was talking about such dark times. Of course, Kusanagi didn't spill too much, so he figured this was how he learned to mimic monster magic, and finally rocked his powers, pushing past basic magic. Our hero got lost in memories again, fully aware he was the only one left standing from that awful moment. But the saddest thing? The young dude who was always ready to save the day couldn't save anyone that time. Wrapped up in his own thoughts, he totally blanked on the fact that there were others around too. But it wasn't only that he was weak back then too. At some point in his past life, our hero was swallowed by despair because he had no clue how to keep going. But then, one day, anger sparked in the young dude. Anger at himself and at the monsters running wild. All of a sudden, hidden power awoke inside him, and he looked straight at the monsters, shouting at the top of his lungs. Minato lit up because the power was wild and all-consuming. Sometimes he couldn't even wrap his head around what he was capable of. The young dude shouted that once he tapped into this insane power, people started giving him the cold shoulder, but now that very power was what helped him protect others. Kusanagi Manato asked his bud if it was true he was fighting for a reason, and if he had someone he wanted to protect, nodding his head. The guy agreed because there was definitely something special. Shaking hands with the house owner, the teen told him to see his power as something unique to be proud of. Realizing this guy had sparked something special in his heart, Kaiku genuinely thanked him for the talk. After that, the young dude added that his comrade should always remember he could lean on him. A few minutes later, our hero stepped out onto the sunlit street while Kaiku stood back staring at this incredible dude walk away. The guy realized this young magician was the most unique person he'd ever met, no doubt about it. On the flip side, Kusanagi Manato thought about how Kaiichi was a legit heir to his family. Of course, he was human, so he had his faults too. But at least he wasn't acting all high and mighty, and he wasn't mean at all. Even so, he couldn't shake why folks from the magical elite only gave him bad vibes. Suddenly, his thoughts got interrupted when another colleague also from the elite bumped into him. Helping the girl up, the dude genuinely asked if she was okay, but Homer Hinata, with her typical attitude, spat out that she should watch where she was going. After she said that, the young dude was left speechless. Still sitting there, the magician started yelling, but this time she snapped at him, asking what he was doing there. With a tone full of irritation, she declared that out of everyone, his face was the last one she wanted to see. But Kusanagi Manato didn't let her words bother him at all. Instead, he replied that his colleague looked totally different. In the same annoyed tone, she retorted that she didn't always dress like that. Plus, she didn't even get who the young dude thought she was. She rocked bright clothes at work, and they were some kind of anti-magic armor. But the teen shrugged, thinking the girl must have some fun hobby. After that, he tried to ask if she had any hobbies besides work, but instead of answering, she started yelling even louder, saying she didn't get why the young dude was talking especially about those things. She rocked bright clothes at work, and they were some kind of anti-magic armor, but the teen shrugged, thinking the girl must have some fun hobby. After that, he tried to ask if she had any hobbies besides work, but instead of answering, she started yelling even louder, saying she didn't get why the young dude was talking, especially about those things. But instead of chilling out, she started yelling even louder, saying she had no clue why the dude even opened his mouth about stuff like that. That totally wasn't his problem. But then she noticed people were eyeballing them, so she quickly backed off, saying it was way too packed in here. Out of nowhere, Homer Hinata spun her head and checked out something else, even though she stayed quiet. After that, she asked again why the dude was looking at her all weird, insisting he should just go inside. With his eyes closed, the guy figured it was better not to argue with her, since it wouldn't even matter anyway. A little later, the crew was chilling in a cozy cafe, but they weren't rushing to kick off a convo. Instead, our dude was vibing to the chit-chat from nearby tables, where girls were gushing over how much they were into the brave Kusagani, who's not just cool, but also kinda cute. Meanwhile, the guys hanging out in the cafe were deep in discussions about Hamura Hinata, speculating if these dudes were really here on a date. But instead of answering, the girl shot a deadly glare at the table of guys. And trust me, her icy stare had the patrons shaking in their boots when it came to the magician. At that instant, Minato Kusanagi thought that when this girl got mad, she totally looked like a little fluffy dog. Out of the blue, she asked if he'd met Riku. Music. The teen was like, how does she even know about that? Without letting him even say a word, she kept going on about how they were hanging out now and had become legit friends. Feeling a bit embarrassed, our dude was all like he should have invited her too, but it slipped his mind. So he started to apologize, but instead, an angry Homura Hinata jumped up, saying that she wasn't going to be butthurt just because she hadn't scored an invite. She immediately added that they were just colleagues, and she was never even thinking about pretending to be friends with him. At that moment, at the next table, some random kid was celebrating his birthday, happily munching on a massive slice of cake. Not even noticing this, the guy was like they were just colleagues, and so it'd be cool if they could chill together more often. But after he said that, the girl yelled again, saying she didn't want to hear any of that. Slamming her fist on the table, The redhead admitted that the teen was super strong, and she wanted to know how that happened. And music. While Minato Kusanagi was about to spill that it was because of an accident, she screamed again, adding that one incident wasn't enough. After that, she said that this dude had mad magical power that couldn't just come from some random event. It doesn't work that way. Looking at his hand, the young guy thought but music. Homer Hinata was like, if dying could boost magical power, she'd be all in for it. Then grabbing the guy by the collar, she yelled even louder that there had to be another reason. You can't just get strong like that. So she demanded that our hero spill the truth, eyeing his teammate. The teen realized that the girl was desperate and really wanting power. But the thing is, even if he laid it all out, she probably wouldn't buy it given her attitude. So it was best to keep it low-key. So he just said there wasn't anything special about his strength, and it came from hard, consistent training. Letting go of his collar, she said it would have been better if he had just said he didn't want to talk instead of spinning all these crazy tales. At that moment, the waitress rolled up and apologized for making the guests wait so long. Setting down the dessert, she announced that the super berry parfait was ready. The guy took one look at the crazy dish he'd never seen before and exclaimed that it was a total beast. Only Homura Hinata turned into a total kid when she saw this dessert squealing that it had finally arrived. The young dude was confused, wondering what her deal was, since it was just regular food and nothing special. But she totally didn't hear his thoughts or what he was pointing at. A moment later, the girl was like, this must be a mistake or something. But since the bakers worked so hard, she would scarf it down. Staring at the magician, the young guy was lost trying to figure out what was up with her. One minute she was stoked about the dessert, and the next she was calling it a mistake. But one thing was for sure, that girl really dug the parfait. For maybe the first time ever, the guy saw the magician genuinely super happy about something, but then all of a sudden lost in her thoughts and accidentally knocking over the bowl. Homer Hinata started to get mad again, but our hero, sipping his juice, stayed completely chill, even eating what had plopped on the floor. The girls said it was the most amazing thing she'd ever tasted. Then she confessed she'd always wanted to tackle the sugar bomb but never felt cool about doing it solo. And so, she was glad they met Kusanagi Manato. Smirking, the teenager thought to himself that this high-class gal had a crazy sweet tooth and music that made her feel a little more down-to-earth too. But then, out of nowhere, he noticed something weird. He realized that, for some reason, this girl's magical energy supply had shot up big time. It seemed like she had. Homer Hinata was getting mad again, but our main guy sipping his juice was just chillin', even munching on whatever had dropped on the floor. The girl said it was the tastiest thing she ever had. Then she confessed she always wanted to try the sugar bomb, but thought it was kinda awkward to do it solo. So, she was glad they met Kusanagi Minato. With a grin, the teen thought to himself that this posh girl had a sweet tooth too, so there was something relatable about her. But then he noticed something wild. He realized the girl's magical energy was like off the charts. It felt like she had leveled up big time. She totally freaked out. Her eyes got all big. Jumping out of her chair, the girl was like, forget everything I told you, we've never met. The dude was weighing his options and figured her powers were on the up since the mage was chillin' and not holding back. But here's the kicker, even during their fight, her magical energy was way down. That was hella surprising. There's no way that could be right, so he had to think that Homer Hinata was definitely keeping some secrets. Meanwhile, Shido was just chilling at the police station, lost in thought. The young dude was stuck on one question. Was Kusagani a black magician or what? It was weird, but during the battle, their mentor wasn't around when he usually was. So he must have been hiding in that warehouse playing black magician. The investigation against these dark mages was full throttle, and it was only a matter of time before they caught him. Even so, the cop was super confused and still didn't know what to do next. He grabbed a photo from the table and couldn't help but remember his dad again. That night, Leona told our dude that the cops were being for real and taking the case seriously. She said the investigation was moving faster than a cheetah. More than a few members of the group were already on the radar. They called them in for questioning, and the cops weren't letting them bounce yet. The teenager was thinking, no kidding, even a special unit got the green light to go after the black magician. These cops mean business. For a sec, Kusagami Manato thought about coming clean about who she really was, but then thought better of it. If she got caught, no matter how slick she was, there was no way she'd last long in interrogation. Now's definitely not the time to drop the truth, because they need to figure out what the cops know about them. Looks like it's time to call her up. While she kept saying they had to do something or they'd get busted, the young guy told her to chill. With a grin, he added that he'd for sure cook up something. The next day, he was at an old buddy's place asking for forgiveness and saying he needed a favor. With excitement in her voice, Takagami was like, if it's a request from Ichigami himself, I'm totally down. At that same moment, the ticked-off police chief was grilling his crew if they nabbed the black magician yet. They shyly said they'd caught a few dark mages. But they had zero info on the boss and added they hadn't even seen him, just reading from the reports. But that didn't cut it for the chief. He swore he always thought the cops should be kicking criminal butt, but the officer pointed out these guys looked totally clueless and the leader was too busy to even show up. The chief stressed that the pride of the Japanese police was on the line, so his team needed to do whatever it took to find this black magician. Over in another office, Shido Shago was telling a special task force that the cops were on the hunt for dark magicians, especially their leader. He added that while they still didn't know who he was or where he was hiding, info about the group was already swirling online and in the news. This organization was totally dragging the police's rep down. And since that was the sitch, the head of the police department told them to handle the capture as seriously as they would handle monsters. But a lot of the special forces guys were not happy, saying they already had tons of work without adding this to their plate when there were plenty of cops to handle it. Minato Kusanagi realized everyone was at their breaking point, and the cops weren't about to let these dark mages stick around. Suddenly, the blonde dude added that he got where the guy was coming from, but they couldn't forget their duty. They had to help take down the criminal. Sonic Karine asked her colleague if they really had to chase down dark mages, but he just shot back that those were his orders. Ruji sharply said they had enough on their plates already. This was just piling on more work, as if they didn't have enough already to deal with. Shiduigo wasn't trying to hear that dark mages did any good for people. He said this had to stop and shot a significant look toward our dude. The young man picked up on the subtext behind the suggestion, so he asked the officer what he was getting at. With a chill voice, the young man mentioned that he was suggesting the guy give himself up right now before things got messy. The others were left wide-eyed because they had no idea what the cop meant. Many were starting to suspect that the magician and their Kusagani might be one of the same, but nobody was brave enough to talk about it. Plus, the guys closed in on the blonde dude defending their mentor, asking why the cop thought they were the same. Shido Shigo kept it cool, explaining that given everything that had gone down, and the guys were left shocked because they still couldn't comprehend what the policeman meant. A lot were starting to think the magician and their Kusagani were the same, but it was a hush-hush topic. Plus, the guys closed in to back up the blonde man, questioning why the cop thought they were identical. Shido Shigo explained calmly that considering everything that happened, all clues were pointing to him, and his buddies couldn't help but notice it too. The blonde dude said Captain Kusagani was a must-have for Japan. Not just Japan, but the whole planet, because his powers could save tons of lives. But then he heard peeps that the magician in black was doing the same thing. But the cop was totally set on, saying if they were really the same person, their mentor would get a soft sentence, but still had to own up. The guy was pushing the girls to admit what was obvious, and he kept throwing out evidence about how the magicians looked in their builds. Plus, it was super weird that when the magician in black was throwing hands, their Kusanagi just vanished. The pretty girls huddled up, totally lost on what to say or do next in this wild situation. Just then, a cop rolled up to our guy and started yelling at him, demanding that he confess he was the magician in black. The teen stared hard at his coworker, taking a sec to think of something to say. All of a sudden, Sonata Kuren yelled out, but the blonde dude didn't think to listen. He figured some objections would pop off again. Instead, the cop wanted everyone to check out a video online, saying that the TV station had gotten hacked. The dude in the video was like, "Yo, I'm the head of the Black Magicians. Call me Dark Magician." He apologized for messing up people's chill vibes, but noticed more and more questions online about who was stronger, him or Captain Minato Kusanagi. So he figured it was time to settle it. And with that, the magician in black threw down the gauntlet, challenging Kusagani to a duel. The squad that was just brainstorming ways to protect their mentor couldn't believe a face-off between the two magicians was actually on the table. Meanwhile, our guy hung back, acting like it was all chill. Shidoshiga was most shocked, thinking this dude must be tripping because how could a person fight themselves? The girl who always knew her hero, Kusagani, was the magician in black, was vibing the same way. Yuko was also pondering it and figured her guesses were probably way off. Looking at their mentor, the kids instantly started asking what he thought about all this. With a grin, Kusagani Minato was going to keep them hanging for a bit, but then without a doubt said he was totally down to accept the challenge. A few days later, our dude stood in the middle of a big field in Shibuya, looking all proud. The reporter ready to broadcast from a helicopter was all hyped, saying the long-anticipated duel between Kusagani and the magician in black was about to kick off. Even though the dark magician hadn't shown up yet, this event was blowing up with crowds packed around the field and a whole squad of cops ready to swoop in on the black mage at any second. The hyped-up crowd cheering for Minato was like, "Show us what you've got. You gotta win this battle." But there were other peeps who were all about the magician in black, saying those clowns in white suits had no place there. They were just a bunch of weaklings. Ruji was watching everything closely, but said out loud he had no clue what was going down. The girls were chatting about how this stream was the most watched, plus folks were constantly dropping comments. Shido Shigo, who was locked onto the field, didn't know what his bud was planning, but he could tell there was no turning back in this game. To everyone's surprise, the aristocrats who were now helping the magical squad fight demons showed up for the duel too. But then, the young crowd saw Mizuha Toshichiro heading their way, which was super unexpected. With a hint of arrogance in her voice, Homore Hinata said that such important peeps had blessed them with their presence, while Kaiku noted that he didn't think he'd see that dude at the tournament. but he quickly shot back that there was no way he was missing out on such an epic battle. The music girl wanted to chime in, but she didn't get a chance because something funky caught her eye. The crowd looked up at the sky because they saw a bright glow. Everyone was confused about what it was, but they knew for sure something was moving up there, even though they'd never seen anything like it before. Music was totally mesmerizing. You couldn't look away, though some people were totally spooked by it. The peeps in the helicopter noticed something powerful whizzing past them. Minato Kusanagi, knowing everything had to look super real, also looked up acting like he was clueless about what was happening. But in a flash, the bright light seemed to burst apart, turning into this small greenish speck. The young man stayed silent, even though he could see dust clouds rising all around. Something strange was going down with the cops too, because they looked like they were being swept away from the arena. Suddenly, the head honcho of the Black Magician Squad made his entrance on the field decked out in his black suit. The stunned journalists immediately started shouting that the one they'd been waiting for had shown up, even though a lot of folks doubted the magician in black would dare come to a place swarmed by cops. The dude stayed quiet, even though he could see dust clouds swirling around him. Something weird was happening to the cops too, because they looked like they were getting swept away from the arena. Suddenly, the black-suited boss magician showed up on the field. The shocked reporters immediately started yelling that the one they'd been waiting for had finally arrived, even though a lot of folks doubted the magician in black would show up with so many cops around. Shirushiko didn't believe it until the very last minute that this magician would actually come, so he declared out loud that their elusive bad guy had finally made an entrance, which meant they had totally misidentified Kusanagi. Scratching his head, our hero muttered that he wasn't a fan of this circus act, but he had no choice. He had to find a way out of this mess. Right then, the magician in black was already gearing up. It was clear he knew exactly what he was about and was ready to stick to the plan. Our guy got the memo too, and for the sake of being polite, asked if his opponent had anything to say. But then he added that if not, maybe it was best to kick off the battle. Out of nowhere, both rivals stood opposite each other, totally ready to get it on. The girl fans were holding their breath, hoping their hero would pull through. Kusanagi Minato's crew was also on edge, because they had no clue who the magician in black really was. Same with the aristocrats, eager to see how strong these kids were, and who'd come out on top. Our hero jumped right into using anti-magic and a 6th-rank inorganic cannon, but his opponent was about to step it up, and called on dark magic and chaos from the Raven for backup. Kusanagi was laser-focused on the showdown, treating this like it was a major threat. The black magician, though, was pulling off this whole act that made it seem like his power was way stronger than our guy's. In that moment, the reporter yelled that if things kept going like this, it was gonna get crazy. So it'd be best to continue filming, but from a safer distance. Honestly, what was going down in the arena was just nuts. But then the black magician bounced from his spot and took off. Our hero wasn't about to lag behind since he needed everything to look supernatural and legit. Again, the guys clashed, but this time it was just their fists connecting. Yet the energy was so intense that you could tell this was tough for the young guns. The magician in black had already proven himself, so he couldn't show any weakness or back down, and our team kept a close watch on his imagined opponent, knowing that when magic's involved, there's no room for games. But for a moment, our hero thought his opponent had shoved him aside. After that, the young dude called on lightning magic ranked 9. With everything on the line, he was doing his best to show he was as strong as everyone claimed. Kusanagi Manato realized it was getting wild, so he told the mage to be careful and precise, adding that at this rate the outfit would need a trip to the dry cleaners. The fake black mage had no comeback, but he remembered what he had been told earlier, so he quickly activated the stone comet, which was scary but ranked lower at 7. The teen stood frozen for a minute, well aware of how this fight was going to go, but he wasn't rushing to finish it. In a moment, he decided it was time to whip out the 9th rank. Then, boom! Everyone saw a massive explosion that sent big rocks flying their way, and in a flash, something unbelievable happened. A bird-like figure appeared from the glow. It was a magical fairy, and the young guy quietly commented that it was pretty sweet for a first spell. The crowd in the stands was wide-eyed, shocked because they'd never witnessed anything like this before. The locals were completely lost on how anything like that was even possible, so they were blown away, like never before. Some onlookers were saying that the magical aristocrats would never match Kusanagi Manato's skills because he was a total pro in his game. The girls were totally hyped, yelling their hero's name, realizing he looked cooler and more unreal by the second. Only Homer Hinata was over it, grumbling that these folks couldn't even cast spells but were still chattering away. At that moment, Kayurku dropped that both guys were rocking rank 9, and the girl noticed they were both flexing some serious high-level magic. But like their energy was still chill, no dips at all. Mizuha broke it down, explaining that their magic was in passive mode, which basically means it was doing its own thing. The aristocrat was like, wow, instant activation, quick responses, and lasting effects seem pretty passive to me, and they were just using the basics right now. She said out loud that it was wild the guys could keep it going for so long. She had heard that in Japan, only a handful of masters knew how to ride magic like that. But what blew the dude's mind the most was their physical strength. Their magic was wrapping around them, not just for attacking, but also for defense. The girl jumped in, adding that it was kinda like a magical shield, and Mizuha was like, yeah, that makes sense. Homer Hinata was super curious, but her buddy pointed out that the magical tricks of these guys were so out there that even magical aristocrats couldn't break down how their magic clicked. One thing was for sure, this was a brawl between two beasts, both ready to snag the win. The show must go on, and in no time the youngsters were back at it. The magician in black was itching to show off his speed, which wasn't just about flexing for attacks, it was also defense. The girl added again about the magical shield, and Mizuha was like, yeah, totally. Homer Hinata wanted to dig deeper. But her colleague said that the magic skills of these dudes were so wacky that even the aristocrats were lost on how it all worked. One thing's for sure, this was a face-off between two titans both itching to come out on top. The action had to continue, so the young guns jumped right back into it. The magician in black wanted to flex his speed, so he suddenly leapt up and found himself on top. But our dude did the same thing right after and even chirped at his shadow for being slow. He then hit the magician in black hard and climbed even higher. But that didn't knock the enemy down. Even when he hit the ground hard, Kusanagi Minato kept floating in the air thinking about his next move. Our hero's crew was watching all this go down like it was the final showdown, so it felt like something huge was at stake. Then Yuka piped up saying they always knew their captain was strong, but they had never seen him go all out like this. No wonder the crowd was glued to the action. The police were saying the broadcast went worldwide because it was unbelievably epic. In New York, even with the time difference, folks were standing in the streets watching this wild battle on a big screen. Everyone was dying to know who'd come out on top since it looked like they were pretty evenly matched. Meanwhile, at a cafe, one girl was bummed because her boyfriend couldn't peel his eyes off his phone, even though they were supposed to be on a date. But he was like, you can't miss this. Still, she just couldn't wrap her head around why anyone would want to watch someone else's fight since it didn't involve them. Other guys were cheering for their favorite idols, but everyone had their own pick. Out on the field, our dude told the fake wizard in black that this battle was epic, even if it wasn't totally fair. He realized this was the best his crew had ever seen, but he also knew it was time to wrap this fight up. The magician in black was ready calling on shadow magic for help. It looked like that magic was where a person felt most free and powerful. Pushing his power to the max, Minato Kusanagi announced that this would be the final blow that takes everyone down. And to make it look lit, he summoned the 10th rank to back him up. He figured the mage in black, who was built for something specific, wouldn't stand a chance against that kind of power. The guys far enough from the epicenter were barely able to stand. But what got them was not that. It was that their mentor had enough juice to activate the 10th rank. Watching their mentor's movements, they were like, dude's doing something unreal. The reporters, seeing they couldn't capture his moves on camera, told the pilot to speed up, but he just shrugged and said the young man was moving faster than his plane. But a moment later, that wasn't even necessary because it seemed our hero's power had knocked out the camera. Realizing how epic this needed to be, the dude took his time walking towards his opponent. The latter was just chilling by the rocks, seemingly out of it. Kusanagi Minato had thought this through, so it had to look real, and he wasn't in a rush. All of a sudden, the mage in black managed to lift his head and look at the captain. The young man saw him raise his hand and was about to cast some magic, even though he knew that shouldn't be happening anymore. So the boy shouted at the hero playing the mage that was enough. Their fight was awesome, but it was time to call it quits. Despite that, Kusanagi Manato stood there for a sec, sensing something else might happen. Suddenly, a bright light lit up the magician in black. It was so wild it took everyone's breath away. In a blink, this elusive dude vanished, and our hero acted like that was totally unexpected. Glancing at his bracelet, the teenager thought to himself that Takigami's anti-magic armor had barely held up. Even though it was meant to take hits from rank 8 to 9, it wasn't built for rank 10. Clones are cool, but they're a hassle to work with. They're way weaker than the original and don't have much to say. Takami, who was keeping a close watch on her friend, was quiet, realizing this guy had pulled it off. She was worried, but relieved the long battle was finally done. She was thinking back to when she found out that Kusagani was Ichigami. It blew her mind, but she never imagined he'd also be the magician in black. However, she knew for sure he was one amazing young man. Meanwhile, our hero kept saying the downside of a clone is you can only roll with one type of magic. You've got to use the same type you created your double with, or else the clone poofs. That's why the guy asked Takigami to whip up an anti-magic weapon that activates magic in passive mode so he could use other types of magic too. But for that, the puppeteer needed a massive stash of magical energy. Kusanagi had to juggle his opponent and block his attacks. If the young man took 1 second to chill, the clone could have gone after the audience. Ichigami had to burn a ton of energy to pull off such a dope show. Only Ichigami Manato, the best of the best, could pull a stunt like this. After hitting up Leona, the young man asked how things were shaping up, but she first wanted to know if the show was a wrap. The young man replied that it was totally over. Thanks to that battle, the magician in black wouldn't be hunted down anymore. The girl smiled and referred to him as Captain Kusanagi. designed to hold up against attacks from rank 8 to 9, but totally not 10. Clones are handy, no doubt, but they're tricky to handle. They're way weaker than the OG and have limited skills. Takami, keeping a close watch on her bud, stayed quiet, realizing this guy nailed it. She was anxious, but kind of stoked that this long showdown was finally wrapping up. She thought back to when she found out Kusanagi was Ichigami, and she was totally surprised, but she never imagined he was also the mage in black. Still, she knew for sure he was an incredible young dude. Meanwhile, our hero was deep in thought, saying the downside of having a clone is that you could only roll with one type of magic. You gotta stick with the same magic you used to create your doppelganger, otherwise poof, the clone disappears. That's why he asked Takigami to whip up an anti-magic weapon that could kick magic into passive mode, letting him mix it up with other types. But for that, the puppeteer needed a major stash of magical energy. Kusanagi had to juggle his opponent's moves and block their hits. If he zoned out for even a sec, the clone would have gone rogue and attacked the crowd. Ichigami had to burn a ton of energy to pull off such an epic show. Only Ichami Manato, the GOAT, could pull off such a sick trick. After hitting up Leona, the dude asked how everything was rolling, but she kicked things off by asking if the show was done. He replied that it was game over. Thanks to this fight, the wizard in black would be off the hook. The girl smirked and called her buddy Captain Kusanagi. The dude was totally shook that the detective knew about all this, but she just pointed out that he was way off about her saying she had been in the loop from the get-go, but there just wasn't time to chat about it. Our main guy smirked, saying it was about time this dude showed up. The girl chimed in, saying of course he was here, because today was the last time she was going to chat with the magician in black. Kusanagi Manato couldn't believe how sharp Leona was, so he hit her with a question about how she figured things out. While taking in the city at sunset, the girl genuinely thanked him. She said he didn't just save their crew, but her fam too, so she was vibing with the fact that they crossed paths. The number of shady magicians was going down daily, just like the crime scene. The world didn't really need them anymore, so Japan could totally handle itself now. Leona mentioned if Kusanagi ever needed her, she'd totally have his back, and maybe throw in a discount. To lighten things up, the young dude joked that she was planning to use him, but then said softly that he'd always think of her. For a sec, the hot girl got all pensive, a hint of sadness flickering in her eyes. Same went for the dude, realizing they wouldn't be teaming up anytime soon. A moment later, she said it was time to say peace to the wizard in black. The young guy paused, knowing he needed to say something cool too, so with a warm tone, he wished Leona good luck. He wrapped it up just in time because his friends were rolling up to him. They started asking how he was doing and what had gone down with the wizard in black. As usual, Kusagani shrugged and said the dude seemed to have made a run for it. But even so, he got a serious beatdown, so they wouldn't be seeing him for a hot minute. Just then, Shidash came up to the dude, bowed, and said he wanted to say sorry to his homie. The blonde dude admitted that instead of trusting his friend, he jumped to the wrong conclusion and felt super embarrassed. The two girls jumped in too, saying they thought our guy was the magician in black. The young man stayed quiet, but in his head, he felt like a real villain for messing with everyone's heads, and he thought he needed to say sorry, but not in a woe is me way. Making a face, the young dude said all good. The main thing was that everything turned out fine. After the brawl, Homer Hinata yelled out in annoyance about how this even happened and how these guys could be such beasts. She added she needed to hit the books harder and tweak her schedule. Mizuha Toshichiro focused on the victor and said that even after that scrap, the young dude still had some juice left. What was wild was just how much power this guy had. The teen thought to himself that with this fight, he proved he wasn't some black mage, that the era of dark rulers was done, and dark mages were basically pointless now. But he couldn't shake Kuroi's words from his mind. Although the young dude decided to just let it go, realizing issues gotta be tackled when they pop up. A few days later, our guy was already filming for a tea commercial he got invited to. He was looking all kinds of smooth in his new vibe, winning over more and more locals. In one interview, he mentioned that as long as you've got the strength, you gotta train. Even if you stumble, don't give up. Plus, he spilled that he tapped into his powers when he was right on the edge of life and death. Then it was just grind mode daily training. While chilling at the store, the girl complained that every single product pushed by Kusagani was sold out. But those challenges were just the beginning. More were waiting for the dude when he headed back to the academy. The guy got swarmed by his classmates, all looking to hold his hand, hug him, or just be close to him. His friends could see their buddy was feeling super awkward, but didn't know how to help. Covering his face with his hands and squeezing his eyes shut, the young dude thought he was at his limit. Then a moment later, he got up from his desk and dipped. He caught sight of a classmate chilling by the window, looking like he might jump, but the rest of the gang didn't vibe with that choice. But they didn't have time to shout, because in a sec, Kusanagi Manato hit the ground and bounced out of there. Sitting solo, the dude recalled the blonde's words that if they boosted Minato's popularity, maybe some talented kids would roll in. But he knew he wouldn't be falling for that again. But the quiet didn't last long because his friends, spotting their idol, chased after him, but he yelled for them to just let him be. A little later, the guy found himself at his buddy's crib, who asked him how he was holding up. The girls were hyped about finally finishing the move into their new spot. They said that while he was running from his fans, they and their sis were busy cleaning up. Ruka unexpectedly gave a shout out to Yuka for doing most of the work, while Minato Kusanagi apologized for slacking on chores. But no worries. And the sisters chatted about how they now lived in this huge suite apartment. Each of them had their own room where they could chill out and train. After a bit, the dude was chilling at his friend's place and she asked how he was feeling. The girls were hyped that the move to their new crib was totally done, and they said that while the guy was dodging fans, they and their sister had cleaned up everything. Ruka unexpectedly threw a shout out to Yuka for doing the heavy lifting, and Minato Kusanagi only apologized for having to tackle most of the chores. But it was all good. The sisters were hyped about living in their big new pad. Each of them had their own room to chill and train. Plus, nobody was going to mess with anyone else, so they could chill and be totally free. At that moment, Ruka was kind of missing their old place. Sure, it was tiny, but it had its fun moments. And, she wouldn't be able to see Minato's cute sleepy face anymore. Music. But like a second later, Eureka, dealing with her own drama, just flipped and started yelling at herself. But it didn't last long since the phone buzzed in to break the mood. Stepping out onto the balcony, the dude heard Takigami asking how everything was going post-fight and if he was good. The teen was real with him, saying that all was solid. But music, there was this one annoying deal which the lady immediately caught, saying his fame was kind of popping off there too. The cool old lady kept saying if he needed anything, he could totally hit her up because she was the only one who knew his secret. The dude let her know he felt the same, realizing they were pretty tight after all these years, sending her good vibes. The Kami suddenly plopped down on the floor, phone pressed to her heart. Then she went to that picture she had been all up in before, staring at it. Our hero's friend was like, I don't even know what to do. In a few days, the dude was pulling off another training sesh at the police's training ground. The new recruits were pumped, saying they couldn't believe they'd get to meet the legends of the Magic Squad for real. The crew mentioned there were loads of newbies, and it was all thanks to Minato Kusanagi. Everyone was hyped to help, but even more, they wanted to meet the dude. Only the gals were curious to see how long these newbies who jumped into chaos willingly would stick around. Just then, the one they'd been waiting for forever showed up on stage. The crowd went wild, saying this dude looked even braver and hotter in real life than on TV. Peeping in the crowd, the young man thought just talking wasn't going to chill them out. The next second, something totally wild happened. Our hero instantly tapped into his magic powers for a boost. The newcomers started freaking out, wondering why they suddenly couldn't move and why the teen was flexing such power. Out of nowhere, Minato Kusanagi rolled in with a happy vibe. He said since everyone was calmed down, he was super excited to welcome fresh faces to their crew. He usually goes easy on newbies, but since everyone was so amped, he decided to go hard this time. He yelled out that anyone wanting to join the squad needed to run and hit some targets. Realizing that wasn't it at all, the captain shouted that the boys wouldn't take down the demons with that weak sauce. By the end of training, the newbies were flat on the ground, saying Minato Kusanagi was actually chill, but mad strict. Maybe that's just how he wanted to see if they could hang. But music fans were kind of bummed the dude was always on them, making it a tough ride. At that moment, Yue yelled she wasn't done yet. It was hard to tell who she was talking to, but the teen was swirling energy and looking like they were trying to control powerful streams. All this was happening to keep fighting the girl across from him. Sonata Kareen, who always thought she was weak, was now holding her own like a champ. Meanwhile, the newbies were freaking out, thinking something epic was going down on the field. After some time, even our heroes were tired. Kusanagi told everyone that the training sesh was wrapped. He added that in 5 minutes, he'd want them all in the measuring room to check their magic levels. The newbies, still sprawled on the grass, couldn't get how their mentor was feeling so fresh after that epic workout. Only the guys who knew him were saying they felt puny compared to him. Since music, they needed to strike faster and react quicker. The guys who were eavesdropping said these newbies were the same, even though they thought the Mizu sisters would be totally different. Yui was the first to check her magic power, and she was shook when she saw 120,000, which was unreal. Next up was Ruka, and even though she used to outshine her sister, now her score lagged a little, showing 118,000. Ruji's power was even lower, sitting at 105,000. But that didn't bother the dude at all, since he knew everyone was just leveling up power, and she was shook when she saw the insane mark of 120,000. That was just nuts. Then Ruka jumped in for the measurements, even though she had been ahead of her sister before. But Senator was in shock when she found out her strength was sitting at 100,000. As for Shido, he also came through big time, boosting to 112,000. Our hero was expecting a lot, but not this kind of glow up. He said now the crew could square up even with the magical aristocrats, since they were beastly strong. Senator was blown away when she checked that her strength was now 100,000. As for Shido, he had also leveled up big time with his strength, hitting 112,000. Our hero was expecting big things, but this crazy boost was next level. He said now the crew could hang with the magical aristocrats because they had become super strong. The dude was super impressed with Yoka, who came in with a score of 2,000, and now she was flexing 120,000, meaning she really leveled up tenfold thanks to her daily grind. The newbies were looking at their mentor with wide eyes, nervously asking if the others were killing it too. Then they would only to hear it all depended on them. The newbie who caught that clenched his fist, which meant he was totally ready for something epic. In that moment, Minato Kusanagi thought Yui and the crew could totally handle any demon that came their way. Plus, if they teamed up, those young guns could even take on the boss demon. It was lit to see how strong his squad had become, and it made them all pretty hyped. But the dude knew it wasn't enough because the devil was still out there. Then a blonde guy rolled up to our hero and asked if they could chat for a sec. The young man made a face and said he had a bad vibe about something, and he was spot on because a few days later, they had to hit up a fancy party celebrating the killer collab between the Magic Crew and the upper crust. Standing in the middle of the hall, the young dude was totally trying to hide his true feels, but it was tough. So, Kusanagi Manato noted to himself that he had a feeling Shigo was about to pull some shady stuff. As soon as he entered the room, the person he just thought of popped up, asking the captain to forgive him if anything was off. The guy grumbled, not understanding why they needed this banquet, since they were vibing just fine without it. But the cop explained that after their showdown with the evil magician, the police wanted everyone to bond better and chill together. Listening to his buddy's excuses, our hero realized he was the captain, and turning down the invite wasn't an option. He immediately blurted that at least the cop looked fresh in a suit, even though the dude said he was just used to dressing up. But Ruji wasn't feeling it. Something about his fit seemed off. Still, Minato lifted his friend's spirits, telling him he looked fly. He was tall, and the suit showed off his figure perfectly. While they were debating whether it was a sick compliment or some roast, the blonde dude yelled that the girls had rolled in too. Ui was the first to show up, all embarrassed, saying sorry for keeping everyone waiting. Ruka followed, saying they took forever picking out outfits. Sonata Karin came through, saying she didn't think there'd be this many peeps at the event. Ui wanted to grab some attention, so she shyly mentioned how she felt different in this outfit. Hearing this, Kusanagi Minato was like, that's totally normal. He quickly added that the girl looked amazing, and the soft, delicate vibe of her dress totally matched her personality. He also pointed out that Ruka's dress color showed her chill nature, and the cut made her look older. And Seian's fit was on point too, from the soft green color to the cute style with bling. The girls were seriously blushing. Knowing how their mentor loved to dish out compliments, Ruji put his arm around his buddy's shoulder, thinking this was just like the beach day in Hawaii. This guy has no clue how much his praise hits different. Just then, someone shouted that the teen had arrived right on time. Turning his head, our hero spotted some familiar faces, along with the rest of the high society they often ran into. Walking up to a girl, Kusanagi said he didn't think he'd catch her in a dress, which was kind of weird. But the style totally highlighted her vibrant personality. As she dashed away, the girl yelled back that he shouldn't hype her up, it sounded gross, and she didn't want to see him anymore. But the young man didn't catch that because he was busy chatting with Misuwa Toshiro, telling him he didn't expect to see him here. And the man replied that it was expected since they were working together now, and he didn't just throw words around. As he left, he added that he hoped for forgiveness. The girls, realizing what just went down, immediately started apologizing for their dad, saying he was always tough to chat with. Suddenly, our hero zoned out because a gorgeous stranger just walked into the room. The young man completely forgot the girls were apologized for their dad, saying that it was always a pain to talk to him. Suddenly, our hero went quiet because a hot stranger stepped into the room. The dude totally spaced that the girls were next to him and began checking out the brunette. The girl didn't say a word or greet anyone, but she caught everyone's eye. At that moment, the organizers were like, we appreciate everyone for making it to the celebration, but right now we want to invite all the heroes that this party is for. While the host kept going on about the special squad, the teen couldn't take his eyes off the mysterious stranger. After that, they introduced the magical elite. Then they called up the head honcho of the magical aristocracy, Muma Haifumi, to come on stage with his daughter Kuro Mumi. In that moment, Minato Kusanagi remembered meeting a dude with the same last name in an alley in Dantoi during the chaos, and he was confused by the surname. The young man couldn't look away from the stage, but it wasn't the dude that had his focus. He was locked onto the girl who felt oddly familiar for some reason. At that moment, the man introduced himself again, saying his name was Mumi Hafumi. He mentioned that their country was getting wrecked by disasters and monsters. But if they teamed up with a special magic squad, they could totally smash through all these challenges. The guy said they were magical aristocrats who had always fought to protect this country. So they got to keep grinding to protect and build up their vibe. Everyone who showed up was stoked to hear those heartfelt words and started clapping like crazy. Our dude thought to himself that was a dope speech, real short and sweet, because usually the upper class peeps talk all wonky and weird. But like, he totally zoned out when Mumi Crowe shot him a glance. The girl just stood there being all quiet, but flashed him a little smile. Then he noticed some homies creeping up behind him. The guy just rolled up and said he was down to keep working with the magic squad to keep the peeps in Japan safe from any shady stuff that could pop off. Grinning, the head honcho mentioned he totally believed in Captain Kusanagi. Our hero said for real that he'd be pumped to team up with someone so legendary. Shaking hands with Mumi Hifumi, he couldn't help but think about how this guy was loaded with magical energy and was still training hard. Closing his eyes, the teen thought about how he hadn't changed a bit. Kinda crazy. He recognized him back in the alley that one time. Memories shot him back 50 years to the magical boot camp. Back then, Ichami Manato told the fellas to come at him from any distance, even if they teamed up, but he was pretty sure it wouldn't do them much good. Cadet Mumi Hifumi lit up telling the coach not to diss them, calling the dude a wannabe. Another cadet, Takigami Shizuku, chirped at Mumi Hifumi, saying he better watch his mouth, since they were chilling with a living legend and needed to show a bit of respect. But the young buck yelled back that he didn't care who was in front of him, he was still going to wipe that cocky grin off his face. The cadet was fixated on his magic hollering for him to get wrecked. Our hero noticed his opponent was for real, but that didn't faze him. He casually claimed it was just a basic move, that'd be a piece of cake to handle. The cadet, spotting his instructor bust out first-level magic, kept shouting that it definitely wasn't enough to take him down. Ichigami wasn't about proving anything, he just whipped the wooden spear knowing its real jam. But what happened next was not what the guys were ready for. They thought they could take it, but instead they got hit with this gnarly blow. Laying on the ground, Takigami Shizuku admitted that a 4th rank was no match for a 1st rank spell. Plus, they couldn't even get close to their mentor, let alone take it up a notch. Looking at the squad, the young man thought he was totally still holding back. Usually after the first round, a bunch of the cadets bailed on their training. Would anyone stick around this time? But Mumi Crowe kept hollering, telling everyone that he was only just getting started. The cadet clutched his hurt arm, but wasn't about to show any weakness in front of his mentor. With excitement in his voice, our hero pointed out how the dude was stronger than he expected, saying that weak spell wasn't going to knock him down. As he got back up, the mentor's mate quietly said she still had some fight in her. Smiling, the wise guy thought to himself that these two weren't so shabby, meaning he'd struck gold. The cadet yelled that he was just warming up and they'd see who was really boss. Meanwhile, the girl was like, "I'm about to throw down with everything I've got." A few minutes later, the cadets were flat on the ground, wiped out, realizing the dude in front of them was a legit beast. And while the squad chatted about this monster, he was thinking how everyone else had already dipped and he probably wouldn't see them again, even though they held on pretty well, which could be a win for round 1. As he walked away, Ichigami flexed, saying training was done and everybody could bounce. The legendary mentor wasn't about to cut anyone slack. Out of nowhere, our hero felt some magic buzzing behind him. He spotted the cadet getting back up, ready to take on the teacher again, clueless that it was a total dumb move. But the teacher assured him he could still throw down, adding that training wouldn't wrap up until he hit the ground. But just a few minutes later, Mumi Hifumi was back on the floor. Ichigami thought to himself that this guy really had heart, and he had a feeling this dude would turn out to be one of the best and baddest mages around. Then this girl saw her chance, while the instructor was busy with another cadet, and decided to sneak in and attack. Looking at the young ones, the young man felt pumped that some cool talents finally showed up in the mage squad. Clenching his fist, the cadet fiercely declared that the sage would still perform for him, that he'd make him bow down. Smiling, the mentor said he was totally looking forward to that moment. Fast forward years later, in the body of Minato Kusanagi, the young man was thrilled because his predictions turned out to be on point. This dude had become the baddest mage of modern times. The young man wanted to drop his true identity, but ran into a snag. Our hero remembered his recent chat with Takigami, who seriously warned him that Ichigami's truth had to stay under wraps or it would draw too much attention. So he figured it'd be better to focus on the now and new connections. Rolling up into the Mage Association, clenching his fist, the cadet snapped that the sage was still going to dance for him and that he'd make him drop to his knees, smirking. The mentor replied that he'd be waiting for that moment with mad anticipation. Fast forward a bunch of years, and in Minato Kusanagi's body, the dude was over the moon, because his theories had totally been spot on. This guy had become the ultimate mage of his time. The young blood wanted to drop the truth, but there was a snag. Our hero remembered a recent chat with Takigami, who had definitely dropped some truth bombs about keeping Ichigami's secret under wraps, or it'd be a total circus. So the dude figured it was smarter to just chill and vibe with the now. At that point, the host was like, "All right, fam, the welcome party's wrapping up. Hope y'all had a blast." Realizing the official stuff was done. Music. Minato Kusanagi thought it was time to bounce. But just then, a cute brunette walked up to him and said her name was Mumi Kuroi. She was all like, "You totally caught my eye and I want to chat." Minato was super flattered and joked that she must be a magician too. She totally confirmed it, but added she was nowhere near his level. He thought to himself that her magical vibe was kinda weak. Maybe she could only do basic stuff. Music. But honestly, what really got him was that this girl made him feel a bit uneasy. Mumi Kuroi went on about how fate brought them together, and how her gut feelings were usually spot on. While he was thinking that sounded like some cheesy script, his buddies were curious about what the heck Kusanagi was chatting about with her. After a bit, the guys said their polite goodbyes, saying they might meet again. In a hot second, the new peeps did a firm handshake. The brunette gasped and smirked to herself, thinking it was all going just as she predicted. Then she complimented Kusagani again, claiming he was pretty awesome, wanting to keep it mysterious. Mumi turned on her heel and strolled away, saying they'd definitely run into each other again soon. Minato just stood there staring at his hand, feeling a bit uneasy. The next day, while chilling at his desk, Minato was swarmed by fans again, even though he thought things had calmed down and people were chilling more. Suddenly, the teacher walked in and was like, "All right, everybody take your seats so I can introduce a new student before the lesson kicks off." Then, in walked Mumi Kuroi, chatting shyly that she was stoked to be at such an epic academy. While she was still talking, our boy Minato was just staring at her like, wow. The guys in class started whispering excitedly about how this brunette was on TV yesterday at some magical aristocrats meetup with the Special Forces Squad. Music. Then the teacher pointed out a free seat next to Kusanagi and their crew, saying Mumi could sit there. In no time, she was plopping down in her chair and Minato was locked in on her. He thought coldly that she had this all planned out, but she shot back that she said she'd be happy to see him again. The guy saw her smirking, but he wasn't feeling it at all. For the first time ever during break, everyone was hyped about the new girl, not Minato, who was part of an aristocratic fam, and was just bombarded with questions. Yuka, standing near the desk, whispered to her friend that she had no idea Mumi Kuroi would steal the show like that. The boys' buddies rolled in chatting about how this mysterious brunette was really about to join their group. It was kinda wild for them to think that our heroes just met her yesterday, and now she's transferring here, like it's no biggie. Minato was just standing there, deep in thought. He didn't really get why she was in their group, but he was certain he'd figure it out. His classmates didn't seem to care, though. They were stoked to have such a popular girl in their class, but that wasn't the last of the surprises the Magic Squad would face. They were asking Shidigo how they were going to make sense of his last words, but the blonde added he wanted to repeat to everyone again that from this day forward, Mumi Kuroi was part of their crew. Many of the guys were confused why the daughter of the greatest magician would even want to join their squad, since she had everything she could ever want. But the cop explained they decided to have her join to smooth things over between the squad and the aristocracy, thinking it would help build trust. At least, that was the idea. A minute later, the beauty herself spoke up. She introduced herself again and said that even though she was just a regular student, she was thankful for the chance to join the squad. The sisters and Ruji threw each other looks, both annoyed and intrigued. You'd figured. It was better to keep things friendly, so she was the first to saunter over and say hi to the newbie. Shidigo immediately approached the captain and started apologizing for not giving him a heads up. But Minato just shrugged, saying it was whatever, so no worries. The blonde was relieved to hear that, saying he expected nothing less from their team leader. A moment later, Minato Kusanagi pointed out that what really mattered was how this new member would play during their upcoming training, starting with a run. The young man yelled at the squad to run like their lives depended on it, like it was the most critical thing they'd ever done. The crew was used to this mad pace, but still, they wanted to give their all, every time. But the dude zooming around like the wind kept insisting today's workout was going to be special, so everyone better push harder. Ruji, who totally knew this training was no joke, said he wouldn't back down and would run as much as it took. All the other dudes rolling on the grass were like, we can't do this anymore, but they peeped how the Mizuki sisters and Ruji were always showing out and barely trailing behind the captain. Mumi Kuroi didn't want to look soft, so she just kept running without whining. Music? But suddenly the leaders of the pack were shook to see that somehow the brunette was starting to pull ahead. Leaving the others in the dust, the girl grinned and said she loved being in the lead, so she pre-apologized to everyone who got left behind. An upset Eureka told her crew, pointing at the newbie, who was setting a crazy pace that she wasn't about to throw in the towel. After a bit, the captain switched it up to magic training, yelling that he wanted to push the squad to their limits. He wanted everyone to give it their all, which the crew was totally trying to do. This included Mumi Kuroi, who was all in with the exercises, making it look fun, putting wheels on the dudes' backs. The dude made them do push-ups and told them to train like their lives depended on it. This hero had way more wheels on him, but it looked like he didn't even care. When everyone was totally wiped out, Minato Kusagani loudly called for a break. Sitting on the ground, she mumbled that maybe one day she'd get used to this whole training vibe. Hearing her sis say that she was crushing it anyway, and Ruji chiming in that at this rate his muscles were about to quit. Out of nowhere, Mumkoi playfully asked if it was actually break time. Even though everyone was sprawled out, the cutie said she didn't need a break, because she was bursting with energy. Yui, watching the blonde, couldn't believe how this girl could still be standing when they weren't even used to all this strain. While Music, the newcomer, said she didn't think the training was that bad, the dude asked if she thought it was too much. Grinning, the brunette said she felt it was a pretty solid workout. She added that keeping fit helps the bird, and unleashing magic forces pushes them to go beyond their limits, leveling up their spells. Only by toughening up can you get way stronger. After that, the girl said in a chill tone that cheering also gives a little boost, because in a real fight, your enemy won't wait for you to gear up. They'll take you out without a second thought. The dude said he believed her since she picked things up fast. She just shot back that it was easy for her since she's the daughter of Mumahumi himself. A couple of minutes later, while they were lining up, the squad hyped up the new student, saying she really showed her stuff and gave them something to aim for. Her music. But the girl just said each of them was unique in their own way, and that in a special squad, it's all about having each other's backs, so she'd totally do that in battle. Walking over to the dude, the brunette flirted that she had a few questions for him. Wei looked bummed watching the captain and the brunette, thinking that folks of all ages were losing it over the girl because she was super cute. Ruka turned away so nobody could peep the look on her face. She was also thinking about how Mumikuro was way stronger than them, and Minato could totally trust her. Ruji noticed something was off with his friends who were mentally claiming the dude, but decided to keep quiet. The girls saw the chat was still going, but they didn't seem in a rush to bounce from the field. Even after the special magic crew and the magic aristocrats reached a chill vibe, the music, number of disasters didn't drop off. Luckily though, the aristocrats reacted fast when they showed up. Because of that, branches of the special units popped up in all the big cities, which really helped cut down on the damage from disasters. Still, disasters kept happening, so they had to stay on high alert. The aristocrats did their job, with some even stepping up their game like never before. For instance, after one battle, Homer Hinata was stoked that she could get to the scene so quick. Her crew praised her, saying demons would be shaking in their boots when such a fierce personality hit the battlefield. Checking in, Yuka said it was all good because their friend wiped out the last monster. Minato Music Kusagani smiled, giving props to his buddy and saying he thought she had leveled up even more. Homura Hinata caught the convo, but she still said that the day would come when she'd take down the great magician. For sure, Kaiiku jumped in to apologize for the girl saying music. She had always been like that and was kinda used to acting like that. The dude said it didn't bother him. The most important thing was their common goal. After that, the crew dove deep into their convos while only the red-headed beauty stood solo, as if she didn't need anyone. A moment later, our hero mentioned that Kurai didn't seem like she was that close to the other aristocrats. After hearing that everyone was sketched out about getting involved with the Mume fam at that moment, the girl rolled up to the dude again and offered to ask him a couple of questions. After hearing that everyone was shook about the Mume fam, the girl rolled up to the guy again and was like, "Let me hit you with some questions." The Mizuha sisters were just chilling on the side, but they were totally keeping an eye on everything going down. Out of nowhere, Mumi Kuroi hit up the captain asking him out on a date like it was no biggie. The very next day at the time they agreed on. The dude was just hanging at Shinjuku Station. Kusanagi Minato overheard some guys nearby chatting about this stunning brunette they just spotted, claiming she was an absolute knockout. Suddenly, this dude's jaw dropped when he spotted Mumi Kuroi walking by, totally blown away. But our main guy was just like May, probably because he'd been around a bunch of girls his whole life. While everyone else was crowding around trying to get a closer look, he strutted past with confidence. He wanted to play nice, so he asked Mumi if she'd been waiting long. She said she just got there, but he kinda already knew that. Once again, the guys were gabbing about the pair, but this time they realized the Magic Squad commander was chilling right next to the beauty. The bummed out guys told each other that this was totally out of their league, so they decided to bounce. Our hero didn't get why they were meeting up, so he figured he'd just straight up ask her. The girl Killy shrugged and was like, "I don't really need a date." She just wanted someone to show her around since she didn't know the area well. He was confused about why she'd want to hang out with him when it made more sense to ask her own squad. Even though Mumi Kuroi was all like, "I wanted to chat with you," the guy felt a little weird about it, because he remembered how his friends had looked at him when they heard about the date. With a sigh, the brunette said sadly that she was the daughter of a big-shot magician, so everywhere she went, peeps looked at her all crazy, and a lot of them even avoided her. But Minato Kusagani was totally different than anyone else. She then said it was her first time meeting someone who didn't care about her status. The young man wanted to keep it real too, so he told her that what really mattered was what was inside a person. Hearing that made her smile, even if she didn't want to show she was blushing, so she just turned away. After a quick pause, she dropped that she was standing in front of someone truly unique. The duo was walking down the street, but they had no clue they were being stalked the whole time. Peeking around a corner, Yuka thought to herself that she was back on her tail calling herself silly. But she kept following through. For a sec, the beauty hesitated, debating whether to keep lurking or head home, but she didn't want to leave the guys hanging. Hiding behind a sign, Ruka, who had put on some cute clothes for her spy mission, couldn't believe her eyes when she spotted her sister ahead. A moment later, Yuka caught sight of her and was totally shocked. She never thought her big sis Mizuha would do something like this. Seeing Ruka munching on snacks made Yuka think her sis was seriously on a mission, plotting it all out in advance. Regardless, she decided her target was Minato, so she kept following, not wanting to fall behind. Soon enough, Ruka finished her snack and caught up with Yuka, but they both stayed silent. After a brief moment, the girls started asking each other why they were trailing him. At that moment, our hero hit the brakes, looking all serious and tense. His companion immediately asked what was up, but he just said he thought he heard something. Hiding behind a tree, the girls were freaking out about how they almost got caught, even though they were using stealth moves, but somehow Minato Kusanagi still picked up on their vibe. After that, Yuka told her sis that no matter what, they were in this together. Then the girls locked eyes, realizing they had to work as a team in this crazy situation. Answering the guy's question, Mumi Kuroi mentioned she wanted to hit up spots that couples dig. The young man followed her, but he wasn't really vibing with this whole date thing. After a bit, the duo popped into a cafe where the brunette started to pick something out carefully. Sitting at the bar, Minato Kusanagi sipped his juice slow, even though his head was somewhere else. Again, the girl asked what couples usually do after they stroll around, and he replied it varies. Some hit up cafes, some play slots, and others just walk around the city at night. In that moment, the sister at another table complained about not being able to hear anything. Sipping her tea, Mumi Kuroi slyly said that's what being on a date is all about. She then carefully set her cup down, but stayed quiet. A minute later, the beauty proudly proclaimed that she couldn't get why she was wasting her precious time. The brunette didn't see the point of going someplace checking things out, sitting down, and having dinner together. The young man tried to explain that you can't just look at those things by themselves, but the girl kept asking herself why people do all this stuff. The young man pointed out that it's not really about what you do, but who you do it with. Even the most basic stuff can feel super special when you're with someone awesome, which is why peeps do it together. After that, the girl asked again if that was the whole point of a date, and the crew were just cruising around the city at night. Meanwhile, the sister at another table was all like, I can't hear a thing. Sipping her tea, Mumi Kuroi said with a mysterious vibe that this is what being on a date is all about. Then she placed her cup on the saucer all careful-like, but stayed quiet. A minute later, the beauty was like, honestly, why am I wasting my time here? The brunette couldn't get why they would even go out, look at stuff, chill, and grab a bite together. The guy was trying to break it down that these little things didn't mean much by themselves. But she was back to wondering why peeps did all this. The dude pointed out that it's not about what you're doing, but who you're rolling with. Even the simplest stuff can hit different when you're hanging with someone special, which is why folks be doing them together. After she heard that, the girl asked again if that's the real deal on dates. But the dude totally said what was on his mind. Then he casually asked if their little stroll was worth the hype. With a kind of nonchalant vibe in her voice, Mumi Kuroi pointed out that it was way more yes than no, which totally made our guy happy. He tossed in that his words and moves often left folks all confused, but the brunette didn't find it weird. She flashed another smile, saying Minato was an awesome dude. The sisters, hiding like spies, caught those words and flipped out. They didn't get how this girl could be hyping up their commander when they had only just met. At that moment, Minato Kusanagi was all smiles, saying he was super stoked about the compliment. Suddenly, everyone in the cafe recognized the famous commander of the magic squad and started buzzing about him. Realizing they might get swarmed, the teen hopped up from his seat, saying it was probably best to bounce. Standing at the station, Mumi Kuroi thanked her buddy for such an epic day off, and he just said he was glad it turned out so sweet. Then, the girl asked if they could find some time to chill and take another walk. The young man straight up said he was down for that. He tossed in that he wanted to get to know her better. The shocked sisters heard this loud and clear and were totally blown away. Mumi Kuroi said that kinda sounded super bold coming from the young man, adding they were lucky their vibes matched up. The brunette left, and the guy kept shouting after her that everything had actually been pretty awesome. Yuka stared after the stunning girl's sadness freezing in her eyes because she knew they'd never rolled out with a guy like that. Ruka was feeling the same. She had no clue what kind of girls Minato liked before, but now she felt like she knew for real. Even with the chill hangout, the young dude was still troubled by something. It felt like he was missing something. The next day, giving our hero a friendly tap on the shoulder, Ryuji asked how the date went. Minato Kusanagi was like, why you so curious? But his buddy pointed out they were friends, so it was only natural to ask. But the dude calmly said it wasn't a date. They just cruised around the hood, grabbed some grub, and then parted ways. Even though he thought it sure felt like a date, the bummed-out sisters stood by the table, not wanting to get too close, but totally eavesdropping on what the guys were chatting about. At that moment, the new girl and Sonata Karin were having a chill convo about something. Ryuji figured meeting the brunette wouldn't stir up any drama in their crew. He quickly called out that Minato should step it up, even though Minato was like, why though? But they didn't have time to keep vibing, because Shido Shigo told everyone to sit down to talk about the current situation. The blonde dude announced that thanks to their squad's quick moves, monster disasters had dropped significantly. And after the Black Rebellion drama, The number of rogue magicians had also taken a nosedive. While the young man was explaining that shadow mages had ghosted too, his buddy pointed out that there was basically no info about them online anymore either. Our hero thought to himself that now illegal mages would be the cops' problem since there weren't any shadow mages left. But he said out loud it was too soon to chill, and they had to remember that Japan's safety was on their shoulders. Everyone there got it was true, and cheered that they were all in. Laying in his room, Minato Kusanagi thought that even though the special unit was stepping up, their relationship with the aristocrats had loads of room for improvement. Something had to change. But before he could think it through, his phone buzzed. The young man realized it could be something important, so he picked it up. It was Leona who jumped right in, saying she had some intel on Mumi Kuroi in Takigami Shizuku and asked if he could chat so she could spill the tea. The guy was solo, so he told her to go for it. The detective started off saying she wanted to kick things off with the girl who wasn't Mumi Hifumi's real daughter, but who he'd taken in a few years back. Her parents had passed in a car wreck, so he picked up the girl. The dude was confused how she ended up at a school for magic. But Leona highlighted that she switched schools right after her application to join a special magical unit got the green light. Plus, according to the scoop, she was packing some above-average skills. The detective continued to say that the brunette gave off this calm vibe, but that was just surface level. For a minute, she was super popular. And the girl paused to put her phone down and talk. After that, she called Kay, telling him he needed to help her set up the table. The bubbly boy swung the door open with his foot and announced he was already there. The girl was worried he was running around right after being discharged from the hospital, but the boy insisted he was totally fine and could do whatever. Remembering what she had just said on the phone, Leona quickly backtracked, mentioning she got a little sidetracked. A minute later, kicked it with his foot and bragged that he had made it already. The girl freaked a bit that her bro was just out of the hospital and bouncing around, but the dude was all like, "Nah, I'm straight, can do whatever." Remembering what she heard on the phone, Leona quickly backed off, saying she was kind of zoned out. A minute later, so the detective started chatting about Takigami, who had a daughter and grandkids, but it seemed like they hadn't talked in ages. The dude was super confused about why that was. His buddy chimed in, saying that her fam was all overseas. Just then, our guy heard some footsteps in the hallway, so he told Leona to hold up for a sec. It was his neighbors, the Mizuki sisters, popping in to say they were back. Getting back to the convo, the young guy caught that there was practically no deets on the old lady's family. It was all pretty vague. Minato Kusanagi wasn't sure if it was on purpose or not, but the chick said she'd try to dig up more info if she could. The teen immediately shot a thank you her way. She thanked him back, and then, music, they wished each other good luck, and hung up. Kai, who was listening in, asked his sis if it was true that she had been chatting with the dude in black, even though the detective was puzzled about why he was asking all this. But the kid quickly said that after that talk, his big sis seemed way happier. So the girl didn't think it was that obvious, so she asked again. Meanwhile, the police chief mentioned he needed to score more info on Minato Kusanagi, so he was thinking of hitting up the person who knew him. Shizuku Takigami was eyeing this dude closely, but she wasn't rushing to say anything. But music, the chief kept going, saying they had to figure out the secret of his powers. They couldn't keep losing to that special unit. The woman tried to say something, but the guy said he felt like she and the dude were getting along well. That's why the boss thought that despite the age gap, they had become friends. The old lady instantly started smiling, saying the young dude probably saw her like a grandma, which is why he was so warm towards her. Standing up from his seat, the guy claimed he got it, but then he yelled that the woman was stuck in this mess. Anyway, because they were tied together by fate. Closing her eyes, a freaked-out Shizuku Takigami noted that she totally got it. The next day, our dude, as usual, gathered his squad on the training field. The guy said it was time to kick things off, but Shidu Shego, who was right behind the commander, begged him not to. Stepping closer, the blonde dude dropped the news that the U.S. Army's magical squad had landed in Japan for talks, and their higher-ups wanted to see their training in action. The guy lined up immediately started thinking this was the real deal of the magical world, seen as some of the most powerful mages. Our dude stayed quiet, but thought to himself that 50 years ago, the magical training level in the US was way lower. So how did they level up so fast? Shidu Shigo kept explaining that their fame had blown up beyond their borders ages ago, especially after that showdown with the dude in black. Mumroy, who was off to the side, tossed out that they might be interested in a specific person. For a moment, everyone went silent, realizing this didn't really involve them. But our guy was quiet too, seriously mulling over stuff. Meanwhile, the blonde dude went on saying there could be other reasons they decided to come. Nowadays, disasters were hitting not just Japan, but the whole globe. So maybe they wanted to share their tips and tricks to fight off the monsters. Suddenly, a menacing voice boomed from behind the crew, saying they hadn't come for that. A huge shoulder showed up in front of them, and everyone already knew who it was. After that, the crew caught sight of a squad that looked seriously tight and military-like. The energy these peeps had was so lit that flames were trailing behind them. Looking at each other in panic, the young folks exchanged glances, wondering why they felt such intense power and who the heck these guys were. In a moment, The leader of the whole brigade was standing right in front of our hero. In comparison to this massive dude, Kusanagi Manato looked like a regular kid, definitely not a squad leader. The Mizuki sisters were also freaking out. They thought the air was thick with magic down to the smallest bits, so powerful they could barely stay on their feet. The boss's stare was tough. But there was something else in there too. Suddenly the guy stepped closer to the young dude and everyone felt like something shady was about to go down. The girls who had never been worried about their friend before were now alarmed, not understanding what was cooking for the young man. The big man wrapped his arms around our dude and smiled, saying they'd finally met. After that, the manager's eyes popped wide like something caught his attention. The guy circled around the teen, then took a moment to pause. A minute passed before the mage remarked that Kusanagi Manato's body wasn't really standing out in a crazy way, and he couldn't figure out how he made it through so many intense battles. Breaking free from the dude's hug, the boy asked him to take a step back a bit so he could answer all his questions. Then the man said he completely spaced on introducing himself, even though he was a major in the 1st Magic Division of the U.S. Army, and his name was Aaron Anderson. Plus, he was the head honcho of the U.S. Magic Research Institute. Hearing about this guy, our dude paused for a sec and remembered that this was where they looked into the whole occurrence of. So the dude got that this spot wasn't the jam for deep talks about disasters and magic. Instead, he just introduced himself and pointed to his crew. He threw his hand up. The major was all like, "No need for intros, you guys are legends, and I already know all about your squad." The squad was hyped, happy that their rep was off the charts. Kusanagi Manato figured that thanks to his beef with the magic aristocracy, all magic research hit pause and he was basically stuck in the past like 50 years ago. So this meetup was a dope chance to catch up. He asked Anderson straight up if he was the go-to guy for monsters and disasters. And if he could hit him with some answers. The soldiers were watching their leader like hawks. For a sec, it felt like the vibes on the field were on another level. Kusanagi Manato was locked in on the major waiting for that important response. The girls flopped onto the grass, saying it was just pure deadly vibes, but they were confused about why they needed to use it at all. Suddenly, Aaron Anderson was yelling for someone to chill out. The soldiers behind their boss stayed still and quiet, but it was clear they got the memo. Then the dude turned to our hero, saying these folks were all about caution and didn't even think about the aftermath. The guy just laughed it off, saying it was all good since he felt this nice breeze coming from the U.S. team. Anderson chuckled back, saying the young man compared his soldiers' magical vibes to a breeze, and that Kusanagi was pretty interesting. After that, the guy asked what was on the young dude's mind, and he honestly said it might sound kinda dumb, but he was super curious about what monsters even were, and why disasters were flipping their world upside down. Seemed like Aaron Anderson was ready to spill the tea. He said there were tons of theories, but he was convinced that monsters were a kind of magical life form. Disasters. They were just events that brought them to this world, and monster magic was pretty different from human magic, as science was starting to back. Initially, their show-up could be linked to shifts in the environment caused by their magic. It was a halfway decent theory, yet still kinda unproven. The magic swirling around during a disaster was synced up with the magic inside the monsters. Still didn't make sense why they attacked humans. It might just be their magic reacting to human vibes. 50 years back, America wasn't hit that hard by disasters, so there's barely any info on them. But after disasters, survivors often ended up with magical powers. That was still happening today. Thanks to some next-level research tech, they were making progress. After a disaster, the leftover magic in the air gets soaked into the ecosystem. Same deal when someone takes down a monster. Their magic doesn't just fade away. It seeps into the atmosphere and into people's bodies too. Hearing this, Yuka remembered Kusanagi saying something about that, but she felt confused about how he even knew. Out of nowhere, the young man yelled that there was this one time a monster totally sparked a disaster. He said he heard a report about it happening in Japan, but such cases were rare. Like 1 in a million, probably some freak event. Recalling that moment, our hero thought, no way that was just a coincidence. Anderson added that this could happen if a whole squad of monsters tried to boost up one major monster. The dude was curious if that had ever gone down before, but the major filled him in on how they ran tests like that where the leader didn't get taken out right away, but went under the microscope. New monsters popped up for a bit, but then they stopped growing when the military tried to wipe them out. The surge kicked back up to what it was before, which meant the magical energy in the air stayed the same. The flip side, with every disaster, the monsters just kept getting tougher and scarier. Even a minor disaster was a big deal, so the young man felt his theory was on point. Messing with monsters and disasters was intriguing, but in the end, they didn't show any solid results. Out of the blue, Aaron Anderson said he couldn't overlook Kusanagi's power. Not many magicians could flex that kind of strength. Then he moved closer to the teenager, asking if he could check the young man's body. On one hand, the dude was stoked to meet him, but on the flip side, he was kind of freaked out by how pushy he was being. A few minutes passed. And Kusanagi Minato hit the major with a question about the magical aristocracy. But all he got back was that the major's knowledge was just surface level. 50 years ago, their country wasn't flexing as hard as it is now, and they reached out to the Japanese consulate, but got ghosted. The boy thought to himself that Japan was probably scared to drop their knowledge to nearby countries, because they didn't want to end up slacking in the global scene. But in the end, America still dusted them in magical tech. After a bit, the teen started thanking the major for dropping some knowledge. The dude shouted that there was a time when the monster itself stirred up the mess. He said he got wind of this crazy report from Japan, but that kind of thing happens like once in a million, probably just some weird glitch. Reflecting on that wild incident, our hero decided it totally wasn't a coincidence. Aaron Anderson threw in that a whole squad of monsters could beef up one big bad dude. The guy was curious if this had gone down before, but the major explained they'd run similar tests where the top monster wasn't just wiped out, but kept around for checking. New ones popped up for a bit, but then stalled when the military tried taking them out. The flow spiked again and hit the same heights as before, but stayed under watch. New peeps rolled in for a bit, but then their growth hit a stall when the military tried to wipe them out. The influx picked back up and hit the same levels as before, which meant the magical energy floating around was still the same. On the flip side, with every new disaster, the monsters just got stronger and way more dangerous. Hey, even a tiny disaster can't be brushed off, but the dude was convinced his theory was on point. Monster experiments and disasters sound lit, but in the end, they don't yield any solid results. Out of nowhere, Aaron Anderson said he couldn't just ignore Kusanagi's crazy power. Not many magicians could flex like that. Then the dude walked over to the teenager, asking if he could check out the young man's abilities. On one hand, the young man felt pumped to meet this guy, but on the other, he was kind of nervous about how pushy he was. A few minutes later, Kusanagi Minato hit the major with questions about the magical elite, but he mostly said he only knew a bit. 50 years back, their country wasn't flexing like it is now, and they hit up the Japanese consulate for backup, but got ghosted. The boy thought to himself that Japan was just scared to spill its secrets to neighbors since they didn't want to lose out on the global scene. But in the end, America still took the crown in magical tech. After a bit, the teenager started thanking the major for the intel. It didn't want to fall behind on the global scene, but in the end, America totally crushed it with their magical innovations. After a bit, the teenager started thanking the major for the info, but the dude was like whatever, because they knew they owed it all to the legendary Ichami Manato, who literally saved the whole world. Our main guy caught on that there was more to this convo, so he straight up said he was sure the military didn't roll up here just for kicks. After that, the guys started eyeing him up. Their captain chimed in, saying he wanted to check out the power of the awesome magician Shidigo, who was chilling nearby and was convinced that Aaron Anderson was here to holla at the officials, but he added he wasn't about to waste his time with those big shots. He quickly tossed in that no one even let them know there'd be a spar, so he was curious what Captain Kusagani thought about that. Smirking, the dude said if nobody spilled the tea on what went down, he saw no reason to dip out. Clenching his fist, the major said he was all about that confidence, saying that they should totally seize this chance. The young guy replied, rolling his eyes, that showing up for a spar without a heads up was kinda bold, but he was here for it too. In a split second, the major yelled that the great captain was gonna see what the Americans were made of. The teen thought to himself this was a dope chance to see if the US magicians were as tough as everyone claimed. Shidigo caught the major's shout about sending his squad into battle, so he jumped in, saying they were about to throw down too. Lifting his hand, Aaron Anderson nicely asked the guys to sit this one out. He added he was only here for strong mages and music. If the kid's skills didn't match Kusanagi's, he wasn't interested. We looked ahead, wanting to clap back but not knowing how. The guy didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings, so he said they were training the kids to fight monsters, not real magicians, so they could learn how it goes. The surprise squad watched their mentor, waiting to see what would unfold. At that moment, the dude thought he had thought Kusanagi saw his squad as pals, but now he realized he was always teaching them. Out of nowhere, the teen said he was ready, so let's kick this off. The soldiers were ready, and they all squinted at their opponent. The major also told his crew to go ahead and attack. Some time passed, and the soldiers just stood there looking like they were waiting for their moment. And music. They totally were. These folks were all about that surprise element, so they were going to catch the teen off guard, but our guy wasn't sweating it. He knew monsters usually roll like that, so he was prepped. The kid saw the fighters charging at him, but he was set to easily brush off their attack. Plus, the young dude was so chill, it was like it was just leaves blowing his way, and not a squad of guys coming at him. The guys were all like the soldiers had closed the gap so fast, no magic needed. And just like that, they were right up in front of their buddy. Realizing something was off, Minato Kusanagi grinned and said this was super wild. But he didn't have time to gawk because suddenly an enemy popped up from the other side. Our hero wasn't planning on jumping into a fight just yet, so he decided to jet a bit. The soldier, who was close to the teen, figured it was his moment to unleash some magic. That's why when he noticed the squad commander was in reach, he went for it. But before Kusanagi Manato could counteract one hit, something even gnarlier was already coming from another angle. But this didn't faze the young dude. He responded to this new threat with insane speed. Every move the young guy made was so slick, you'd think he had it all mapped out. Right then, the teen spotted a soldier he hadn't seen just a sec ago. The dude knew he was strong, so he went all out on our hero. But before the young guy could handle one, a whole crew of guys lined up in front of him, wielding magic. Watching music from the sidelines, the guy's buddies realized it looked sick, but also super risky. Kusanagi wasn't even worried about these people because music. He threw up a fourth anti-magic barrier like it was nothing. UI, who was right next to him, yelled music in annoyance that their captain had to constantly defend himself and hadn't even thrown down once. Ruka chimed in saying their magic rank might not be that high, but their physical training and spell speed were on point, looking sharp at the soldiers. She thought she finally got what the U.S. Army's magic division was about. Our hero said that sort of training was totally expected from soldiers, and he gave them mad props for their solid game. He quickly added that in magical showdowns, mages rarely drop those big damage spells unless they were straight up gifted. So typically, they roll with simpler spells that hit one target, since it takes time to set up the area of impact is key, and mages themselves are super vulnerable in open fights. So, even the talented fighters prefer to stick to single target spells to dodge any unnecessary drama. Just then, the young guy got hit again, so he had to scramble to block the blows. The young dude managed to pull off his moves like a pro. Even the top fighters like to stick with single target spells to dodge any crazy risks. Just then, the young man got attacked again, so he had to quick block all the hits. The young man pulled off some slick moves, dodge and dip out of the most awkward situations. The major watching this was like, wow, this teen is juggling, fighting, and schooling his crew all at once, and that kind of bummed him out. He was pretty disappointed in how this kid was handling his squad. The dude realized the battle had dragged on for too long. His crew had given it their all, but you can't mess around like this forever. Peeping one of his guys, the major was confused about why he wasn't throwing a punch, music. Instead, our dude just kept dodging. Seeing this totally threw off his opponents. Aaron Anderson couldn't wrap his head around this bizarre tactic, but he wasn't eager to jump into the brawl just yet. It seemed like the foreign kid wanted to see how this would play out because he had to have some kind of plan going on. But then the major's eyes went wide when he figured out this was nothing like he expected. The kid had totally outsmarted everyone. Like now, no one among the soldiers could even touch him. The major got that his men were wiped out, but still it wasn't doing a thing. Realizing this, Aaron Anderson gave the kid mad props for his crazy precision and lightning-fast moves with the Zaklani. The young dude had put on a wild show. Even though he said it was about time for them to throw down, the squad wasn't backing down, and it looked like he was still chilling, not rushing to show off. But he didn't need to. Minato Kusanagi was fire. He knew he could take down all those soldiers. It didn't faze him if the major wanted to fight or not. The main thing was that the whole squad got to see how to throw hands. Even though the young dude could do some incredible stuff, there were still a few rough patches. But that was whatever. The teen was all in. He believed that winning was a done deal, so he rolled out like he already claimed the victory. The soldiers were watching and decided it was go time. But Kusagani was way stronger and quicker, instantly blocking every hit. The team who were glued to the action realized they never witnessed anything like this before. The same went for Aaron Anderson, who was just standing there, but getting that this young guy's strength was off the charts. A few minutes later, the captain showed he was totally worthy of his title and one of the strongest mages. Fixing up his hair, the major was saying how a regular student managed to take down an entire elite crew. Never thought he'd peep something like that. Still, our hero kept it real, saying those American soldiers were well trained, but the major was like, I'm flattered by that compliment, because dude pulled off something legendary, and wanted to know who schooled him on those tactics. With a grin on his face and chill vibes in his voice, Minato Kusagani kept it 100, saying he learned it all by himself. When the major heard this, he got super hyped, giving the kid a massive hug, saying he was an amazing dude. Then he proclaimed it was time for him to flex his might. The soldier got serious immediately, shedding his jacket to make it easier for himself. But then Aaron Anderson had to flex, showing off his biceps to everyone nearby, saying that he was a total fighting enthusiast. The young dude thought to himself that this guy probably just loved showing off. But a second later, this man was like, all right, let's kick off the epic battle that everyone's been waiting for. So they could kick off the epic showdown they'd been waiting for.